Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ulrich Kaspar, President of the IHK Frankfurt.
Good morning and warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to all of you here in the room, as well as to the audience joining us online. Welcome to the Frankfurt Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We are very glad to host today's forum on US-European GeoEconomics. Dear Mr. Kempe, and we're still waiting for Mr. Gabriel, but he should be here soon. The Atlantic Council and the Atlantic-Brücke are bringing together an impressive circle of policymakers, private sector leaders, and experts from the US and Europe. We are looking forward to interesting sessions and inspiring talks. I'm very honored to welcome ECB President Christine Lagarde. And also EU Commissioner Paolo Gentiloni. Since 2014, the new headquarters of the European Central Bank, which is located nearby our River Main, enriches the Frankfurt skyline. From there is only a short walk to the Frankfurt Stock Exchange here in our building, with a trading floor right next to this conference hall. It's there. The trading of securities has been part of the interaction of businessmen since the founding of this chamber more than 210 years ago. The short distances within the city of the central location of Frankfurt in Germany and in Europe, together with its perfect connectivity, make this place an important hub for business and investment. Economic ties with the United States have traditionally been very strong. For the main business sectors in this region, be in financial and IT services, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, or other industry sectors, the US market is extremely important. It is our trading partner and foreign direct investment destination number one. At the same time, we are very proud of our US business community here in this region. Transatlantic cooperation creates jobs and welfare on both sides. The exchange of ideas and knowledge is extremely important. The great success story of Pfizer-BioNTech in fighting the pandemic is a unique example, but it also shows the potential of transatlantic cooperation. BioNTech's headquarters is based in our Frankfurt region, in city of Mainz, just a short ride away from Frankfurt Airport. Ladies and gentlemen, after decades with a trade to more open markets and free agreements, we are today facing a new reality with a war in Europe and other geopolitical challenges with economic sanctions and unstable supply chain. Even the pandemic is not over, but still affecting production and logistics worldwide. So how can companies meet this bundle of challenges? To give answers is one of the reasons for this US-European forum. We need more partnership between European Union and the United States for better solutions. Thanks again to have you here in our building. Now it is my pleasure to hand over to the chairman of Atlantic organization, Mr. Kempe, please.
Thank you, Ulrich, and I'll thank Sigmar when he's here, and everyone in Frankfurt this morning. This is a homecoming for me. One of my first jobs in journalism was working at AP Dow Jones in Frankfurt, and covering the Bundesbank and covering the German economy. And I'm always happy to come back to Frankfurt. My mother was born in Berlin. My father was born in a small town outside Dresden, so this is very much home to me. We're giving birth today to the Frankfurt Forum on US-European GeoEconomics, and when something is born in Frankfurt, one cannot help but think of Goethe. And so I will quote Goethe. He wrote about his birth this way. It was on the 28th of Frankfurt am Main. The constellation was auspicious. So my paraphrase for the opening of the Frankfurt Forum: it is the 28th of September, 2002, at the stroke of just past 9 in the morning, when the Frankfurt Forum came into the world. The constellation of speakers and attendees is auspicious. So that's my ripping off of Goethe to start the day. Goethe would be so happy to get a round of applause. Both because of my personal life, but also because of my professional connections, I was excited when over 2 years ago we decided we wanted to do something of this sort in Frankfurt. We could co-host a major event in Germany focused on the intersection of economics, foreign policy, finance, and national security. We would work with the best minds in Europe to produce cutting-edge research around 4 key pillars of the US-European economic relationship: monetary policy, digital currency, international trade, and economic statecraft. I don't think any of us anticipated, however, when we made this decision, that the conference would happen at the sort of moment we're living in now. 7 months ago, Vladimir Putin launched his war in Ukraine, unprovoked, illegal, and the US and Europe responded. With military assistance, yes, but along with something else, and that is combined economic power. Some said this signaled a new era of economic warfare, of economic tools being used at a time of this sort of contest. They called it a redefinition of how the tools of finance could be deployed. But I think that's not quite right. I think in many respects it's a return to the lessons of the Cold War, a hard-learned lesson born out of the crucible of World War II even. The lesson of the Marshall Plan, the lesson of the coal and steel community, the single market, German reunification, and the creation of the euro itself. And that lesson is this, and this is a lesson we have tried to capture in our GeoEconomics Center: that economics, finance, and national security are deeply interconnected and interdependent. And in Europe, you're living that reality every day, even before the war in Ukraine, but of course, much more so now. And the GeoEconomics Center, alongside the other 15 programs and centers of the Atlantic Council, can tap our Africa Center, our Energy Center, our Center for the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security, so that we bring together all these elements that have to be brought together at the moment. It's also the lesson that was there at the founding of the Atlantic Council 60 years ago. The Atlantic Council was created to foster a strong US-European military relationship and a robust economic partnership between the world's leading economies. From the very beginning, the Atlantic Council was really there about both. It seemed as though we were operating on different tracks, an economic track and a security track, but no more. It really is our GeoEconomics Center that has brought these pillars back together. Of course, none of this forum would be possible without our remarkable partners at Atlantic-Brücke. Sigmar, Julia, to you and your team, thank you. This has been a transatlantic partnership from day one, and we look forward to building upon it. Today's just the beginning. We believe the work and research published and debated here can form a blueprint for more peace and prosperity in the years ahead. We can turn the unity seen in this crisis into cooperation over the course of the decade. We're closer right now in the West, probably than we've been in the last 30 years. And we're facing a situation, the outcome of Ukraine won't just determine the outcome of Ukraine, it could be the outcome of what kind of rules determine the liberal order for the years ahead. Will it be the rules of the jungle or will it be the rule of law? That road will not be easy, but this much I know for certain. The United States and Europe are both stronger and safer when they stand together. And while much has changed in the past 7 months, this much remains true. And now, when we thought about this conference, there was only one official European leader that we could have to launch the conference, as we talked about the world we were in today, who could set the tone for what we wanted to accomplish today. And that one leader who, by virtue of her extraordinary career, embodies this fusion of finance and international affairs and also global affairs. And that leader is Christine Lagarde. It's wonderful to welcome you here. President Lagarde, you are a transatlanticist, you are a Europeanist, you are a globalist. Your career reflects deep connections between Europe and the United States. From your time as a young woman studying in Washington, through your work chairing the law firm Baker McKenzie, which is when we first met. But we know that Europe is where your home and your heart is. And when the phone rang and you were asked to serve in the French government, you didn't hesitate. When the world needed a leader to ensure the IMF was fit for purpose through a turbulent decade, you were there. And today, as Europe faces new challenges, you serve as the head of an institution dedicated to strengthening the common currency, the euro, which underpins so much of this incredible union. At its core, I know you believe that what matters most is how the work we all do impacts and improves people's lives. That's what you've always been about. This is a concept sometimes lost on others, never lost on you. I'm very proud, President Lagarde, that when I was the editor of the Wall Street Journal Europe, we picked you out as one of the leading and rising business leaders of Europe. But none of us at the Wall Street Journal then knew you would take on so much responsibility at such a crucial historic moment. And before I pass to Maria de Mercis, the Deputy Director of Bruegel, for our opening keynote conversation, I want to go back to Goethe to talk a little bit about Christine Lagarde. So Goethe said, and I'll do this first in German, es ist nichts schrecklicher als eine tätige Unwissenheit. The quote is, there's nothing worse than ignorance in action. So Goethe would have loved you, President Lagarde. You are intelligence in action. So with that, please join me in welcoming the President of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde.
Thank you, Fred. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Also very well welcome from my side. My name is Maria de Mercis. I am the Deputy Director of Bruegel, which is a think tank, economics think tank, and based in Brussels. And I'm delighted to be here. Thank you to the organizers for including me in the program. And of course, I am delighted to host President Lagarde, who needs no introduction. President Lagarde, there's a lot to talk about. If I may start with just the title. As you see, the Frankfurt Forum is a forum that is a conference that concentrates on the US-European economic and geoeconomics relations. We're here to talk, I'm sure, about inflation. Inflation is a problem. And I wanted to quote Chair Powell, who said that inflation is a global phenomenon, even though the sources and the way that it's felt in different parts of the world are actually quite different. Do you share his view on this respect? Well, first of all, good morning, and good morning to all of you in the audience, and my great thanks to you, Fred, for a flattering introduction, but for standing as a leader in the European-Atlantic relationship, which matters so much. And I'd like to extend a special thank you to Josh and Julia. They will know what I mean. They're in the back of the room, and they have been instrumental in getting us all together.
So back to to Chairman Powell's view, it is a fact that we have inflation pretty much across the world, including in Japan, where it was so low for so long. Even there, we are seeing it. But we're seeing inflation in different shape, form, and levels. And I think it has a lot to do with the roots of that inflation. So if I concentrate only on Europe, and I will say Europe, but it's obviously the euro area, where we are welcoming our 20th member on the 1st of January, because Croatia will be joining the euro area and will become a full-time member of the European Central Bank. If I compare Europe with the United States, the roots of inflation are different. And I think it matters to understand where it is coming from so that we can adjust the monetary policy response accordingly. So, the two key differences that I would see have to do with energy and labor. If you look at energy, it is the key driver and has been the key driver of inflation in Europe. Roughly speaking, if you take the direct impact of energy, and by energy I mean electricity, gas, all petrol-related products. If I look at that, plus the indirect impact of energy costs, you're talking about roughly 60%. So 60% of the drivers behind inflation here are related to energy. If you look at the United States, it's about half of it. If you put food on the top, we are more impacted as well by food because of the way we are organized. The US is less impacted. So the drivers are predominantly energy-related in Europe and not as much in the United States. The second factor, which also has an impact, is that when you look at wage progression, you see that wages in the United States progress anywhere between 5 and 7% at the moment. When we look at wage negotiated in the last few months, we are between 2.5 and 3%. So that's also a major difference in terms of second round effect that we have to be very attentive to. Those are the two key differences. And if you add to that the economic analysis of is it supply driven, is it demand driven, clearly our inflation is strongly supply driven. So we have shortage of supply for various reasons. The supply chain bottlenecks that have affected us critically at a time when the recovery was, taking its full flight and at a much faster pace than expected. When you look at the United States, because of the wage point that I was making, it is much more so demand driven. And that has consequences so how we deal with it. And in a way, when you have a predominantly or purely demand-driven inflation, I wouldn't say that it's fairly simple, but you have to hammer demand, reduce it, so that it realigns with supply. When you are predominantly supply-driven, it's far more complicated, because monetary policy cannot, in and of itself, reduce the price of gas, cannot stop the war, as much as I would love for us to be able to do that. So we need to be attentive to whether or not demand is fueling inflation, in a second round effect in particular, number one. And we have to give a very strong signal that we are not going to let inflation expectations de-anchor, and we are going to deliver on our mandate of returning inflation back to 2% in the medium term. This is what we have agreed in our strategy review that we concluded a year ago, and this is what the whole Governing Council is determined to do. We have a mission, we have a mandate, it's the primary objective that was assigned to the ECB under the treaty, price stability. And price stability, we've defined it as 2%, symmetric, and we are going to return to 2% in the medium term. That's what we have to do, and it's for the good of the economy.
Thank you for that. Let me again then concentrate a little bit on the European numbers. Your forecast a few weeks ago, 9.1 this year, 5.5 next year. So inflation will be with us for some time. You have hiked interest rates twice just now. But if I may, I suppose my question is, it took a little while before action came in this respect, right? I mean, at Bruegel, we started monitoring the fiscal help that countries were giving to both to companies as well as to households back in September of last year. So we knew that inflation was going to be a problem, yet it took a long time to get there. Why did it take so long to come here?
Well, first of all, we started that journey of normalizing monetary policy in December. So yes, it could have been September, but we started the journey in December. In December, we decided that we were going to reduce net asset purchases, stop net asset purchases, whether it was under the normal asset purchase program or under the pandemic emergency program that we put in place, rightly so in my view, in order to deal with the phenomenal crisis that we faced. But we decided to stop net asset purchases, and as soon as net asset purchases had stopped, then we decided to move out of negative interest rates, in which we had been since 2014, and then to hike again. So we decided in a matter of 2 monetary policy meetings, 6 weeks apart, 125 basis point increases. So, I'm not challenging that we made some projection errors, like everybody else who was doing projections. Maybe because many of us are using the same models. But no one understood. I'll take you back a little bit further. You mentioned September of that year. I'll take you to December. So 18 months ago, roughly, 18 months ago. I'm sure that very few in this room remember where inflation was. It was in negative territory. December 2020, -3. Now we are at plus 9.1, the last reading of October. Minus 0.3, sorry. Minus 0.3, but negative. We are now, last reading, at 9.1. And our forecast for this year is a little north of 8 for the whole year, and moving towards 5.5 next year. So, yes, I think there was a general sense for a period of time that this inflation that was generated by the rotation of demand that we observed right after the recovery, from massive purchases of goods to pent-up demand in services in particular, many of us, I would say pretty much all projectionists, assumed that it was going to be transitory. Because in the textbook, supply bottlenecks eventually fade out. Energy prices eventually return. Well, this didn't happen. And what we are seeing and have been seeing for the last few months, and accelerated by the war in Ukraine, has been more persistent and of a magnitude that nobody had expected. But we started that journey in December.
With the normalization, yeah. Well, we are here now, and the inflation is projected 5.5, as you said, next year. I'm not going to comment on the forecast. I think that there's so many things we can say about forecasting, but in any case, we have to deal with the tools that we have. Yeah. But one thing we do know is that whatever we do now is not going to come into effect for another year and a half. It's going to take a long time to see the effects of the decisions that we take now. That's why it was important to ask the question, were we late in starting, you see. But so my question to you now is, given that now we have to wait for another 18 months to see the effects, and now you are actually, I think you are decisively increasing interest rates, are you afraid that maybe it will be stifled growth? Because, in a year and a half from now, maybe this war is over. I hope this war is over. Maybe the energy issue has normalized. Is it correct to now increase interest rates at quite the speed that we think increases are going to happen?
Returning stability of prices is the mission of the ECB. This is our primary objective, stated in the treaties, as I have just said, and this is what we have to do. Returning inflation to 2% in the medium term. And we will do what we have to do, which is to continue hiking interest rates in the next several meetings, as I have said at our last monetary policy meeting. We have to deliver on that. So our primary goal is not to reduce growth. Our primary goal is not to put people on the dole. Our primary goal is not to create a recession. Our primary objective is price stability, and we have to deliver on that. If we were not delivering, it would hurt the economy far more than if we do deliver on that point.
So if I may, you are trying to ensure that the inflation that we see is not entrenched. You say 60% is supply driven, the rest is, if I may call, demand or other things that are happening. So your hikes are there to prevent inflation from being entrenched, I think.
Because we're all seeing it. I mean, and thank you again, President, for hosting us at the Chamber. It's wonderful to be here in proximity of those who are in the trade, in the business, industrialists. In the business, there are wage negotiations taking place. There is anxiety on the part of those who see the bill at the end of the month, and with the electricity and the gas prices increasing. So those who sit at the negotiation tables need to appreciate that in the medium term, inflation will be returned to 2%. And that's what I mean by working on the inflation expectations, because we are very attentive to that. We not only look at what the models tell us, we look at what our scenarios tell us, we do sensitivity analysis, we look at surveys, we try to understand exactly what is in investors' mind, in consumers' minds, to see where it's heading. And we need to make sure that those inflation expectations stay anchored at 2%. That's really an important part of the job that we have to do at the moment, because we can impact second round effect. More difficult to impact the first round effect when they are predominantly energy driven.
President Lagarde, I want to ask you a question on communication. I know you care deeply about communication, about direct and clear communication.
I try.
Well, no, absolutely. The issue of forward guidance, the issue of telling us what you're going to do in the future, you just also told us right now. I was personally a bit surprised to see that you had told us that you're not going to tell us what you're going to do, and then you told us we will tell you what we're going to do. At the same time, you put a lot of emphasis on the issue of uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know where we're going. And my question to you is, how should communication be adjusted that quite when the degrees of uncertainty that we have out there are so big, when we don't know where we're going? Should we not go there slower, or should we go faster? And how should you adjust your communication when actually the future is quite so uncertain?
You're totally right that the future is extremely uncertain. And that's the reason why we decided that we would decide meeting by meeting on the basis of the data that we receive. And I think that in such uncertain times, to rely exceedingly on forward guidance would be a constraint and would not be good communication. Because if you communicate in terms of forward guidance that you're going to do this or that at such time, it will be state dependent, an uncertainty result in a completely different situation from what you had anticipated in your models, in your scenario analysis, in your sensitivities analysis. Then your forward guidance was wrong, you misguided those who carefully listened to you. So we think that in those uncertain times, and as we are no longer at the effective lower bound, so very, very low or close to that effective lower bound as we were, it's probably much safer and much more accountable to our mission to be data dependent and to decide meeting by meeting. Now, I gave a little bit of forward guidance by saying that, and I think it's based on sufficient analysis and facts, when I said that after the 125 basis points hikes of interest rates, that there will be more interest rate hikes in the next several meetings, because we are not at the neutral rate yet. This is our first destination on the journey, but we are not there, and we have to move there first, and then see what rate will deliver us the 2% inflation objective that we have for the medium term. So there is a little bit of forward guidance. It doesn't say by how much, it doesn't say the number of meetings, but it's a clear indication that we are on a path, the pace of which, the volume of which will be determined on the basis of data and meeting by meeting.
If I may, I would like to move on to another topic, a subject of conversation that has actually kept us busy for some time, and that is the new anti-fragmentation tool. And I think that's actually something that has created a lot of fans and a lot of those who are very critical about it. But I want to start by asking you, why is there a need for a new tool? Don't we have enough tools? I'm thinking of the ESM, I'm thinking of the OMT. There are different ways of dealing with the fragmentation risk. Why is there a need for a new tool?
We believe that not only should we deliver on monetary policy, but we must ensure that monetary policy is delivered across all member states. So if the reaction function applies predominantly in, 10 out of 19 countries, or 12 out of 19 countries, we haven't done our job. It has to apply throughout the entire euro area. So I think the transmission protection mechanism instrument is precisely aimed at that. If we assess that because of market dynamics that are unwarranted, our monetary policy is not transmitted throughout the euro area, and if the 4 criteria that we have put in place, which predominantly you can summarize as a well-behaved country by the rules of Europe, and if it is a proportionate instrument to use, in other words, it will serve the purpose that we have of transmitting monetary policy, then the Governing Council, in its collective wisdom, and of course borrowing the analysis of other institutes of quality and good standing, will trigger the transmission protection instrument, and will do so. It's one more instrument that we have in the toolbox, and it's intended for that specific purpose. Unwarranted market dynamics. We do have other tools. And, if the TPI has been used for no result, for whatever cause that is, then there will be other tools that we can use. And they are completely alive and available as well. And we will use all instruments of monetary policy in the toolbox in order to deliver on the primary objective and make sure that it is transmitted across the euro area. And it's not intended for one country or the other. The wheel turns, and we have to be attentive to all 19 member states.
But if I may, the unwarranted part is, of course, how are you going to apply this? What is unwarranted, and how do you go about identifying what is unwarranted? The tools that we have in our hands, do you think that will give you the confidence to say something is warranted by fundamentals and something is not unwarranted? And with that, if you could comment on that, that would be interesting. But also with that, a very important, one of the 4 criteria that you have there is that there is the debt behind the countries is sustainable. Mm-hmm. And you say that you're going to do your own analysis, but also do the analysis, look at the analysis of other institutions and come to a conclusion. Mm-hmm. If I may ask a little provocative question, but the debt sustainability of a country is as much economics as it is politics. And don't you think it would be better, certainly for the reputation of the central bank, to let other institutions decide what is sustainable and what is not sustainable? Why did you have a need to decide on yourself to do that?
First of all, because a central bank in current times is an independent institution. And I have to respect the collective wisdom of 20 governors and the executive board members around the table whose job it is to deliver on the mission. So it is the independence of the central bank to use the appropriate tool on the basis of a process that we have identified in relation to TPI, the 3-step assessment process, and the 4 criteria, one of which is fiscal sustainability. And that is intended not for us to suddenly become the ultimate judge of sustainability, because we will obviously use the analysis produced by institutions like the IMF, like the ESM, like the Commission, to name a few, because they do produce excellent analysis, not always on the same page, you're right, and there is a political dimension to it, absolutely, but you can try to eliminate as much as possible the political biases when you use several institutions. You know, as an anecdote, and I have some former IMF colleagues in the room, they will remember those days, when the Commission was publishing a debt sustainability analysis, when the IMF was publishing an IMF debt sustainability analysis for a country. And then we would go and visit the country, and that country would say, oh, I have a completely different analysis from yours. Sure. And this is, you know, smoke and mirrors. Well, in all fairness to those who are technical experts, they can really reduce the uncertainty to a minimal portion. And the fact that we are cross-checking and cross-referencing our own understanding, because we do have quite a few good analysts ourselves, and those produced by other reputable institutions, I think is the best guarantee we have of producing something that is independent, because that's clearly a necessity.
Thank you very much, President Lagarde. Given the time, if you allow me, I want to move into two more things, simply because they will be discussed very much today, later in different sessions. One is the international role of the euro, exchange rates, and how much you can see the euro becoming more of an international currency, and the other one is the digital euro. So let me take them one by one. There is actually going to be a session later with Martin here, will present a very interesting paper on the international role of the euro. If you look at the international reserves, the euro reserves internationally have been about 20% for the longest time. So 60% the dollar, 20% the euro. Do you think that there is a scope for the euro to take a bigger role? And in fact, should it?
You know, I can't help saying that the euro is the second international currency of reference. So 60% for the dollar, 20% for the euro, and the rest, the other 20% are allocated differently. You know, you've got sterling, Swiss francs, renminbi, of course, yen. So to remain the second is something that we should acknowledge. Can we do better? I'm sure we can. But in my humble view, and with tribute to Martin Mullhuisen's paper, which is really interesting, and I would concur with him on many points, there are three key attributes for a currency to become the international currency, if you will, or one of the main, that is more than 20%. First of all, you need a large, sizable economy. That's what I would call the weight. It has to be solid and large. I think, you know, Europe satisfies that criteria. The second one is the stability of all its institutions, of its economic framework, which gives predictability to those who trade and invest. You could dispute that in a few corners, but I think in the main, Europe also has to offer that stability. The third one, on which in my view we are short, is the depth of its capital market. And you know, many European leaders advocate it. I don't see many European countries actually moving forward with the project of really delivering on a European capital market that would be a union capital market. So we have good markets. Let's get it right. There's a good capital market in Germany, there's a good capital market in France, there's a good capital market in all those countries. But there is no union capital market where you can, you know, move smoothly from one to the other. And I really hope that we can achieve that. Now, of course, what do we deal with? The rivalries between places. We deal with the rivalry between authorities that supervise those markets. We deal with political sovereignty that is often associated with a member and not with the union. But we are not helping our cause of being stronger and more powerful as a currency if we keep on dealing with a fragmented market as we do. If you talk to investors, they say that very clearly. That in and of itself would not be enough to make us totally efficient, and the union would have to be deeper in other respects. But the capital market union is really an element that is missing in the three pillars that I associate with a very strong international currency. The United States has all three, no question about it. One more point about this. There is research now that really points in the direction of the relationship between trade and reserves. In other words, the more you trade in dollars, the more dollar reserves you want to have. The more you trade in euros, the more euros you generally have in your reserves. So there is a linkage between trade and reserves. By the way, we in the euro area, we benefit from the union in that respect. Because about 60, I stand to be corrected, President, because I'm sure you have the trade numbers better than I do. I used to have them well, but about 60% of the trade that we conduct is actually within and between members of the euro area. And we trade in euros. We don't trade in alternative currencies at home within the euro area. So there is a portion of our trade that is exposed to forex risk. But 60% of it is within the euro area.
So just to be clear then the reason why we might want for the euro to become a stronger and more popular currency is because it's going to generate more trade and therefore more welfare.
I don't want to jump to conclusion. I think the observation is that the more trade you have, the more reserve you have. But it's obvious that the stronger the currency, the easier it is. You know, when you go and visit Vietnam, or when you go and try to invest in whichever country, typically the relationship ends up with how much, and then in what currency, and who takes the exchange risk. Well, if we have a strong currency, you can negotiate in euro rather than have to go through either the local currency of the country in which you invest or with which you trade, or the dollar, which is often referred to as the currency of reference because of its role as an international currency.
If I may pick on one of the things you said on the depth of the capital markets, I think as the one missing,
Yeah.
Slightly diverging a little bit of the role of the currency, but the creation of the depth of markets in the euro area is something that we have been at it for some time.
Yeah.
We have been 10 years.
More than 10 years. Yeah.
More than 10 years. What, in your view, is the one thing that we need to do next in order to really create the conditions for capital markets to develop and thrive in Europe?
Well, what makes the strength of the US capital market is treasury bills, treasury bonds. This is something that we have in a scattered way, not in a unified way. And the only instrument that I can think of which is vaguely similar to that would be the European instrument that are issued by the Commission to finance Next Generation EU. But that has been defined and agreed as an ad hoc instrument to deal with the pandemic. Will we go further than that? It's not for the central bank to decide. Would it help setting up a strong capital market with depth? Of course it would.
Thank you for that. I'm looking at the time. I really want to talk also about one more last thing, the digital euro.
We're here for the rest of the day now.
Well, exactly. First of all, I like to commend the Atlantic Council because they have produced a wonderful database on where countries and central banks are with regards to digital currencies. But again, talking about the euro area, I am, certainly for the benefit of our audience, I am a bit puzzled why, don't we already have a digital euro? I never pay with cash, I only pay with digital money. What is a central bank digital currency?
All right, to keep it super simple, I would say that it's a digital banknote with a little less anonymity than the paper banknote, okay? Because it is issued, guaranteed by the central bank. Am I saying that banknotes will disappear? No. And, that's the beauty of Europe. you are fine paying with your plastic cards or with your phone or using whatever token you use. But in other countries, people are still very happy to hold banknotes in their pocket and to pay quite significant purchases with cash. Mm-hmm. I happen to be one of those. I like banknotes. I'm sorry. I use plastic cards on my phone eventually, but yeah, there is an attachment to cash that exists in many countries. If you look at the moment, I think there is a referendum in Austria to argue with public opinion support against a directive by the Commission to actually require that any payment north of 10,000 euros be made not in cash. Well, the Austrians are not happy with that, as I understand, because they want to be able to use cash. Now, there are multiple reasons why it is legitimate to not have those huge payments in cash, because you want traceability, you want to fight money laundering, you want to fight tax evasion, da-da-da-da-da-da. But do you know what is the first thing that we found out when we did the first survey and sort of client testing? We found that all those who are interested in a digital euro, that would be a central bank guaranteed payment system, peer-to-peer and otherwise, they say that the one thing that we really care about is privacy. And privacy, I think, has been, there are countries in Europe which have suffered from lack of privacy. And these countries are particularly attached to their privacy. But second, I think there have been enough scandals in the last few years of companies that have collected data through payments, notably, and otherwise, and that have monetized those data by selling databases, by producing artificially intelligence-produced in-depth analysis of you, me, and others, and they don't want that. So, I think it's, in addition to being the sort of central bank guaranteed digital banknote, it's also a digital payment that should be available if people want it. If Europeans don't want it, then we shouldn't go there. But we should be ready if they want it, because we provide the guarantee that those data will never be exploited for commercial purposes. Whether people pay to buy their bread, or they pay to buy their cars, or what kind of medicine they purchase, what kind of frequency they go to hospital, is none of our business as central banks. It can be the business of private sector data collectors who happen to find out lots of interesting things about us. This is not the business of a central bank, and it should never be.
Do you think that, and also linking it to the previous question, maybe a digital euro will actually make it more popular outside the EU borders?
Could well be, but for that, and maybe we circle back to the Atlantic Council purpose and the transatlantic relationship. And what the Council has always aimed at and for, this has to be coordinated with others. We cannot, a digital currency is borderless. It shouldn't be borderline, and it should certainly cross the line, which is why I think it should be regulated and properly supervised. But it can facilitate cross-border payments, big way, which is why between the United States authorities, the European authorities, and others beyond that, we need to compare notes. We need to check what the imperatives are. We need to understand what is the ideal supervision and regulatory mechanism, so that we have something that, systems and currencies in digital form that can talk to each other, even at retail level, and certainly more so at wholesale level. So I'm so pleased that the Atlantic Council is doing this CBDC tracker and is facilitating a dialogue between the authorities. I think it's great. We need it.
Absolutely. President Lagarde, thank you very much. That's all we have time for today. Thank you for your very frank and very clear answers, and thank you for taking the time to join us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I give the... I'll give the floor back to Josh.
Maria, thank you so much. President Lagarde, thank you for helping us open the Frankfurt
He's
Forum.
the Josh that I was referring to, by the way. And so, Julia must be somewhere.
She is somewhere. I'm Josh Lipsey, the director of the Atlantic Council GeoEconomics Center. Our program is going to continue in a moment, but first I ask everyone to remain in their seats as President Lagarde departs.
Okay.
Thank you again. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so as you have heard a little bit this morning through reference to our CBDC tracker, Central Bank Digital Currency Tracker, we care a lot about data, both at the Atlantic Council and our partners at Atlantic-Brücke. And so what we're going to do now is a little bit different from a conference you may have been at before. We're going to do a deep dive data presentation to set the scene before we go into our first high-level panel. And this is going to be a deep dive data presentation, 15 minutes on the US-EU relationship on trade. And I'm really so honored to bring up Sonnet Frisbee, Managing Director, Geopolitical Risk for Morning Consult, a leading public opinion firm, to take us through the presentation. Sonnet, over to you.
All right. I know a data deep dive doesn't maybe sound like that exciting after hearing Christine Lagarde talk about issues that I know affect all of our lives. But I do thank you for the opportunity to Atlantic Council, to Atlantic-Brücke. As Josh mentioned, I'm from a company called Morning Consult, and we're a data intelligent decisions company. And for our purposes, what does that actually mean is a question that I get a lot. It means we do surveys, and it means we do a lot of surveys. So we do about 30,000 surveys every day in 44 countries around the globe. And I have the really fun job of then getting to use that data to do geopolitical risk analysis. Who am I? I'm Sonnet Frisbee, as Josh mentioned. Thanks, Josh, for the introduction. Formerly at the US State Department, and I'm also a true transatlanticist. I've worked in Warsaw and in the Czech Republic. Und ich habe auch einen Austausch gemacht in der deutschsprachigen Gemeinschaft in Belgien. So, a very strange place to learn German, but it's always a pleasure to come back and get to practice a little bit. So, as Josh mentioned, I'm going to do a deep dive for you on a couple of pieces of our data. So part one, I'm going to look at the transatlantic take on trade. And I'm going to do this in two parts. First of all, I want to give you sort of a general overview of our transatlantic relationship as seen through public opinion on both sides of the Atlantic. And sort of the shorthand for what this is going to tell you is our relationship is really complicated. We know each other really well, which can both be good. It can also be a bit of a problem. And I'll go into that. And then I'm going to talk a little bit more specifically about supply chains and international trade. So I mentioned we know each other pretty well. This is the United States, so surveying in the US on views towards NATO and the European Union. And I'm using NATO and the European Union as a bit of a proxy rather than giving you all of the data on how Americans feel about individual countries. We do actually have that data if someone is interested. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of fascinating nuance. What I want to bring your attention to here, however, is the huge jump. This is usually a pretty stable data set and time series, the huge jump after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So you can really see that Americans, we got sort of a rally around the flag effect in the transatlantic relationship after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The European picture is a little bit more interesting. And since I just said I worked in Warsaw and the Czech Republic, I have to point out that in most of my presentation when I talk about Europe, unfortunately I'm talking about data, or fortunately, from the largest 5 European economies. So this is an average of Germany, France, Italy, Spain, and the UK. And in some cases, when I'm speaking only about the European Union or specific issues specific to the European Union, I'll let you know that I've booted the UK out. So what's really interesting here, which you may have already picked up on, is you see that same big jump after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in how Western Europeans are viewing the US and NATO. But what we then see is really big and significant drops right after the shooting in Uvalde, Texas, and then again after the Supreme Court decision on Roe versus Wade. Now, you're at a GeoEconomics conference and I'm talking about a school shooting and a court decision, but what this says to me is our relationship is so deep and Europeans really are paying attention to what we would consider purely domestic US issues, and those can actually bleed over into our transatlantic relationship. And then you might be asking, okay, well, are our priorities aligned? Do sort of people on both sides of the Atlantic What do they want us to cooperate on? And I said I would let you know when it was European Union, so the UK is not in this. This is a question that I structured around the TTC and many of the working groups. And then I also added some sort of evergreen issues that we cooperate on transatlantically. And you'll see a lot of overlap, which I think is very good news, but then you'll also see some divergence. So I'll bring the attention to one of the areas of overlap, securing supplies of oil and gas. Always very popular, always every month when I survey, number 1 or number 2. And then maybe an area of divergence, this idea of export controls, so preventing dual-use technology from being exported to an unfriendly third country, much higher priority in the United States than in Europe. And indeed, if we start looking at some of the other issues, US citizens talk about coordinating China policy, which doesn't show up on the top 7 of the list. I did the top 7, there were 21 options, so sort of just cut it into a third and give you what people's priorities are there. And then Europeans, you'll see some that don't even show up on the American list, like scientific cooperation being much more important to Europeans transatlantically. So that's sort of a general overview, and now I want to look at some of the more specific issues. So people ask me all the time, okay, Sanat, public opinion data, do people really care about these issues? Well, some of them. I would say don't ask them, what do you think about the Trade and Technology Council? But if we do what we call a seen, read, heard, have you seen, read, or heard something recently about these issues? Supply chain issues are actually pretty high and top of mind for people. And these are general population surveys. So again, you can see Europe and the US roughly in line on many of these issues. And I have sanctions against Russia as sort of a baseline, because obviously very high penetration, but very high issue penetration for supply chain issues on semiconductors, critical minerals, and to a lesser but still pretty high extent compared to some of the other issues, friendshoring. So then you say, okay, people really care about these issues. I asked, well, okay, what do you want the US and Europe to cooperate on? How do you view cooperation on critical supply chain issues like semiconductors, since that is the one with the highest issue penetration with people? And on both sides of the Atlantic, again, the UK is not in this one, people really favor cooperation on supply chains. And I take that to mean that efforts, for example, to deconflict on, for example, subsidies on chips, which both of our respective authorities have passed, will meet with public approval. Okay, Prime Minister Truss's recent comments notwithstanding, I have been surveying for quite a while on support for free trade agreements. So support for both a US-UK and a US-EU free trade agreement are very high on both sides of the Atlantic. Perhaps a surprise to some of you, higher in Europe, both the UK and in the EU than in the United States. But I had a conversation with one of the conference participants who said, okay, yeah, favorability is great, but dig down into what people actually mean. And so I have done that, fortunately. As any of us know, I'm a veteran of sort of the TTIP era and was working on economic issues during that time. I said, you know, I think people think something different when they say I want trade or I want free trade with Europe. So I asked them, what do you think trade relationships should be based on? And for some of the economists in the room, you might be, I don't know, dismayed or surprised, maybe not, to see that what people said, yes, I want trade, and trade should protect labor and environmental standards. That's what trade should be. Okay, and then coming in second, trade relationship should be based on protecting my domestic industries. So again, what do people mean by trade? So you don't get into the purely commercial aspect until third. And then at the very bottom of the list, and I think this is a cautionary note to policymakers, is trade could be used as a foreign policy tool. So as we're at a conference thinking about using the engines of the economy as a foreign policy tool, I think this is very useful for people thinking about how we communicate that to publics and how we make them understand the value. And then you might be thinking, okay, well, what does favorability matter? Does it matter if we like each other for issues like the ones we're talking about today? This is a slightly more complicated graph, so I'll go into it a bit. This is in a broader set of sort of Western countries, so Australia, Canada, France, Germany, and Japan, and the UK. And we asked them about one another, and then we added the US, Russia, and China. And we said, okay, is this country an ally, a friend, an enemy, maybe unfriendly but not an enemy? And that's on the x-axis. And then on the y-axis, we said, do you like imports from this country? How do you feel about the products? And I think it's it's a replicable result that is in the economic literature already, but it's very easy to see when you put it up like this. People prefer imports and prefer to buy products from countries that they think are their allies, which I think is very good news for the transatlantic relationship. You see a lot of water between sort of the US and all of the Western countries clustered up at the top right, and then Russia and China down at the bottom left. And I thought, okay, great. So perhaps companies can use this sentiment to sort of offset some of their costs of friendshoring or reshoring their supply chains. Maybe. So I asked people about reshoring and friendshoring and sort of defined these terms. And unfortunately, only 1 in 4 people say that they would actually pay more for goods that were friendshored versus reshoring, which was closer to 1/3 in the countries where I surveyed. And it's not on this slide, but I then asked, okay, if you said that you would pay more, how much more would you be willing to pay? Because in my mind, if I'm a company thinking of reshoring my supply chain, maybe I can offset some of my costs. And people said 1% to 5% was the most common response. A few, the next was 5 to 10%, but not sort of huge potential there, I think, for companies to use this favorability. So this is the end of the first half. If you enjoyed it, good news. I'll be back later to set up some of the other afternoon presentations. But just as a recap, the transatlantic relationship, very complicated. We do like each other, but we perhaps are a little bit too much in each other's business. We very much have complicated views of the other side. And then supply chain and international trade. People favor cooperation, but with some caveats. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanit, for showing us some of the data deep dive that'll illustrate some of this, of the trade relationship. Good morning, I'm Julia Friedlander. I'm the CEO of Atlantic-Brücke. Pleasure to be joined by members of our board, including Chairman and Vice Chancellor Sigmar Gabriel. I'm about to introduce the first panel of the morning looking at trade and transatlantic trade, TTC and IPEF. So I'd like to welcome a distinguished panel. We're changing the chairs for a minute. And to lead up and to moderate, I'd welcome Clete Willems, a former colleague of mine at the White House, who was former Deputy Assistant to the President for International Economics, and also G7 and G20 Sherpa. And I think, colleagues, okay. Here we go.
The end here. Got some things on. Oh, did you already introduce us? Oh, great. Well, thanks everyone for being here for our discussion today on trade. I really hope to make it a very lively discussion, and we've got a great group of panelists here to facilitate that. Let me quickly introduce everyone before we get started. I'll start over on that end with my good friend Beth Baltzan from USTR. We're also joined by Kenneth Kang from the IMF, from Anahita Toms from Baker McKenzie, and Rupert Schmegel-Melch from DG Trade. And to tee up our discussion today, what I'd like to do first is take a couple minutes and introduce a paper that I worked on with Niles Graham with the Atlantic Council about TTC, IPEF, and the road to an Indo-Pacific trade. And what we try to do with this paper was really look at the different frameworks that the Biden administration is negotiating, try to assess where we think they're on the right track, and also look at where we think there's room for improvement and how can we get the most out of these various initiatives. And I want to start with the good, and I want to start with the positives. And I think, first of all, kudos to the administration for just being in the game. And I think the vibe here this week, since I've been in town, is great. And I think the transatlantic relationship is on a very good footing. And I will say, as someone who was in the Trump administration, this was something we didn't prioritize enough. And I'm really glad to see us being able to put aside some of our differences and longstanding disputes and work towards a place where we're working together. I think you can see the same thing happening in the Indo-Pacific. And people have different views in the United States about the TPP, but I think we can all agree that withdrawing from the TPP without a viable economic framework for the region was a mistake, and I'm glad to see the administration tackling that head on. Another virtue, I think, to their approach is the flexibility. And the TTC in particular was remarkably flexible. We didn't envision Russia and Ukraine being such a big issue when this was formed, and it was able to pivot very quickly and produce some really high-level results when it came to sanctions, when it came to export controls and issues of that nature. And if you look at the IPEF, you have the whole nature of the framework is meant to be flexible. You have flexibility in terms of what are the different commitments and the pillars that countries can join. And then even within the individual pillars, there is some flexibility based on their level of development. And I think it's really good to see the administration embracing an approach that isn't one size fit all, because it lets us make progress with a lot of different partners who may not be ready for a more comprehensive agreement. And then the third virtue, I think, is really the scope. And going beyond what we think of as traditional trade agreement issues and looking at things like export controls, looking at things like investment screening, and then tackling what is one of the big challenges of today, which is the issue around supply chains. So that's the good. Now, where do we have advice and recommendations for improvement? We have a lot in this paper, and I'm not going to go through all of it, but I would encourage you to read it, and as you do, think about it in terms of three major themes. The first one is how do we raise ambition within each of these frameworks? The second is how do we create synergy between what's happening with the TTC and what's happening in the Indo-Pacific? How do we avoid the spaghetti bowl effect where you have conflicting rules and standards in different areas? And then third, how do we actually look towards tomorrow? How do we get back to a place where we are really doing true comprehensive trade deals again, and how can we create these fora so that they're a stepping stone to that? And then we get very specific in some of these areas, and I'll just mention a few that I think are notable. First, on the TTC. Great job, as I mentioned, on Russia. Let's build on that. Let's build on the success we've had on coordinated export controls when it comes to China. Let's build on that when it comes to investment screening. And let's look at harvesting some of the good things we had in the Trump administration where we were trying to coordinate on rules around non-market economies at the WTO, what we were calling the trilateral process with Japan. So I'd like to see more of that on China. I also think we can't be shy about dealing with today's bilateral trade irritants. And I get it. We don't want to relitigate Boeing. We don't want to relitigate biotech or hormones. But there are issues in our relationship today that could be tomorrow's trade war if we don't get our arms around them. And I think from a US perspective, I think about the EU's digital agenda and the way that that targets certain US companies. And I think that should be fair game. And I think Rupert's going to tell us in a minute what some of the things are that the EU would want to bring into the equation. But I think it is fair game to look at some of the US localization policies, to look at maybe some of the policies that the US has around clean energies, and in particular, the electric vehicle tax credit. The two other things I'll mention on the TTC is in terms of synergy, I would also like to see some of the same supply chain commitments in IPEF done with the EU. And then in terms of building towards a future where we can have a comprehensive agreement, I'd like to see if we can do an early harvest from some of the things in TTIP where we had agreement before the negotiations broke down, and whether or not those are things we could still look at doing. Turning to IPEF, the big issue, of course, is market access. And the US has decided that they don't want to put tariff cuts into the equation for this agreement. And I think a lot of folks look at this, the US business community and our trading partners, and I think there's a real question about whether the US can truly achieve its goals around supply chain resilience and its goals about reducing reliance on China if it doesn't have market access commitments. And remember, there's not a blank slate in this region. We've already got the CPTPP, we've got RCEP, And so how are we going to compete with tariff cutting agreements when we don't put those on the table? It's very hard to see. I also don't see how we're going to get the high level of high level of commitments on labor and the environment that we'd like to see from our trading partners without the promise of US market access. So that is our big recommendation when it comes to the IPEF, but recognizing that that may not be possible today or tomorrow, we also look at different ways in which we could replicate market access in the short term through regulatory harmonization, customs procedures, and maybe even looking at infrastructure financing. Again, on the synergy front, I would also like to see an export control component there, because if you look at who do we need to be working with to deal with what I saw up there in the survey about denying technologies to China that we're concerned about, we need to be dealing with our partners in the Indo-Pacific like Japan and Korea. So let me just turn over to the panelists in a second here. I know they're going to have a lot to say in response. But what I want to conclude is I want to make two quick points here. One is on the political viability of this. And I know a lot of people may listen to me speaking and say, this is totally unrealistic. How could we actually do this when our public is skeptical of trade? And in the US, I have an easy answer for you, which is, remember this agreement called NAFTA that was super unpopular a couple years ago? Well, what did we do? Ambassador Tai worked very closely with the Trump administration, found a way to address some of the challenges around labor, environment, outsourcing, issues like that, and had the strongest bipartisan vote that we've had in years for a trade agreement. So it is possible, and I think we can do that again. And then why does this really matter to the EU? I think if we're being realistic about the WTO, it's not meeting the challenge of setting new rules. And so if we are really going to find a way to create a set of rules that's based on our values and to spread that globally, we need to look at other alternatives. And I think we need to go to China's backyard, which also happens to be the fastest growing region in the world, and figure out if ultimately, once the US can get its head around a high standard agreement, can we get Europe to join as well? And so that's where I really think we need to be thinking about for the future. So enough from me. I know there are going to be lots of comments from our panelists on what I've had to say, and I look forward to that. And Beth, let me start with you. We've talked a lot in the past about the administration's approach to trade. And one of the things you frequently said is that you felt, and your administration feels, that in the past we have often prioritized efficiency over resilience. And I get that. I think there's some truth to that, and that maybe we do need to look at new approaches. But my question to you is this. If we're talking about resilience in the sense of having a diverse set of supply chains, if we're talking about, as I understand it in the US context, about reducing our reliance on China for critical goods, how do you do that if you don't have market access commitments as part of your Indo-Pacific strategy?
Great, thank you so much, Cleet. Thanks to everyone. It's great to be here today. And let me just explain a little bit of context about my position. I'm a senior advisor to Ambassador Tai. This is a huge time of change. This conference is an example of how we are all trying to come together to figure out where to go in this extraordinarily dynamic environment. And so she has two senior advisors. We operate as an internal think tank for the ambassador to try to help think through some of the challenges that Cleet has identified. Let me just say a couple of things. First of all, we tend to think of market access as tariff liberalization. They are not necessarily the same thing for a couple of reasons. For a long time at the GATT, we did tariff liberalization, tariff negotiations. In 1974, Congress authorized the executive branch in the United States to negotiate what we call non-tariff barriers, behind-the-border barriers, precisely because you could negotiate tariff liberalization agreements that were then undone through these other measures. So we want to think about market access very holistically, and I think you'll see in the TTC. Oh, is that not working? Is it on? Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Sorry, do I need to repeat? I know we have a little bit of time.
I could hear you.
Could folks hear what I was saying?
Hopefully most folks could.
Yeah, okay. All right, good. So I think we have to be very clear about what we mean by market access. There are many provisions in the agreements that are being discussed in the fora that exist that do go to market access. So something like in agriculture, non-tariff barriers are more of an issue for small agricultural companies than the tariff barriers because it's binary. You either access that market or you don't. You don't have that sort of tariff margin to play with. So I think it's really important for us to be clear about what we mean by market access. And secondly, on the question of tariff liberalization, I think there's one sentence in the paper that I would love for us to be able to talk about, which is that the TPP would have reduced our supply chain dependency on China. And I think this is an issue where it's extraordinarily technical. You have to be conversant with the product-specific rules of origin in TPP to know. The truth of the matter is, a lot of the industrial rules in TPP allow more than 50% of the content to come from non-TPP partners. This was a huge issue when I was on Capitol Hill when TPP was being discussed. So if you're talking about diversifying your supply chains, you don't want it to just be the finished product. You want to think about the entire supply chain, because if you have a supply chain that's got 2,000 components and any one of those components is concentrated in one particular location, you haven't really succeeded in diversifying. So I'd love to talk more about efficiency and resiliency and all of those things, but I'll perhaps leave it there for now.
Thanks, Beth, and that's great. And I think an area where you and I would agree would be that if it were to become viable for the US to rejoin the TPP, one of the things we would need to do is to take a hard look at those rules of origin and figure out if we could make them more workable from our standpoint. And that's exactly what we did in NAFTA. And which is why I sort of hold that out there as a model and maybe a hope of something we could look at in the future. Rupert, I want to go to you next and talk about the TTC. And as I mentioned, I think everyone in this room will agree, great job on Russia, and really that's something to be proud of. And I think it was made possible by this fora. But let's talk about what's next. And there is some concern that the discussion, in particular around China, hasn't progressed as much as many in the US would have liked to have seen. So I'd just like your opinion on where do you think we go next here? Does China become more of a focal point? Is it something else? What's your view?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Cleet. And before I do that, I'll take my liberty to jump the question a little bit. I'd like to say maybe one word on the context. Because 5 or 10 years ago, you would not have invited somebody, a trade nerd like me, to a geoeconomic conference. At the time we were doing trade, I was actually 10 years ago finishing negotiation with Ukraine on a free trade negotiation. We had no idea about the geopolitics of that agreement as it then played out later on. 5 years ago, or a little bit more, Sigmar Gabriel is in the audience, we were having a TTIP-Beirat. Das war eine unglaubliche Veranstaltung über Kulturhoheit and other things. We were talking about trade rules in our silo. There was a geopolitical element to work closer with the US, okay, but that's always been there, the transatlantic relationship. Because we are the biggest trade and investment relationship in the world. Even at the time, we said our relative weight is shrinking, so we have to do better to leverage that. And this geopolitical element, of course, now has come out to the fore in a completely different way. We had a much more increased rivalry between the US and China, which hit us on export controls, for example, because we're not part of the conversation. We had the pandemic. Resilience became a huge issue, not only vis-a-vis one particular country. I'm going back to your question soon.
It's okay.
Resilience is also active pharmaceutical ingredients from India, for example. And then we had the question of security, which was really not there the way it is now, because we now have not only our trade, which our trade policy was meant to be efficient, just in time, don't care much about the rest. Now we have this triangle. You want to be efficient because that's jobs, that's growth, let's not forget, and that's why tariffs are important. You want to be resilient, and there might be a clash. If you really want to be resilient, it might not be as cheap. No? And you have security, where you're actually thinking about decoupling, although there is a business case. In that triangle, we now have to work, and trade policy is now part of it. It's no longer, as we saw, something somewhere down there. And this is why we came up after we saw that for political reasons, domestic reasons in the US and the EU, TTIP would not go forward, which was a great project, I have to say, but there we are. You have to deal with what you have. We came up with this new format, the Trade and Tech Council, at the nexus of trade, security, and technology. Because the other thing, which of course has happened, digital trade, digitalization is a huge issue which permeates all areas of trade. So we came up with this format, and not to come back to your question as something which is maybe just against one particular part of the world, because there are many components in there in the TTIP format. We work on standards on artificial intelligence. That's relevant for us, but it's also relevant for China, but also Russia. We work on issues like semiconductor supply chains. That is an issue which is very much linked to China, but it's also, of course, a supply chain which is hugely complex. There are hundreds of products there, as we have seen. We work on issues like export controls, where we want to align our thinking and not be subject to each other measures, and then find out our companies have different conflicting requirements. Can you trade with this entity? What if I have components from the US in my export? What do I do with re-exports? All of these technical issues. We have a much better discussion, because we will decouple partially from China, but there won't be a wholesale. Look at the numbers. There is not a wholesale decoupling for that. It has to be surgical, and for that we need a good discussion that TTC provides. But we also work on bilateral issues to make our trade better, on conformity assessment. It's not tariffs which really hinder you these days, especially when tariffs are 3-4% between the EU and the US. You have all the regulatory, the technical regulations, how to get your product into the market. And we're all regulating like crazy in the EU and more in the US, but also in the US. So there is a lot of stuff to be done, and the Trade Council is that. It looks at the future. It's more about regulation, not so much on tariffs. It's about looking at the resilience, the security vis-à-vis other parts of the world, and making the best of the EU-US deep trade and investment partnership at the same time.
Great. No, there's a lot that I want to follow up on, but I want to bring in a couple of our other panelists first. Anahita, I want to go to you and get your perspective from the business community that you work with in terms of how they're viewing the TTC and what some of their priorities might be, and how is the US and the EU doing so far?
I think that the TTC is clearly identifying the main challenges, but the real question for the businesses are, how does it help me to become more resilient and to really do my business without the necessity to always over-comply, to comply with the regulations, and at the same time not to miss out on many opportunities. So what we are really seeing is, of course, there is collaboration on export controls, on sanctions, on foreign direct investment. On the resilience part, I think the expectations are really high, that it becomes more concrete, and that there is more transparency, more digital tools that will be developed jointly. So I think it's in part still very theoretical for the companies, and the expectation is to really be helpful and practical.
That's helpful. Ken, let me bring you in now here, and we've talked a lot about both tariffs and then also, I guess, what we would characterize as sort of, beyond the border issues about regulatory convergence and issues like that. And I guess from more of a broader macroeconomic standpoint, how do you see, I'm not going to ask you to prioritize, but I mean, if you're thinking about the US and the EU and you're thinking about what's going on in the Indo-Pacific, I mean, how do you see these issues playing together when we're thinking about what's really needed to change supply chain policy, or at least to change supply chain decisions for companies?
Thanks also to the organizers for inviting me today. So let me touch on two issues that you raised on efficiency and resilience from the perspective of macroeconomics, and then talk about some of the issues that you raised regarding Transatlantic and the Indo-Pacific framework here. So I think you're right that you and other panelists have noted we have seen a rise in the risks of trade fragmentation arising from geopolitical and economic tensions. And this is going to create more uncertainty in the trade process. This is going to have costs. At the IMF, we've done some research looking at one aspect, in particular, technology decoupling or technological fragmentation. And in a scenario where the world develops technological hubs that do not fully trade with each other, you could see significant economic losses in some of these countries, up to 5% of GDP. And the most stark finding is that it's the smaller countries, it's those countries that lack access to global supply chains that will be hurt the most. And this is from a combination not just of lower global trade, but also lower diffusion of technology and access to larger markets. And this is a problem, not just for the hubs, but for the developing world in particular. And the actual cost could even be higher because this does not account for things like trade and financial fragmentations. And the fact that we may be moving in a transition to a more disruptive, steady state, where there'll be very heightened trade policy uncertainty and difficulties in reaching global cooperation on some of the global challenges like climate change. On the issue of economic resilience that you mentioned here, this is also an important issue. There are benefits to economic diversification. We've done some analysis looking at, in a world that we are now with much more supply shocks, further trade fragmentation, the lack of diversification would exacerbate, amplify these shocks. If you take a scenario where you have a high degree of diversification, this can mitigate the impact of these supply shocks by much as a half, which is fairly significant. If you look across the world, there is a high degree of home bias in importing intermediate inputs. For example, firms in the Western Hemisphere, they domestically source about 82% of their inputs. Europe does a little bit better at about 60%. But that's just that there's a significant scope for countries to diversify their intermediate inputs by importing more from overseas. So the tendency to reshore or to friendshore will only worsen diversification. It will make countries more susceptible to such supply shocks and raise the overall cost of production. So what does this mean in terms of the way forward? I think the priorities are fairly clear. We need to really strengthen the rules-based trade system, make it more open and more predictable. This includes going through the WTO, despite the many challenges that it faces. We need to have better trade dispute settlement systems. We need to have more access in new areas such as e-commerce and services. And I very much give credit to Cleet in his paper for highlighting some of the new innovative approaches that we've seen in the TTC and the IPF. I think this could be the basis for pushing forward on a global effort to strengthen the multilateral system. And it'll be very important that as these initiatives go forward, that all countries have access to these initiatives as long as they're willing to abide by and implement fully the new common standards.
Those are some really great comments. And Beth, I want your reaction, and Rupert too, because this goes to sort of what is the US goal with IPEF, and how do we view these different initiatives vis-a-vis activity at the WTO? And I'm a huge fan of the WTO, but I've also grown skeptical about its ability to update rules in recent years. And so for you, Beth, and then Rupert, I want you to come in as well. I mean, how do you see IPEF, TTC, and these other bodies as being able to replicate and push forward the conversation that needs to happen globally?
I mean, as I said earlier, we're in a paradigm shift, fundamental change in the way we are thinking about the organization of the global economy. How do you push forward with that kind of change? Very hard to do when you need consensus across 164 different members. The other point you highlighted was flexibility. We've got, Ambassador Tai talks about globalization 2.0. We have to figure out what that looks like. Right. And that's why having these different fora with different partners with different priorities helps us figure out what that might look like. If I could, I'd like to come back to the point of resiliency and diversification and efficiency. And something that I think is important to take into account is we think of efficiency as the optimal use of resources. That's not necessarily what our trade regimes have incentivized. It isn't necessarily optimal use of resources. It's the cheapest cost you can get for the most part for an input. And that is what has contributed to labor rights suppression, failure to enforce environmental rules, or even having weak environmental rules in the first place. And governments have been able to compete on that basis. That's what we mean by the race to the bottom. It's why you see very, very concentrated supply chains in certain regions that leads to the conversation about diversification, so that you're not dependent on a single source of supply for some of these inputs. And so that's part of the reason Clete, it's been bipartisan since 2007 that the United States has put labor and environmental rules in its agreements enforceably, and I believe the European Union is moving in that direction. But I think it's really important as we think about cost increases to fully account for the fact that externalities haven't been priced into the current cost structure. And so, yes, the prices will look higher. The goal, I think, should be that we are pricing in externalities like labor and like environment.
So Beth, I agree with all of this, but I want to push you just a little bit here. I accept everything you say, and I think that the conclusion I draw from that is we do need to have higher level standards on labor environment in our trade agreements. But I don't see how it then follows that we're keeping traditional market access and tariffs off the table. I don't think you'd suggest that our tariffs are designed in a way that fully accounts for externalities. I think that that's something you would do through other means. And I have the tariff chart here. I was just looking at this, and I've heard you say before, you know, the U.S. tariffs are so low, so it's not really that big of a deal to other countries. And, you know, when you talk to them, they may have a different answer. So again, I'm just trying to understand, I get it that we need a new paradigm, but why are we taking away elements of the old paradigm that I'm not sure, I'm convinced were part of the problem? So how would you respond to that?
So if you look, I'm so sorry, I'm going to come back to rules of origin. You know, how many are there? 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 product-specific rules of origin in any given trade agreement. One of the reasons TPP was 6,000 pages long is all of those market access commitments in the rules of origin. You have to reevaluate every one of those rules, at least in the sectors you care about, through the prism we're talking about right now, which is what do we mean by resiliency? And so when Ambassador Tai says that the old model of trade agreements doesn't factor in supply chain resiliency, that's part of what she means. It's a huge project for us to undertake. And so I think we have to be cognizant. And I don't think you want to lead with something you're not sure you can deliver.
So you and I are going to have a lot of conversations about rules of origin in the future. I can't wait.
Nobody's ever said that.
Rupert, let me bring you in here to sort of talk about the EU view on the Indo-Pacific. And how do you see that? And is there an opportunity for us to be working together to be promoting our values around labor and environment in that region?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Again, I'm going to skirt your question a little bit because you also asked about the WTO. I think for those who don't work with this every day, I just want to make one point how important the World Trade Organization is. Because there is no sovereign right to ship your goods anywhere in the world under certain rules unless you have an agreement, which is the WTO. I'll give you a very practical example of a scare we had 6 months ago. Some countries came back to this idea, oh, we have tariffs on goods, why not have tariffs on data flows? We have e-commerce, it's free, but there is no rule except the moratorium in the WTO not to impose something. Because of the huge flow of data, which is more and more important, you think, that might be a revenue. And I might also control some other things, by the way, about the stuff I don't want to have to come in. There's only the WTO which has any rule on that unless you have a free trade agreement. We don't have that with China, for example. So just be aware, this is not theoretical. The rules-based system allows the German machinery industry to ship their stuff around the world and protects you against export restrictions as well. We've seen this in the food security crisis to some extent. Actually, there are not many rules on that, but there are some rules. You can stop shipping your grain to other parts of the world. You can do nothing about it unless you have rules. And our FTAs, for example, the EU, also look at the export side a lot because we import a lot before we can export again. So just to make this little point, I think that's why we believe that WTO has to be strengthened. We can do stuff in free trade agreements, and the EU is much more active still than the US. We are now negotiating with India, with Indonesia, coming back to your part of the Indo-Pacific. We have a two-strong strategy. We want a rules-based approach with those countries where they're ready to go in free trade agreements. Vietnam is a good example. We have that. We have Singapore. We're negotiating with some others. But we also want this other conversation about the other issues, which are more and more seen as being part of the trade. Labor, environment, You know, you can't just tell your people we're going to sell everything and import everything without any of these considerations. It's becoming a very strong element of equity in the global system, globalization. And for that, we have also an Indo-Pacific strategy. We have discussions not as organized as the US has with these regions, but we also have these discussions, and we try actually to join forces to impress on these countries that their long-term viability in trading palm oil or whatever it is into the EU depends also on looking at labor environment, because that will be a clear demand. And as you know, Lieferkettengesetz in Deutschland, as you know, the EU is doing something similar. There will be regulation here, which is not a trade regulation, it's a single market regulation. We just don't want this stuff any longer. But that, of course, affects trade massively. So your question on what the TTC could do better, because you're also asking whether we can improve, and I'm sorry if I'm too long, I'll have to apologize to the panelists. The TTC is preparing many of these discussions. We have a very intense labor dialogue now in the TTC, should be mentioned. Innovation, the Transatlantic labor dialogue, which looks at our experience in trying to help environmental rules elsewhere in the world, labor rules elsewhere in the world, but which also looks at what is interesting for our workforce. We have a discussion on the impact on AI on the workers in the EU and the US, because this will have an impact on the future bigger discussions if we see that we can't control this. We also have discussions on AI, how to measure and how to risk these things, because we want to be sure that we have trustworthy AI in the EU and the US. And this comes back to the point that President Lagarde made. Medical data, for example, how much do you allow data mining on this? Do you want an advertisement for a product every day, or a doctor calling you because somebody found out what you're having? Okay, I've been very long, but it is the real world. It's practical on many of these issues that you mentioned, but it will take a while to trickle down.
So Rupert, you did say a lot of super interesting things, but I do want to just drill down and be very precise here. When we're talking about the TTC and sort of what's next, there's a lot of different things you mentioned. What do you think about some of the ideas that I had put on the table about the specifics and talking about issues that are emerging today? I mentioned digital. What's the European Union's view on that? And are there issues on the US side that you think should be brought in that the US has resisted?
Yeah. Yes. Well, the TTC should be the embryonic, in my view, thing which we didn't get in TTIP, which is a more institutionalized relationship, which looks at all these issues. Digital is in there. We talk about all kinds of digital issues. AI, I mentioned. We also talk about...
But the European Union's digital strategy specifically is what I'm asking about.
Yes. Well, we are talking now about the implementation of our legislation on the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act, which are the two key implementation issues where we at one have competition rules for big platforms and we have rules for platforms on hate speech and other things. That has caused some angst in the US. I think we have actually made clear with the final product, it does not only catch US companies. That is part of the discussion. Digital is part of the discussion. There's also climate change, which we would like to talk a lot more. Climate change is the other huge issue we have to address. The TTC talks about carbon measurement methodologies. It talks about green charging infrastructure. It talks about a few of these issues, but it could do a lot more here.
Okay. Anahita, let me go to you. And you know, we've danced around it a little bit in the context of the TTC, maybe intentionally, sort of what I call the China issues. But there are issues, I think, that are being discussed, or hopefully will be discussed more around export controls and investment screening. At least that's in the mandate. So I'm interested in what you think the appetite right now is from the German business community on some of those issues. And I will be honest and say historically, the US has felt that it would be difficult to coordinate with Europe on China-related issues because of Germany and the reliance that they have as an export market. Do you think that's shifting, or is there still resistance to really talking about some of these things and maybe moving forward in some of these areas?
I think it depends on what type of companies you're talking about and whether we're talking inbound or outbound. So, of course, there is a lot of pressure from the business community on market access, liberalization, intellectual property rights, data privacy challenges. So I do see a dialogue between the Commission, the German Parliament, business community on those points. When we're talking about foreign direct investments into Germany, I see a more nuanced landscape because, of course, German investors are still very cautious. There is not much capital invested into higher risk markets. When we talk about the digital startups, the startups of the future, we do see that necessity of more investments. And there I see, of course, the German Foreign Direct Investment Authority, the competent authority is the German Ministry of Economics, being much more strict than 10, 15 years ago. 15 years ago when I started advising companies on foreign direct investment controls. But it's still a very open-minded perspective compared to, if you try to compare it with CFIUS, I think the German authorities are still investor-friendly, I would say. I think to one point that also Rupert alluded to, and which goes into the same direction to your question, is we now have a German Supply Chain Act that will come into place 1st of January, which covers all companies in Germany that have more than 3,000 employees, and 1 year later, all companies that have more than 1,000 employees. And that relates to the sustainability in the supply chain, not only related to environmental issues, but also related to human rights issues. And I think that is what I'm seeing changing, from soft law, from talks and policy-driven things to concrete laws, concrete obligations that companies have to abide with. And I would say one thing that I think is really key. The companies that I advise, from the CEOs to the chief compliance officers and general counsels, they really want to comply with these laws, and most of the times they actually over-comply. But I think what is really key is we need to, again, sorry to come back to it all the time, it has to be practical. The companies need to know what they have to do, what is my obligation, and how on earth can I understand what's happening on the ground in a remote country if it's a tier 2000, sorry to exaggerate a little bit, but clearly understood my tier 1 supplier, maybe tier 2, maybe tier 3, but look at the automotive sector in Germany. It's really challenging for the company. So I expect from the European Commission, from the German government, in cooperation with the United States, to really understand better who are the suppliers we need to be careful of, which are the regions we have to be more careful of, and not generalize it too much, because the red flags, according to the German Supply Chain Act, and I will conclude with that, is if you have substantive knowledge, then you have to, but then it says, if there is an article in the news, you must have read it. There are so many news articles, as we all know, that discussed human rights infringements all over the world. Seriously. So I think we need practical guidance, and I think companies will then be more than happy. They don't want to have human rights infringements in their supply chain, most of the companies.
No, thank you for that. A lot of really helpful insights there. Ken, I want to bring you in on this. We've been talking a lot about issues that I think are really outside the WTO, and whether it's issues that the WTO hasn't yet confronted in these areas of labor and the environment, and we're also just talking about negotiating for the TTC and IPEF. So my question for you is first of all, what do you see as the IMF's role in engaging with these sort of independent discussions? But then secondly, what is your advice economically in terms of what could be some of the implications of the things we're talking about here? And is there macroeconomic impact? And going back to this question of efficiency versus resilience, what is it really going to do? And how does that affect everyday businesses or consumers?
Sure. I think you raised an interesting issue, an important one on market access and how this affects countries around the world, not just those countries that have the access. Market access trade is an important driver of economic prosperity and jobs, not just for the low-income countries, but also for the advanced economies as well. One of the great puzzles in the global economy, and also of great concern, is that economic convergence, that is, poorer countries catching up to richer countries, has slowed, and in some cases has even reversed. And that could be very much due to the pace and nature of globalization as we see now. It's important to keep in mind that it's not just trade policy that matters here, domestic policies matter as well. But trade has a very important component here, a very strong influence. External pressures can incentivize countries to adopt the right policies, to follow common standards. For countries in particular where trade restrictions are significant, they have much more to gain through their own domestic policies than through the reforms of trade policies in other countries. And here I think trade reform and other trade agreements can help push that along. Now, you raised a question about the IMF, and you're right, the IMF has long advocated a stronger rule-based multilateral system for the reasons that Rupert mentioned. But at the same time, we do advise countries and regions in our surveillance. For example, we advised China on the reforms of the state-owned enterprises. We recommended the US to pull back the tariffs imposed in 2018. We advised countries to adopt the WTO-based agreements in the new areas like technology, investment, and services. And we also support many of the new trade agreements that we think are heading in the right direction, such as CPTPP, in fostering a stronger global multilateral framework.
Thanks. I'm told we're going to go to the audience. So if anyone has any questions they want to direct towards one of our panelists, I guess please raise your hand and we'll turn to you.
Clete, while we're waiting, do you mind if I just jump in and
please
people
jump
can think of their questions?
And don't be shy.
Anahita, it goes to a point that you were making about companies and companies concerned about risks in their supply chains and not wanting to have human rights violations. And Clete, this gets back to your point about IPEF. What's in it for countries to participate in IPEF? Why would they want to adopt labor and environmental rules? And I think these two seams are coming together, which is we are seeing from the investor community a real demand for more information so that they can invest in a way that is consistent with the returns they hope to achieve over the long run, and it includes labor practices and environmental practices. And so for emerging economies who want investment, now that we're aware that this risk, which previously hadn't really been factored in, is so prominent, it's going to be important for them in order to attract investment to be able to demonstrate that and help your companies see what their practices are.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with that. And it's very interesting how in the last couple of years we have seen it was first really environmental driven, climate change, and now investors really care about human rights violations in the supply chain as well on top of that. And I think it goes back to the resilience of the companies, right? I mean, investors want to know how risky it is to continue investing in a certain market, in certain companies, and there we need more data to really tackle the challenges on the ground.
Any questions from the audience? If not, I want to go back to a question. Oh, we have a question. There we go.
Hi, Doug Redeker, Brookings International Capital Strategies. Just because it's an elephant in the room. So, Clete, your administration imposed tariffs on Chinese goods, lists 1, 2, 3, 4A, et cetera. And Beth, the current administration has kept those tariffs on Chinese goods, lists 1, 2, 3, 4A. I wonder if you can explain the rationale from a trade perspective as to why they were put on and then why we kept them on. And Ambassador Tai has used the argument that these are negotiating leverage tools. And while I understand that in theory, since there are no ongoing negotiations, I'm curious, since there's an economic argument that's fairly easy to define as to why those tariffs are counterproductive to U.S. interests, why they're still on, and what the administration is planning to do about it in the future.
Does the panelists want to start, or should the moderator give it a shot?
I think the imposer of the tariffs should start.
I have a view on this.
Well, Look, I will make two comments in response to that, and then I'll let Beth jump in. I mean, the first is, why were they imposed in the first place? It was clearly to try to get China to change its behavior. That was our stated objective. And look, I think we had mixed success through the phase one deal. We could have done better than we did, but we did get at least some reforms in the Chinese economy. Now, in terms of what we should do moving forward, I think the debate, I've been very frustrated by the debate about this in Washington. And it's been a very bifurcated debate. On one hand, people will say, the tariffs are hurting the U.S. economy, we should get rid of all these tariffs. On the other hand, people will say, we shouldn't do China any favors. They clearly aren't changing their behavior, and it's politically non-viable to touch these things. And I think both answers are wrong. What we tried to do in the beginning, especially on list 1 and 2, was to look at them and really design them in a strategic way to say which of these tariffs are going to help put pressure on China and not harm the U.S. economy. And that's how we designed that. And I think we need to recalibrate the entire set of lists so that they're much more strategic in nature. I wouldn't get rid of all of them. I don't think that's appropriate in light of either China's behavior or our overarching objectives economically. But at the same time, I think the status quo isn't working either. And if we're being honest about it, some of these tariffs are hurting us more than China, and some may be hurting China more than us. So that's what I do, but it's not my choice.
So thanks for that question. I think the pandemic and then the Russian invasion of Ukraine really drove home the point I've been making, which is that we're in a very fundamental shift in the way we think about the global economy. And so for 30 years during the Great Moderation, it was commonplace to just assume that tariffs were always counterproductive and problematic. And I think we're now in a space where we say, okay, we had that Washington consensus for a long time. Now we're confronted with a circumstance in which the United States didn't have enough access to PPE for frontline workers during the pandemic. We weren't making masks, something very, very basic. And so we've got to make sure that as we think about what it means to move to a resilient economy away from an efficient economy, and that's why I spent some time talking about what an efficient economy really means, the types of labor practices, the types of environmental practices. As we move towards a more resilient economy, we've got to be very thoughtful about how we engage. I think Ambassador Tai has said, Cleet, to your point, we spent a long time doing things hoping that China would change. And I think we accept that that's not actually what we're trying to do here. We're trying to figure out how to move to a more resilient economy in the face of what we have described as detailed in the President's trade agenda in March, really what amounts to unfair competition.
But I think it's interesting, and I think, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but essentially what I hear you saying is that there's now a different purpose there, and that it is related to our goals around resiliency as opposed to what the initial purpose is of the 301.
And I would say this, it goes back to sort of just making sure we're extremely thoughtful as we move into uncharted waters, how we engage so that we achieve the goals we all want to achieve, which is a resilient economy where people aren't deprived of access to fairly basic goods, pandemic or otherwise.
If I may
please
add from a practice perspective and from a business perspective, I think the biggest challenge we as the business community watching the US-China trade war and then the European Union coming into it, was, first of all, the uncertainty. How is this going to evolve? Secondly, how quickly, compared to other policy-driven things, it happened, and the long-term investments that are in those markets. So I think what I would urge all the policymakers is, please think about the indirect effects that you're having on your own economies and your allies.
I agree with that point entirely.
Can I?
Please come in, Rupert. I'm curious as to...
That's a very good point. I
mean,
I'll be relatively blunt here. I don't think the tariffs achieved much, to be honest. It didn't even lead to massive reshoring into the US because the stuff is now coming from Vietnam, Bangladesh, and So there is, these companies are quite flexible to avoid some of the effects. But again, we might dispute that. The more interesting question is, how do you deal, and you know that, how do you deal with China? Because we all know, you call it the elephant in the room. The speaker for the question was about the elephant in the room. We share the analysis that there is a massive problem with state-owned enterprises, state intervention, which is also bad for our European competitiveness in the long term. So we're working very closely with the United States, despite maybe on some of the points. And we haven't found the silver bullet, to be quite honest. We're trying to develop new rules in the EU about what we call the foreign subsidy instrument. So we're going to go and shield our markets from subsidies given by the Chinese in third countries, which legally we couldn't do before. So to make sure that they don't go to Indonesia, produce the things there that we have under anti-dumping or whatever. We're trying to find other tools, autonomous tools in cooperation with the US on especially export controls, investment screening, to make sure that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot. But on the other hand, we need, and this is why we're here in the geopolitics, we also need to work with China on climate change. They are very active, and we need to support that. They support the solar panels. We need, even the United States saw it fit to suspend some of the investigations of trade defense, what we call anti-dumping, anti-subsidy interventions against Chinese solar panels, but they need it for the climate change policy. And we need China in the conflict with Russia, because we don't want China to supply all the stuff that we are sanctioning. That needs some kind of cooperation, or at least understanding. You can't all go out on these issues. So it's complex. And I'm not saying we have all the answers, but you have to look at the geopolitics of all of that. Building resilience is a huge issue. It's not the governments who build the supply chains, it's companies. Sorry, just one more point. And resilience, one more point, which is really important, it doesn't mean that you homeshore. Look at what happened on baby food in the United States. There was all produced in the US. There was a major fallout in one big company, and it's a combination of trade measures, high tariffs, impossible regulatory hurdles to get your stuff approved in the US, plus other things. So resilience is really about, as we have heard, diversification, not in one country or in one region, but in a way that shocks can be absorbed. And if your capacity goes down in the US on one product which only could be produced in the US, that also is not resilient.
So look, there's a lot of great points here, but I want to ask you a pretty pointed question about something that was implicit in what Beth said. And that's, I mean, look, I think we all agree we need to work with China where we can. I don't think anyone wants a scenario where we don't work with each other, because I think that leads us to a very dark place. But it seems like in the US, the general consensus has shifted from let's have a strategy that's directed towards trying to change China's behavior to let's accept what it is and deal with it on those terms. Has that shift happened in European policymaking? And is the view of the Commission, do we still hope that we can change China and make them more market-oriented, or are we at a recognition that that's unlikely and therefore we have a different approach?
Okay, I'll be very brief because I think both. I think we have to have our own instruments, maybe not as robust as the US, but as I said, we have some things coming up. We have an anti-coercion instrument. We have an instrument which actually allows us to fight the things that China has done to Lithuania or maybe to Australia and other countries for where they weaponize trade. But we also have to work on the rules in the long term. And for that, we need maybe more than just us or the US. We really have to have a coalition of partners, particularly in the Indo-Pacific, that really make the point to our Chinese friends, it's in everybody's interest to play by the rules, because we also have teeth. And this is what we're trying to develop in some of the...
Great answer. I agree. Question over here. Oh, sorry, I didn't know there was an...
Sorry to interrupt.
We'll get both of you, don't worry.
I have a question. I'm jumping right on that topic. The moderator in the beginning talked about the spaghetti ball of contradictive provisions, and I'm very much involved in harmonization of laws and regulation. Frequently on the national level we talk about better regulation. On EU level we talk about better regulation. And what is your suggestion how to improve all that? Where is the forum to do this all together? Because I see that there's a certain competition who's making the better regulation or whatever, the more complicated regulation, whatever purpose you are producing it for. Where is the forum for it to cooperate better, because to make life easier also for business?
Who wants to take that one on?
So the policymakers, of course.
Yeah, I can say two very short words. There is, in the WTO, you can talk about trade facilitation, which is all the rules and regulation, which are really border customs and so on. And we are trying to have an initiative in the TTC together with the US to get to paperless border and so on. But there is no body beyond the standard setting ISO and others organization where you talk about the bigger issue of regulation. There is no World Standards Council, World Regulatory Council or anything. It's something which we don't even have in the transatlantic relationship. It's all ad hoc. We don't have an EU-US regulatory council. We tried a little bit in the past to have embryonic things. But I agree with you that fragmentation of regulation is the new tariff.
Let's go to a question over here.
So we heard that we need China. I've got a question about another European G7 country, which is the United Kingdom. Obviously, the previous US administration encouraged a hard Brexit, saying you'll be first in line for a trade agreement. That stance seemed to have changed quite dramatically recently. The IMF today criticized the UK government for its recent fiscal policy. Does the UK matter, and what's the future for the UK in all of this?
Well, look, I don't work for a government anymore, so I can give any opinion I'd like. I mean, I think the UK needs to be part of this. I was encouraged to see the UK trying to join CPTPP. I hope we get back there with them. But that's a longer conversation. In the short term, there is a conversation in the US. I think there is still interest among some to do a trade agreement with the UK. But I don't know that that's something that the administration is focused on right now. Beth, I don't know if you want to weigh in on this.
Just that President Biden, when he was candidate Biden, Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Schumer, all said that maintaining the Good Friday Agreement was critical to our engagement with the EU, with the UK. So I think they've signaled what is a priority, and it remains a priority.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jan Kalmorgen. I would like to come back to the elephant in the room, China. And if we talk about geoeconomics and if we talk about technology, then the phrase geotech is upcoming in discussions. Am I mistaken that the US is far more ahead than the European Union when it comes to containing China's or technology transfer to China? If I look at the NVIDIA regulation 2 weeks ago, if I look at the discussion about outbound investment screening, which basically reads, don't export technology, advanced technology to China. Where are we on these discussions? Is there an alignment in the process, or is the impression correct that the US is far more hawkish on that issue than the European Union?
I can give an opinion again.
Well, it's more addressed to me, I guess, the question now. By the way, not the UK question completely. On security issue with Russia, we need the UK. We work very well with the UK. Yeah. So there's a lot of baggage in the relationship, but on some things which matter, the cooperation is very good. On trade, it's a little bit different, but this is one little part of trade which is more security than trade. On China, I think we're going in the same direction, but we have a different interest than the US. Your interests are, of course, also how much are you invested in China, how much do you trade with China, how much do you lose jobs and growth and other issues. And we don't have the same rivalry in certain technology areas, honestly, sometimes because we're not out there on top technology either. So it's also self-critical. If we were as advanced in some issues, we might also see things slightly different. So we have to work, but this doesn't mean that we are not talking every day about these issues. And we're trying to avoid that there is a scrap. And actually we're trying for the time being, knock on wood, we don't have major spats on the China policy. If the US chooses to curtail some outward investment into China, fair enough, that's their choice. We don't have much to say, and it's not our money anyway. If it's going to be a discussion that why don't you do the same, we'll have to see. Maybe some instances we have to follow suit or have it tweak it or whatever. But the basic assumption that we have to rein in some of these Chinese policies is very strong because they hurt our industry. Look at our train, look at the development of some sectors in the US. If that happens across the industrial board, Germany will be in a very difficult spot.
Beth, Kent, please come in.
I was just going to maybe take a big picture on the issue of China and the other large economies. I know people have looked at sort of the relation between state-led capitalism and market-led capitalism. And the reality is there's something like $6 trillion of trade between these two regions. It's almost 7% in GDP. It's enormous. And the fact is that the trend is moving in the direction of state-led capitalism. The share of in the global economy has increased from 20%, say 15 years ago, to close to 30%. And that share will increase, as you mentioned, because the Asia-Pacific region is growing faster than the rest of the world. So there has to be some way to find common ground, to make these two systems interoperable so they continue to benefit from interaction with each other. China needs the advanced economies. Its economy is slowing, productivity growth is slowing, it's facing an aging population, it has a large pool of domestic savings that need to expand and diversify overseas, and that can only come with help from access to foreign markets and foreign technology. So I hope very much that it happens in the future.
Beth, do you want to comment on this? Otherwise, I did want to take... No, go ahead. Yeah, I was going to take the moderator's prerogative just to respond to this question, and then I know Josh wants us to wrap up. So I think it's a great question. I think Rupert's answer speaks for itself, and I think that we are working on it together. But I will say this. I do think as the U.S. proceeds these policies, it is critical that we do absolutely everything we can to get the European Union on board. And there is a tendency right now in the U.S., I think it's a bad tendency, to say we're going to go unilateral first and they'll follow later. And what that ends up doing is it misses the mark on our objective, because if European companies aren't subject to the same controls and Japanese and Korean companies aren't subject to the same controls as ours, all that happens is we shift supply chains away from the United States and China gets the same technology elsewhere. So I think the U.S. needs to do everything it can to coordinate multilaterally on that, which is why I keep pushing this as something that I think is so important. And on outbound, I don't know where you guys are at. I hope it's something you'll positively consider, because my view from the U.S. side would be, to the extent that we're talking about plugging holes in our export control regime, and to the extent we're talking about an issue where we are financing the development of indigenous technology that does the exact same thing we're trying to control through export controls, we should put a stop to that. Because if it's a national security threat because we're sending it to them, it's also a national security threat because we're funding it through our private equity and our venture capital. But once you start talking about supply chain management as an outbound investment mechanism, I get very worried about that and what we're getting into. And so I'd like to see it stay focused on national security. I think that's where our administration is going. I think our Congress has some different ideas, and hopefully they'll show some restraint. So with that, thank you. I know I gave enough recommendations in the paper. I couldn't resist two more at the end here. But thank you, everyone, for your attention, and thanks to a great discussion with a great set of panelists. I really enjoyed it. I hope you all did too.
Thank you, Cleet. Thank you to our amazing panel. Traveled far and wide to be here. Truly appreciate it. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to take a short coffee break, 15 minutes, refuel, recharge. We're coming back, monetary policy panel. So Maria de Mertzis, who interviewed President Lagarde, wants to offer her reflections on the interview. So she'll be on the panel. The interview has already made a lot of news, so she can discuss what she thought was newsy and whether it aligns with the headlines or not. And then we have Jeffrey Okamoto, former First Deputy Managing Director of the IMF. Andreas Dombre is here, board member from the Atlantic-Brücke, former member of the Executive Board of the Bundesbank, and Philipp Siegel-Glockner. So, and Martin Mulheisen, with his new research, will moderate that panel. So come back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The next session is about to begin.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone was able to get coffee. I'm really excited to start our next session, and I'm going to welcome to the stage Martin Mulheisen, former Director of Strategy, Policy Review at the International Monetary Fund, a former colleague and mentor of mine, and a distinguished panel, which he will introduce. Martin's also a senior fellow with us at the Atlantic Council, and you have his report in front of you, which he will talk about. So let's get started on monetary policy. Martin, over to you and our panel.
So, I hope you all had a nice coffee and are ready for our next section. Let me introduce our panel here this morning. You've already experienced Maria de Mertzis in the fireside chat with Christine Lagarde. She's a Deputy Director at Bruegel and Professor of Economic Policy at the School of Transnational Governance at the European University Institute in Florence. To her right, Andreas Dombret is a global senior advisor for Oliver Wyman and a member of the board here at the Atlantic-Brücke. You may know him from his long career in the private sector, but especially as a member of the executive board of the Deutsche Bundesbank, where he had responsibilities for financial stability and oversight. And to those on the international circuit, he's of course well known as the Bundesbank's IMF deputy and his roles that he played at the SSM and the Basel institutions. Two to my left, Jeffrey Okamoto has been just recently appointed to lead Goldman Sachs' efforts on international public policy, coordinating cross-jurisdictional issues and engaging with global policymakers. But again, he just left his position not too long ago as the IMF's first deputy managing director, where he served under Kristalina Georgieva. And he also was acting undersecretary of the US Treasury for International Affairs. And the connection with the Atlantic-Brücke is also very strong, as he was a member of the Young Leaders Program at the Atlantic-Brücke. And right here to my left, Philippa Siegel-Glöckner is the founder of the think tank Dezernat Zukunft, which focuses on monetary, financial, and economic policy. She has worked for the German Federal Ministry of Finance, for the Liberian Ministry of Finance, and the World Bank, among other activities. She is a member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Executive Committee of the Social Democratic Party in Germany here, and she also was part of the Young Leaders Program of the Atlantic-Brücke, as well as being mentioned by the Capital's 40 under 40 list. So welcome to our panelists. We're going to do the discussion in kind of two separate parts. The role of the dollar and the euro is important, but it cannot really be discussed without getting a feeling of where we are right now in terms of monetary policy and what's happening to inflation and exchange rates. And the best way maybe to start this discussion is to ask Maria, who just had the fireside chat with Christine Lagarde. Maria, what did you think of the interview, and where do you see the difficulties for the ECB, but also the Fed and other central banks right now of reining in inflation? How much help do they need from finance ministries and other actors? What is your assessment of where we are right now with monetary policy?
Yeah, thank you very much, Martin, for the introduction and for the question. I think that is a very important question. I think I'll start by saying that we heard this morning President Lagarde talking about the differences between the US and the euro area when it comes to inflation, and I think that's an important distinction because it should be guiding policy. And there are very different parts of the monetary policy cycle, and therefore it requires very tailored action. Now, in reflecting in the 1 hour that we had between the two events on some of the issues we had this morning, perhaps I'll say three things. The first one is about the most difficult one, what to do, why we are where we are now, and what to do next. And I mean, I think there's both good arguments to say that we have been delayed, we being in Europe, delayed in on the upward side of the monetary policy cycle. I mean, the European Central Bank had been very clear in the sequencing, in the need for sequencing. First, we're going to stop the quantitative easing, or probably down, and then we're going to increase interest rates. They could have done that part earlier. This is why I asked the question last September. We were seeing the numbers going up. There we were still on the camp that this is temporary, but very quickly became clear that some of these things were going to be, if not permanent, because permanent is a very long time, but at least entrenched. So I think there is a good reasons to argue that we have been delayed in sort of getting into that part of the monetary policy cycle. That said, and this is what the next question is, what do we do now? Given where we are, what do we do next? And I think even there are problems, because now it may be too late. What I mean by that is that by the time we will see the effects of the upward cycle of monetary policy, we are in all likelihood going to be out of the war, in which case the monetary policy actions that we take today may actually be detrimental to growth. And is this really what we want to do, given the uncertainties ahead of us, given the energy issue that is a huge uncertainty for all of us? Is this what we want to do? Do we want to jeopardize whatever growth is to come in a year and a half from now? So I think that is my point here, is that we are in a very difficult situation. And that brings me to the second point when it comes to the forward guidance and the communication. Now, we heard it this morning, but we had heard it before, that there will be more increases coming in the next meetings. Given that we live in such an uncertain world, is that what communication should be about? So, and here I think, I said it also this morning, but I am a big believer that you need to have contingency scenarios, in the sense that you don't know what you're going to do, because information changes as you're getting there. So I think what's crucial in this respect is to sort of prepare for different inevitabilities. And you adjust as you come there. And so I urge for caution in the current cycle, even though I believe that we were late to get here, I now advise for caution, because the information that might be coming to us may be actually very different. You could imagine a war being resolved in the next 3 weeks, or you can imagine a war not being resolved for another 6 months. The policy decisions and the transmissions on inflation are going to be very different, and therefore it is not advisable, in my view, to commit to a particular path right now, why the information is changing so rapidly. And then the last thing, and there's a lot was said this morning, but one thing I want to also reflect on is the anti-fragmentation tool. There is a very clear difference between the US and the Eurozone in this respect. There is no need for an anti-fragmentation rule in the UK or in the US, but there is one. There is need for such a tool in the context of the euro area. Now, we have alternatives in Europe. We have something called the OMT, but we have other tools that the ESM has that could be dealing with that actually raise the question, and that's why I asked you this morning, why do we need a different tool? Why is there a need for another tool? The difficulty with applying this tool is eminent in my view. What is a spread that is justified by fundamentals, and what is a spread that is not justified by fundamentals? And if you are of the opinion that the tools that we're using, the economic tools that we're using to do forecasting are not ideal, then these are the same tools that will be informing that conversation. So a lot of acumen will be needed to try and understand what is warranted and what is not warranted. And perhaps one more thing on the tool, and then I'll stop. The way the tool was designed, the 4 conditions that the President talked about this morning, one of them is that the fiscal positions of the countries in question are sustainable. And somebody needs to make that call. Somebody needs to come and say, is this fiscal position sustainable or not? And the ECB has opted for deciding herself that what is sustainable or what is not. I think this is dangerous. I would have preferred that somebody else makes this decision, a much more political body, because it matters. Debt sustainability, at the end of the day, when debt sustainability comes into question, it becomes a truly political question. And I would have preferred for somebody else to do that. But okay, we know that they will consult with all the alternative institutions in the world, and if there is consensus across the board, it may be justified to do one thing or the other. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Philippa, the word Dezernat Zukunft, the name of your think tank, translates loosely speaking in the division for future, division being an administrative unit in the German public service. what do you think as a leader who thinks about the future in terms of monetary policy and the outlook? Do you see a different way of approaching monetary policy questions? Are you broadly kind of in line with what you see from the ECB and the Fed happening right now, or what is your assessment? Where are your concerns?
First of all, thank you for having me. I'll focus on Europe and the ECB because I think you're more qualified to speak on the US. So this morning what I thought was interesting is that President Lagarde was very clear on the differences between US sources of inflation and Europe, being very clear that Europe is supply-driven, it's driven by energy prices. I mean, she then had this reference where she said 60% is supply, 40% is demand. I would actually love to know the source. I think she's referring to something that Isabel Schnabel mentioned earlier this year in a speech as well, which is an IMF paper looking at manufacturing prices. I mean, maybe it's different if, Maria, you know, anybody knows what it is. Otherwise, I'd be curious. I mean, that's input prices to manufacturing with an interesting statistical specification. So I'm a bit hesitant. I would love to know where they take the 40% from, what the other source is. But she was pretty clear focusing this on energy prices and saying we have a supply shock, we have a cost shock in Europe, and this is where it comes from. And I mean, that's what the data looks like. If you look at consumption, if you look at wages, all of this is very weak in Europe, and the outlook is darkening by the day. If we look at consumption data for Germany, for instance, I mean, the dent for Corona has been so big, you know, you've never seen anything in history like this, and we are still at historically low levels. So, you know, trying to find overheating in this economy is really hard. We're really not overheating. It's people saving money, it's companies saving money because they have a huge cost shock. So we don't have too much demand in the European economy. And I thought her analysis on this was fairly clear. But then, and I think there I probably have a different opinion from others on the panel, then what I find hard to understand is the monetary policy reaction. Because what can monetary policy do? Monetary policy brings down prices by bringing down demand, because they make credit more expensive, so companies and individuals buy less. And then demand comes down, prices come down, and there's restraint on wage increases. Now, if we don't have a positive demand shock in Europe, if demand isn't particularly high, quite the opposite. Governments at the moment are trying everything they can do to stabilize purchasing power. Then why does the central bank jack up interest rates? And that's where I find it a bit difficult. I wouldn't go as far as saying, this is a big catastrophe and this is going to bring us all down, because if you look at energy prices, they're a much bigger cost factor than interest rates for companies. So I don't think it's that problem that's going to bring us all down. I also think getting out of negative territory is great, because negative interest rates are weird and cause other problems. But there I wonder. And I mean, thinking about the future and what do we really need to do and what do we really need to do to get out of this and to get out of the energy price shock. I mean, we need to invest. We need to get rid of fossil. And what we're doing right now is we're making capital costs more expensive. So I'm not really sure that's helping. I'm also, not sure it's the main obstacle. I think the ball's really in the court of governments. They need to act right now. They need to bring energy prices down. The central bank can't do it. But there, I'm just a bit skeptical of how actions of the ECB follow from their assessment of the economy, which seems to be pretty clear.
Jeffrey, we hear Philippa's concerns about possibly over-tightening. And there was also a very interesting paper the other day coming out from our former colleague, Maury Obstfeld, who said, well, we should also allow for the interaction of monetary policy decisions in Europe and the US, and of course in other countries that are tightening. Do you share that concern that there may be an over-tightening in the works, given where the Fed goes and where the ECB go right now? What is your assessment to what you just heard from Maria and Philippa?
I mean, certainly, the Fed tightening began earlier than others, but still the first tightening measures are feeding through about now, starting to feed through about now. And so when the Fed is communicating that it's going to continue tightening in this environment, then I think it's very important that they communicate why they're doing that, right? And I think that's part of what the Fed has been doing in recent communications. I understand the Chair Powell is speaking again today, so he's deploying himself in the public domain to try and communicate this. I think importantly to markets, because markets are a channel in which the tightening has to occur, and we were in a very interesting scenario where markets were actually loosening, right? Earlier in the summer, while the Fed was actually trying to tighten. So there was the market working against what the Federal Reserve actually wanted to do in terms of financial conditions. So I think this is something that's interesting. But the thing that I think is common now between the ECB and the Fed is they both have clearly reiterated their commitment to the 2%. And so in other words, the conviction is, there's no question the conviction is there to get back to 2%. Over the medium term, both in the U.S. and in the Eurozone. I think the question is what happens in the medium term, right? So, you're concerned about growth outcomes. I actually think that we are underestimating, right, the kinds of shifts that may have occurred or accelerated in the past few years that took away the disinflationary kind of backdrop that we had enjoyed for many, many decades, right? Labor market liberalization that may have peaked, right? Supply chain optimization or trade that may have peaked last, right? The ability to upskill workers efficiently and quickly to meet new jobs, which may be harder or more resource intensive to do, right? The climate transition, which may be disinflationary in the longer run, could be choppy in terms of inflationary impacts in the short run. And so we don't really have good models for these things because we don't entirely know what exactly has transpired yet, but I think the important thing is to be humble in this environment, and I think the Fed and the ECB are both communicating that.
Then maybe turning to you, Andreas Dombrit, you've of course seen many of these monetary policy considerations up front, but always with a view of financial stability in the background. Do you think that with what's going on right now, and with the exchange rate moves that these decisions have to some extent caused, amplified by the war in Ukraine, should we be concerned about tightening from the background of financial stability? Do you see any risks in that regard?
First of all, thank you for inviting me. I ever so often receive invitations by Atlantic-Brücke, but this is the first time from the Atlantic Council, so I'm very grateful. You cannot have the cake and eat it. It's not that if you don't do anything on the interest rate front, the economy will be well, or the other way around. You have to stick to your mandate. Each and every institution has to do what it is its mandate. We haven't talked about fiscal policy, we're talking about monetary policy, and fiscal policy is still there, and fiscal policy needs to do what it needs to do. But with regard to monetary policy and Madame Lagarde, it's very clear to me that there are only two ways you can actually act effectively against this high inflation. One is by reducing those bonds you have bought in the QE. This is a very long period until this will be effective, and you have to do it gradually. So it's not the most effective tool. And the second tool you have is the interest rate channel. That is the tool you need to take. There is no other way if you want to fulfill your mandate. And I heard what you said about forward guidance, and I agree with you, but I think it's important, after having been somewhat late, to be very clear in the communication that there is more to be expected. So coming back to my introduction, you cannot really fulfill your mandate as a central bank going and using the interest rate channel, and at the same time, making sure that the economy is doing perfectly fine. You have to accept a recession in certain circumstances. And if you read the speech by Jay Powell, the chair of the Fed, at Jackson Hole, I recommend it. It is a 10-minute talk. Normally, a Fed president speaks, I don't know, to an hour or 1.5 hours. He spoke for 10 minutes because all he needed to say, he could say in 10 minutes. So it's a short read, if I really recommend it. And this is why you have to make sure which way you go and which institution you represent and what is your mandate. So I would like to say a little bit, if I may, about this instrument, the fragmentation tool. Now, that was, I thought, the most interesting part of your interview with President Lagarde. You're totally right that there is the ESM, but what is more important is not only that if the ECB wants to decide when to launch the fragmentation instrument, even more so, markets will test the ECB on this. We just have to, we have to be aware. That's not, I'm not suggesting they should, I'm not asking them to do so, but knowing markets will go and test the ECB. Where is the point when the ECB will trigger this instrument or not? And this is ever so dangerous. And I'm just very, very, very critical that this instrument will be tested. The good thing, though, was that the ECB, in its decision, was sufficiently unclear when they actually will use this instrument. For God's sake, they didn't, put out numbers and say, if this point is reached, we're going to use this instrument. But I fear that the markets will use this instrument, and what will we do then? Then we are in deep trouble. I remember Mario Draghi when he said, whatever it takes, as long as it's in the mandate, and it was never tested. We don't want the ECB to come into a position where this instrument, the weaponization, so to say, of this instrument is actually tested.
Philippa, would you like to respond?
I was just trying to think why. I mean, obviously, you can say it's problematic, and there I fully agree with you, because you have, in a way, a politicization of the ECB, because they need to decide on debt sustainability, and I mean, especially also the question on what is a spread that is justifiable and that isn't. I mean, no one can tell. Like, there isn't such a thing. You know, at some point when they go completely crazy, it might be a temporary thing, but there is no way of really delineating this. So from that perspective, yes, it is problematic. From an economic perspective, I'm not sure. I mean, that said, but there I see the problem less with the ECB than with the governments. Like, why do we need these instruments in the first place? Why do we have such a fragile setup in Europe? I mean, for God's sake, we're in a really difficult situation. We have a war. And in Europe, we really don't have any other problems than creating a very unstable institutional framework for the macroeconomy, for sovereign debt. I think we should work a lot harder, and this is on, is on governments. This isn't on the ECB. They're a technical institution. I think governments should work a lot harder to create a stable environment where it's clear when, sovereign debt is sovereign, and when countries can actually reliably borrow at cheap cost. And then maybe there's less need for instruments like the TPI. You will always have it at the margin where you have great political difficulties, but these instruments shouldn't be needed in the first place.
And if I may add, from a financial stability point of view, we do not have a mechanism to restructure countries.
Yes.
We still don't have that, despite all the crises we are having, and that makes me much more nervous from a financial stability point of view than central banks fulfilling their mandate and increasing interest rates.
Yes, the IMF, of course, having spectacularly failed many years ago about the sovereign debt restructuring mechanism.
Yes.
Maria, you at Bruegel, you think a lot about European architecture issues. So what's your take on what we just heard in terms of the fragility of European institutions? Are you concerned about that in the moment?
Well, I mean, the experience shows that Europe, I mean, the architectural edifice steps up to the game when it has to, right? We've done it before. The pandemic reaction to from the European institutions has been exceptional. I never thought that we were going to see a mutualization of debt in my lifetime, and yet we saw it within 3 months when there was a need. Now, of course, the type of crisis justifies also the reaction. If you believe that the first crisis, the financial crisis, the euro crisis, I've bundled them up in one, they were what they call the moral hazard crisis. This one, the pandemic, was not a moral hazard crisis. It was very exogenous, and everybody knew that we need to do something together as fast as possible. And that motivated the discussion and made it series, what I call the Brussels all-nighters. They made them shorter, and they happen much faster, much to my amazement. This crisis here is yet again somewhere between the two, because there have been industrial policy choices that have been applied for many years, and you can see the vulnerabilities in the inflation rates, and of course in the quantities of energy demand. I wanted to say something about the anti-fragmentation tool again. I am not, I mean, so all this to say, am I worried about the, if something was to happen? I would have preferred a more clear game in the sense that, do you think there's a problem or not? And do you want the ESM to be involved or not? And the reason, of course, why we didn't involve the ESM in the current circumstances in formulating this tool is because it's a toxic instrument. And this is something we need to work on. Why is the ESM considered a toxic instrument? The help that the ESM made available during the pandemic crisis, which was to finance health-related needs with no conditionality, was not taken up.
Right.
So countries refused to take it up. But why is that? Why do we have an instrument that we cannot use? And therefore, we need to create something else that in itself has problems. Yeah? So I think that there is an issue of architectural creation here that needs to be thought of. And the question is, why can't we see through that? And if I may, and reflecting a little bit on what Philippa said on what to do next, right? I mean, so the acceleration of the interest rate increases. I agree that we were late in coming into this game. So if you like, that was a mistake. But you don't correct one mistake with another mistake. And I think that's not the right thing to do. And you know, what I think was interesting what Philippa said is that we have the investment needs in Europe to meet up with the climate and energy transition, but not just that, there's also the digital transition, and are enormous. Is this the time to be making the growth, the financing of this growth, all the more difficult, right? Now, of course, I agree that the mandates are such. Price stability is important for making a stable environment that is going to be conducive to growth. But you're not talking about a demand-driven inflation here. You're talking about a very specific type of inflation, translating into stagflation, namely the energy part. Solve the energy part, and then the rest is a lot easier to solve with other means as well, including with monetary policy. But I think the acceleration of the interest rate and the commitment to the acceleration of interest rates increases right now might actually prove wrong. That's why I'm advising for sort of caution. We might have to do that, but caution while we're doing it.
Now, we're supposed to talk about the dollar and the euro as reserve currencies here, but we were kind of leading into that. And one question in that regard I want to come back to, because we haven't really talked about exchange rates so far. And also in terms of, you know, the stigma of the ESM, again, from the IMF, we know there's a big stigma for countries coming to us. And surprisingly, like everybody expected during COVID already and later on, there hasn't been that much in terms of demand for IMF loans. Now, it's changing now, but it's not from the countries that you would kind of have feared, like the big emerging markets, for example, by and large, are doing quite well, despite all these exchange rate fluctuations and interest rate increases. By contrast, we're looking at the UK. The pound has just dropped dramatically because of, you know, various factors, various policy decisions. So, you know, how do we think about the spillovers of what's happening at the moment for the global economy? Would anybody of you like to speak a little bit to where you see the situation for countries outside, like the advanced world? Is there anything that worries you, and how should countries, how should advanced economies and international institutions react? Who would like to take?
As the German, I would then say something. No, because I mean, one thing is monetary policy, and obviously, especially the Fed tightening has big spillover effects, and I mean, maybe it will take some more time to feed through, but that's one side. But the other one is also global energy markets, right? And Europe and also Germany in particular, I mean, we've suddenly come up as the big buyer in the global LNG market. I mean, we buy whatever gas is available at whatever price. And what does that mean? I mean, that gas wasn't just hanging around somewhere before then, right? I mean, it went to countries like India, like Pakistan, like Bangladesh. And now basically we're pricing them out of the market. And that is a big problem. And if you combine that together with more financial strengths, I mean, you know, why can't we buy all this stuff? Because in the end, our government has got pretty deep pockets. I think it's a real problem. And we need to see these two interlinked and international institutions, you know, with the member states that own them, will have to come up with some answers. Because also, if we're asking for solidarity, in sanctions, in being united, we can't expect that if we're literally undermining the fundamentals that countries need to survive. So I think we need to look at that very carefully, and it's a big problem on several fronts.
Yeah, that's a new transmission channel. Jeffrey.
Yeah, I mean, this is something, Martin, you and I were working on together at the IMF, right? What do we do? I mean, early in the pandemic, right, when countries were borrowing heavily in markets that were very low rates, and now the bill's coming due because you have to roll over into higher rate structures, and the market's choppier and may or may not be available at the price that makes sense. And so, to me, I think there's a huge need here to figure out the debt issue, because one, countries can't grow with this kind of debt overhang, right? So they're going to have trouble growing out of this cycle without that. But two, there's a real need, I think, for the advanced economies who have essentially set the floor that they are now raising, right, on financial conditions, to find some way to help make up for the spillover effects in the form of grants, right? I think this is a time particularly for low-income countries, where grant assistance is particularly warranted. This happens to come at the same time where that's politically the most difficult thing to offer countries, right? So plenty of countries, donors are willing to offer concessional loans, right? Guarantee structures and the rest. But fundamentally, when you're in this kind of an environment, coming out of the shock that you were in, and the shock that you still experience, right? Some of this has to be financed with grants, which are becoming scarcer and scarcer. So I think that's something that we should prioritize.
Okay, then thank you, Jeffrey, for that. We discussed that indeed, and it adds to the fiscal burdens, of course, that are already quite large. But I think there's a strong argument not to put further debt on countries that can't afford to pay back. But let's maybe move on to the second part of the discussion now, in terms of the role of reserve currencies, and many of the things we discussed will play into that. You heard about the paper that was released this morning, and I've been asked to say just a few words about it. The reason I was interested in that project, to talk about the international role of the dollar and the euro, was that there's a very strong debate right now, very rich, about exactly that, where people speculate what could happen to the role of the dollar and the euro now that we have cryptocurrencies, we have central bank digital currencies, we have a very strong, or used to have a very strong Chinese economy that kind of began to kind of grow also in international weight, that may have kind of trying to get a bigger international role for the renminbi. And now we have the geopolitical struggle and the sanctions regime imposed on Russia. So what does this all mean for the dollar as the predominant currency, with the euro a close second? And what this literature says is that, well, by and large, people are very optimistic that things will stay more or less what they are right now. We hear these arguments about the deep and liquid markets for US treasuries, the weight of the economy, the rule of law. Christine Lagarde mentioned some of those. And by and large, people say, well, look, there's not really an alternative out there. And so, therefore, people will always come back to the dollar and the euro. The network effects are so strong, it's kind of inevitable. What you will find if you have a look at the paper is that I, by and large, agree with that, at least for the short term. But there are some factors underway that kind of suggest that at least the situation is going to be a bit more complicated going forward. It's going to be a bit more multipolar. There are also academic arguments why greater multipolarity is to be expected. There's the issue of the Triffin dilemma, whether advanced economies can actually produce all these assets that are needed to maintain reserve currency status. And I would argue that, and there comes the geopolitical angle, as long as the US and Europe stay closely aligned, support the international liberal rules-based order, and maintain also a strong security presence around the world, it's going to be much harder still for any other newcomer or any other technology to replace the existing currency system. So that's basically the conclusion of the paper. And now I would like to start the second round by asking Andreas Dombret. You've been to a lot of international conferences, and the issue of the Chinese currency was always a big issue. How do you see the competition that the dollar and the euro are experiencing from the renminbi?
Yeah, thank you for that question. No doubt things have changed from the times when I was going to international conferences, because the global security landscape has changed so much due to the war in Ukraine, and due to the fact that this rules-based architecture we are living in and we have been living in has changed so sharply due to that invasion, and is being challenged. And so what I would like to think about a little bit is not necessarily the relationship between the dollar and the euro, but rather the renminbi, as you ask your question, which is the elephant in the room, or the panda in the room, so to say, big panda in the room. And because going forward, this is where more change will be than necessarily between the relationship between the dollar and the euro. Before I do so, let me state that I very much believe that your very good paper, which I read, is correct, that the safe haven status of the United States on the US dollar is not really challenged right now. It's well established, but at the same time that there is no room for complacency, and that you really need to think about what could change going forward. And all of this is creating challenges in this much more increased instability in the world. Now, with regard to the renminbi, I believe that the renminbi and the usage of the renminbi going forward is the biggest known unknown we have in this architecture. And I'd like to go through 5 points real quick. First, some facts, at least as I see them. I don't need to say this in this forum, but clearly the People's Bank of China is not independent at all. So you're dealing with a central bank which is not independent, and clearly internationally the renminbi is not, it has very little liquidity yet and is hardly used. But there are some counter arguments. One of these international conferences I was in was when the renminbi was accepted in the special drawing rights of the IMF, and so they are there, and things have changed since then. That was in 2015, if I remember this correctly. And let's don't forget about that. And there is a panel after lunch about this with Elizabeth Kelly and others. There is a fact that China is at the forefront of using central bank digital currencies. And it is still a little bit unclear whether this could partially undermine other currencies and what this effect will be. And I think you will hear much more in the panel with Elizabeth Kelly and the others on it. But this is really, there's a reason why China is interested in the renminbi, and the US dollar, being the reserve currency of the world, can sit back and watch and wait for this to happen, and why China is attacking, and why the dollar is in a better position. But as we all hopefully agree, there's no room for complacency. That's my first point. Second point, in this decoupling scenario we are now in since the invasion, I think it's important to state that the international financial system, the IMF is part of that. The Bretton Woods institutions, as we used to know them, the G20, they are going down in significance. There is a scenario that the G20, Joachim Nagel talked about that yesterday evening at a dinner, is unclear what decisions will be taken in the forum of the G20, what decisions will be taken in the forum of the IMF going forward, if there are going to be several blocks and there is going to be a decoupling and a fragmentation. So in the past, we could rely on those Bretton Woods institutions. This is not likely to be the case going forward. And that has an effect on the potential rise of the renminbi. Third, also during my term, I remember that we ranked the banks into globally systemically important banks, and China was not part of that in the first ranking. Now they're all in those rankings, and they have very, very large banks. And I am not 100% clear in my mind to what extent those big international banks, they're not that international, but those big Chinese banks, that how much they actually work as a safety net or not. Are they a safety net, as international banks actually are, or do they rather undermine the Chinese economy? We are seeing the real estate problems in China right now, and it's not 100% unclear to me, without having all the full information, what this will mean and how this will play out in China. My fourth point is that in the past we have had a very important role of development banks, and especially in a crisis like this is what you do. The Germans, Philippa will agree, they turn to KfW, and we have a lot of development banks, and the IMF is one of them, and the World Bank, but there are more. The IMF is not even a bank, it's a fund. But this role of these development banks, will that change? I think it could well change, and it could become much more regional, less multilateral, less global, because governments will block each other in these international fora. So we will have an inter-American development bank. We have, the Chinese founded their own development bank in Shanghai. We will have more regional development banking than we had in the past, and it's quite unclear what this actually will mean for the renminbi. And last but not least, please don't forget that China is the biggest lender cross-border worldwide. By the way, in US dollar. So they are they use the US dollar extensively, and there may well come a point when they choose to maybe change that to some extent. And how would that decoupling I've been talking about from China, or decoupling of China, if you want to look at that way, would that work? What would be the impact actually on their position? Belt and Road is just one example going forward. And don't forget that China has underlined with everybody but with every central bank in the world but the Federal Reserve, swap lines with everybody now. And they are very strongly interconnected, which was not the case in 2015 when they entered the SDR.
Yeah.
So we need to prepare for change, would be my easy conclusion. The international monetary system is likely to become much more multipolar, as you say in your paper, in the next years, and that will cause all sorts of challenges, and the renminbi is likely to gain in structure, pretty much in line with its growing economic, geopolitical, and financial cloud, and there is more to come, I believe.
Thank you. Jeffrey, let me ask you the same question, and you've seen it both from the IMF side and from Treasury, of course, US Treasury. So what do you think about the future role of the renminbi? Should we kind of be okay with them getting a bit more stature? Should the US and Europe possibly take actions to defend the role of the dollar of the euro? Where do you see this competition evolving, and what should be done?
I mean, maybe it's because I'm a bit of a marketeer, but I think the competition angle is the right way to think about it, right? Because I think that's a healthy dynamic that would encourage better growth and outcomes for China, better growth and outcomes for the US, better growth and outcomes for Europe. Madame Lagarde walked through a few things that she thought, right, would be conducive, not just for the role of the euro being more internationalized, but for the role of Europe in global markets and in improving the European economies. I think from a US perspective, there is a risk that we've taken this for granted somewhat, right? And the number of policymakers that can explain in the government how we got to be a reserve currency and why we can maintain it are fewer and fewer, right? And they're still there, right? But some of them are retiring, or new crops of folks are coming through. And so I think the competitive issue for the U.S. is, as this competition for reserve currency status wages on, what kind of policy discipline does that reinforce on the U.S. as the current issuer of reserve assets? And I think the more you've cemented your place, there is more of a risk that you actually loosen your discipline or your focus on the things that actually got you there, right? I think we're talking about several of these today, but fiscal discipline, I think, is something that needs to be focused on. That is difficult in the post-COVID environment, but I think something that's deserves another look at. Politically, that's hard to come by on either side, frankly, right now, right? I think there's a question about how the recalibration of financial regulations, right? How you balance openness and access and efficient capital allocation with safe markets, fair markets, right? Markets that people trust. A difficult balance to strike. And then sanctions use, which we'll talk about later on. So, if people began using your currency out of the knowledge that it was freely usable, right? And then it becomes less freely usable, that trade-off has to be fully internalized so that you don't, I always liken it to antibiotics. You can take antibiotics the first time and it's quite potent, but the more you take them, right, the less effective they can be over time. And I think that is a factor here in the reserve currency as well. And I think the last thing is policy stability, just more broadly, right? Which and so again, if you think about the competition among those four fronts, that's healthy among issuers of reserve assets, and it would be healthy for China to compete along those lines as well.
Thank you. Philippa, may I turn to you? And one question intrigues me. I mean, you've been working in Africa. Africa is, of course, economically speaking, not of the same order as other continents or Asia or Europe. But the battle for reserve currency status, that kind of China is, well, I don't know whether it's a battle, but the initiative that China is pursuing rests a lot on their relations with the global south. And how do you see this from, if you put yourselves in the mind of Liberian finance minister or colleagues, how do you see this kind of playing out from the perspective of Africa and developing countries? Do you have any thoughts that you want to share with us?
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, when you said China now founded their own development bank in Shanghai, I mean, they actually have a whole suite of different development banks already that offer loans in different variants of, being more concessional or being more commercial. They're a huge player. I mean, we always talk about China, something that's gonna happen in the future. When you sit in the Liberian finance ministry, China is happening. And it's a completely different world to before. Liberia is traditionally very dependent on the US. The US has a very, very strong presence, also very strong military presence. So, the US is everywhere. And suddenly, China is there. And full on, with a lot of very smart people, and they offer you whatever you need. For us, actually, and now I'm speaking from kind of Liberian perspective, that was actually pretty interesting, and I think pretty good, because China introduced also some competition there. So, when the US can walk in and they can tell a government to do whatever, that's not a healthy dynamic. And we had the alternative. We were able to walk away from the US and talk to the Chinese. And actually that was, I think, quite helpful for us. I mean, now switching back to kind of our conversation, you can definitely see that China is very interested in pushing, their loans and also their currency. So I was just trying to remember, I think the loan terms were a lot more concessional if it wasn't dollar, if it was renminbi. China also has the biggest road building companies in Africa. I think even for the World Bank, the second biggest recipient of funds to actually do stuff with it is a Chinese company building roads everywhere in the developing world. So if we work with them, it works to take renminbi. Otherwise, obviously everybody wants to work in dollar, but this is one of the things that they're really, really trying to change. And didn't even become the second official currency in Zimbabwe, or I think so. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, really fascinating things going on, considering, liquidity in global markets still isn't there. So there it's already arrived, it's much more active, and you can really see those pushes. I mean, that said, I think that's completely separate playing field from international financial markets.
Right. And of course, there's the issue of the excess debt that some countries have accumulated, and that needs to be in some way resolved. Maria, turning to you, you had this question to Christine Lagarde about the international role of the euro. Let me ask you, so assume that the euro had already a stronger standing as a reserve currency with some of these market reforms that you had, that she had also mentioned. Do you think Europe would be better off at this point? Would a stronger euro help at the moment, or do you think that it wouldn't really play such a big role? In other words, do you think the euro should kind of work toward a stronger international role also in the future?
So you had a wonderful graph up just a few minutes ago on the currencies. So if you could probably put it back up, the euro dollar and the I think you had the pound dollar, and I think that what's interesting about this graph, yeah, here we are. No, that's inflation rate.
There it is.
No, I think that's here we are, the blue, here they are. So the blue line, right? And I think that is the blue line, right? Yeah. So the question is, do you think that, what's the trend here? I mean, if you take the trend of the currency, where do you think the euro is now vis-à-vis that trend? To answer that question, because I mean, the exchange rate is a very strange animal, and if anybody has ever done research on exchange rates, you know, how can you predict anything? So the only thing you can really do is exactly look at this graph, which is where are we vis-à-vis where we have always been, and it's not obvious to me that I see in this graph any trends that are troubling. I don't see anything there. And if you look at the effective exchange rate, which is traded weighted, I looked at it just before the summer. I don't know where it's now, but there it was very much on historical averages, and there is no issue of concern. So that's one thing that I can take from this. The second thing I'll say is that we have a kind of love-hate relationship with exchange rates. Huh? We don't know whether we like strong currencies or weak currencies. Huh? And certainly economists have this, no, that's not true. That we like strong currencies, but when strong currencies move up or they move down, this is what we're not so clear what we think about that. Huh? A continent of exports, and I mean I'm in Germany here, we like the currency not to be quite as strong because it gives us market share. But also, it's an issue of underlying fundamentals. If you have a currency that is weak for very long, that's not good. So, that's all I have to do your question. I don't think that the exchange rate really is an issue right now, other than the symbolism. Well, certainly when it hit the parity, that was symbolically very big. But beyond that also, the camp of people who say when we see a strong currency coming down, we don't like that. Well, I just want to remind you there is another camp that says can benefit from it. Mm-hmm. So I don't know that we need to dwell on this issue, unless this graph becomes very different. And that brings me to the green. Where, there is issues here that are fundamentally interesting, if not worrying. There are things going there, and of course they have to do with choices that have got effects we will see in horizons of 10 and 20 years. And of course I'm talking about Brexit here. Now, I loved all the points you made, Andres, because I think there was lots to digest here, and it has repercussions for the euro as well. Your line about preparing for change, I think this is one that we should all listen to that. The issue of decoupling, I think, is absolutely essential because we don't know where we're going to end up. Are we going to end up in a sort of a multilateral system where we have one anchor, typically what we have up till now, or are we going to end up in a bipolar system where one anchor is, let's call it the dollar Western anchor, and then something else based on China. China is 1.4 billion people. Europe and the US is about 800. So yeah, the direction of travel is one in which China will want to sit in the global table and will also want to be holding the pen when we write new rule books. I mean, I'm thinking of the WTO in particular, which is the one fora that we have for engaging. I think China will want to hold the pen, I think, when we rewrite this book, and the question is whether we're going to rewrite it. And here the US, of course, is pivotal in facilitating this or not facilitating this process. And of course that comes to the currencies. One interesting, I sound a bit random, but there is a very big issue, and there is interesting things that link to the currencies. The issue of the digitalization of currencies, and I can see Africa being interested in digital currencies because their alternative sovereign currencies are weak. I think very differently about the attractiveness of digital currencies in this part of the world. I just don't think they add much. Certainly, the central bank digital currencies, we'll hear about this later on, so I'm looking forward to that. I think there is no future for private currencies, and the bottom line for this is trust. And it comes also back to China, and whether the Chinese currency will become a dominant currency or not will rest very much on the very issue whether we trust it to be a good currency or not. I mean, it is so important to have trust in currencies, and why I believe that sovereign currencies in this part of the world will always dominate. They will not be taken over by the bitcoins of this world, simply because they are assets, they're not real currencies, they're not good money, they're something else. I think I'll stop here. I think I went in different directions.
Andreas, Jeffrey, would you like to respond to anything that was said? Then we need.
I would like to make this even a stronger argument, if I may. I'm less diplomatic than you. I think that these cryptocurrencies are a scam. Yeah, and not the central bank digital currencies.
No.
Don't get me wrong. Yeah, but I'm talking about these. There is a scam. I hope that nobody is going to sue me over this. And, I'm not whoever. But this is, they are assets, and you can invest in them. But they are not currencies. They are not. You don't really need them for payment. They're so. I wonder. Yeah, but China is. With its digital currency, they don't want the Bitcoin. They don't want money to leave China. They want to control everything as much as they can, and that's why them controlling, experimenting with the digital yuan is a very logical thing, and that's why they are so much in front of everybody. And they're, and they are putting pressure on the euro. They're putting pressure on the ECB to act, whereas the US dollar. 60% versus 20% in Europe. The US dollar can relax and they can watch it, and they are working on it, and we'll hear about this in the next panel. But they're much more relaxed, whereas Europe, given its position, which is much weaker as a reserve currency, they need to do something about it. And this is why, of course, we would like to have a stronger euro. Then we wouldn't be bound so much to react as we are now.
Yeah, I mean, I remember China was a leader already in digital payments in the private, so to speak, private sector in China, and the reaction came to have this CBDC. We'll leave the legal issues to the next panel in terms of cryptocurrencies, and now turn to the audience. And if there are questions, I see Charles, and then the gentleman here, and then there's one in the back, and then there. Okay.
Hi, Charles Litchfield, no affiliation. My question is about the news that we've just had from the UK. And for those who don't know, I'll go into that in a moment. But the panel hasn't mentioned QE very much, because QE is being tapered or ended. And yet the UK has just, or the Bank of England has just announced that it will be intervening in gilt markets and buying some of them, given some turmoil we've recently seen. So I'm interested in the panel's opinion on the UK and why that might be, but I'm also interested in more general terms in whether in the long term central banks will always be brought back in to intervene, just because we're now used to this. It's something when we see turmoil that QE is, there's an expectation for central banks to intervene more, and that we might see that role broadening in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll go to the two gentlemen first here. And then in the back.
Mm-hmm. My name is Michael Frenkel. I would like to point to two aspects that haven't been touched upon in the context of the potentially increasing role of the RMB. One is, isn't one impediment for an increasing role of the RMB the lack of convertibility? This is one. And the second is, if the world on a net basis wants to acquire assets vis-à-vis China, that would require a current account deficit of China. Is China prepared for this? What do you think? Thank you.
Thank you. And?
Yes. Thank you. Elmar Hellendoorn. On China, which has of course emerged as one of the largest creditors to the emerging world, it's very reluctant to work with Western countries in debt restructurings. First, why do you think that is? And second, since we're talking about US-EU geoeconomics, how can the US and the EU work together to bring China to the table, to work together with the Paris Club, for example? Thank you.
Thank you. Since there were no specific questions to any of you, who would like to respond to some of that?
Maybe we can split up the central bank questions and the more IMF type of questions.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so QE, and I haven't heard the news. Whoever asked that question, I think it was you. I mentioned actually that there are two ways of bringing down, reacting as a central bank. One is by reducing the amounts of bonds you have acquired during the QE and then using the interest rate channel. And I mentioned, and I'm happy to repeat, that by using the interest rate channel, the impact is much more direct and much quicker, despite the fact it still comes with kind of time lag. Now, the UK has started its journey of normalizing interest rates also before the euro area. And so they're advanced. Right now, we're living in a world that whatever has been bought in terms of QE is being renewed, but nothing else, no additional acquisitions will be taken. Of course, we will come to a point where we'll have to reduce the balance sheets of the ECB and of all these central banks, and the US has started, the UK is following. I think this is how it should be and what I would expect them to do. Still looking forward to reading the news, though.
Maria, would you like to follow up? And maybe also on the question, I guess it was kind of a sense of central bank independence, right? Will central banks be roped in and will have to continue finance budget deficits? What do you think?
Yeah, a very important question. I mean, I have nothing to add on this issue. I think the QE is now is no longer an unconventional tool. It's a conventional tool. It will be used. And the question is, when would that time, so the reduction of the balance sheets happen? And that is going to be part of the decision making. I think that's all I can say about that. And that, of course, the problem with big balance sheets is the issue of independence. And therefore, we have a central bank DNA today that is very different to the central bank DNA 10 years ago and 15 years ago. And in fact, we're going to have to rewrite, I think, the Monetary Policy 101 with now this issue of the independence. I mean, if you think about the traditional models where we're talking about central bank independence, how does QE feature in that? I think that is a very important issue, and it's going to define that part of the literature, if I may call it this way, the independence of the central bank, given the size of the balance sheet.
Especially in the UK.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I insist. Ladies first.
Okay. Just very briefly on Q. Completely agree that it's a political issue. Just want to make clear it's not a monetary policy issue, because today we have different monetary policy regime. We set interest rates and we can set them with excess liquidity, and this is what we've been doing over recent years. Especially in Germany, people are sometimes worried that, there's too much liquidity around, so we can't control it. No, this is not the case. Setting interest rates separately from that. So it's more a political issue, and I think especially in Europe, where this defines whether bonds are really sovereign or not, whether the ECB buys them or to what extent. That is the difficult question. Just really briefly on China and debt restructuring, what can we do? Don't call it the Paris Club. I mean, how would you feel as China to go to the Paris Club? Just take that label away and make it something where they can feel they also have some ownership in it. I think that would change a whole lot.
Yeah, maybe on the China question. I mean, worked on the China Article 4 at the IMF for years, and this is obviously policy advice the Chinese have received, right? Which is, how do you rebalance your economy so that you can allow for global imbalances to start correcting themselves. So I definitely think they understand this. It's a question about how they put the machinery in place to actually make that adjustment, because it's been a multi-decade ride, structuring the economy in a one-way direction, and reorienting that is a challenging, engineering problem as well as a political problem in China. So certainly, I think what I would hope is that is not delayed, or the progress that has been made doesn't reverse as a result of policies that are in place for emergency reasons, right? For COVID or energy or otherwise. That this actually continues moving them in a place where the economy is the demand side of the economy comes online. There can be some rebalancing, and the world is a little bit better off. On the QE side of things, I think, I don't repeat what was already said, but I do think there is this part of the DNA, maybe this is the DNA of policymakers, not just central bankers, but the DNA of policymakers has gotten very ingrained with living in a world of low volatility of all sorts, right? So low volatility in geopolitics, lower volatility, and even in their domestic politics for some time, lower volatility in financial, and this is all starting to unwind a little bit. These things are shifting, and I think we have to be careful about what things we do because we're just uncomfortable with the volatility, and maybe the volatility is telling us something, right? And we should find ways to address the root causes and ferret that out. But a big difference, right, between the central banks and the fiscal side. And I think in your first comments, you talked about the fiscal side needing to do the lifting. Fiscal side needs to do the lifting, fiscal broadly, so not just the spending, but the mechanisms of government, right, of policymakers and legislatures really need to hone their focus a bit in this environment because they don't have the luxury of these volatility suppressants that were in place for some time, and now they're going to have to make tougher decisions to get where they want to go. We can't rely on central banks forever to kind of be the shock absorber here.
Thank you. Maybe one word from me on the debt restructuring issue in China. It's a very domestic problem in China because there are various banks and agencies involved, and the internal coordination process of China is very difficult. Now, the issue here is that the IMF and other institutions have tried to point out that problem and actually educated China a lot on what other countries have done in these situations. Mind you, other young dynamic economies have done the same thing, extending a lot of loans abroad that then came back to haunt them, and it's nothing kind of extraordinary. It happened before, but I think the patience has been wearing a bit thin. The common framework has been kind of a compromise approach to apply some Paris Club principles, if not policies. But one interesting question will be going forward: how long the international community will kind of tolerate that slow reaction of China, and also the nature of the restructuring. China uses to kind of extend loans, they roll them over, but is very reluctant to grant haircuts, and that may be necessary in some cases in the future. Now, we had Doug there, and then are there any questions on that part of the room? Gentleman here, okay. So please, Doug, and then we'll go over there.
Thanks, Doug Redeker. I want to be a bit provocative, if I may, and sort of seed a question which might be more appropriate for one of the later panels on economic statecraft, but I think it's relevant to this panel as well on reserves. There is talk in the US and elsewhere by some circles about taking central bank reserves of the Russian central bank that are currently frozen and repurposing them. So they are currently frozen, but instead of just freezing them, seizing them and using them for the purposes of Ukraine reconstruction. While admirable in its intention, I'm curious what the panel believes the consequences for global central banking reserves in general would be if euros and dollars that the Russian central bank has used as reserves, traditionally seen as sacrosanct, would be used for, even if they are admirable, for purposes beyond which central banking reserves have traditionally been seen as being available. What that would do to, for example, China's $1 trillion of US reserves, and what you think the reaction would be both by the Chinese central bank, by others who are holding in euros and dollars, and what that might look like in terms of reserve composition as per the slide that is not up there now, but that's been up there most of the last hour.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Moritz Lüttgerath. I'd have a follow-up question for you, Philippa. If I understood you correctly on the regarding the section on ECB policy, it seemed to me that you were rather critical of the measures the ECB is currently taking and planning to take going forward, given the weakness of the euro area, which you can see in different data points. And I get that. I'd be curious whether you could perhaps elaborate a bit more on your concerns, because, I mean, there are some more, you know, some other challenges that you didn't mention, such as, you know, sort of the ECB being in the context of a global tightening cycle, with the Fed obviously, first among them. And that obviously, if you look at the currency development, is a factor that plays into the consideration likely as well. The other being that there is also a consideration regarding inflation expectations potentially, as well as, and you want to, sort of keep them anchored, as well as the fact that the ECB currently still is in has a stimulative policy stance, right? And we're facing a supply shock that, sort of, that if maintained, if the ECB maintained that, stimulative stance, would perhaps just feed into higher energy prices and then, perpetuate that inflationary outlook. So while I get your point, I'd be curious how you navigate these downside considerations. Thank you.
I'll hand it over directly to you.
All right, I'll try and be brief. Exchange rate, and I mean, that's essentially the global tightening cycle, the context you're in. The ECB doesn't target exchange rates. And if fundamentally the reason to tighten isn't there because you don't have excess demand, then I find that a bit tricky. And I mean, I agree with Maria, like, this is going to be a really, really huge worry to kind of just overturn what your, primary mechanism is. This shouldn't be primarily about exchange rates. This is about whether we should dampen demand to get inflation down. On expectations, yes, that's an important one. I mean, the expectations are coming down to 2%. Expectations, and I found this interesting, in the very short term for Germany are 5%. They are far too low. I mean, there's no way in 2022 we will be at 5%. It's mathematically impossible. So, I wonder really whether there is an issue of the anchoring. If they're higher for next year, I mean, yes. Anybody who doesn't think inflation is going to be higher than 2%, I mean, hasn't looked at any data. If you want to be sure about expectations, I think there are better ways than to hike as much as you can now, and especially and that's what the communication I think has been in the past, especially 2-3 weeks, is like, say that you're going to be particularly forceful and that is going to do something. It's not going to do anything. I think there are better ways. First of all, I think get your projections a little bit better. I mean, that's always an easy criticism, but I think in this one it's a bit justified because just the way energy prices feed through to consumers, that takes a while. So the ECB has always projected that inflation is going to go down kind of in the next forecast point, and I think that was actually impossible to happen. You could see that this is going to last for a bit. So if you want to instill more confidence, get your projections right. And then, I mean, on policy, be very clear on when you're going to act. So, say when you have, wage rises that go beyond anything reasonable, we're going to act. If we see anything in demand, we're going to act. Be really clear about what you're going to do there. I think that does more for expectations than to pretend that you can do something now that you can't. They won't be able to bring inflation down right now. I think, if anything, that is detrimental to expectations, and that doesn't really help. So, yeah, I mean, playing through all these factors, I find it hard to see, and I think the best a technocratic institution can do is to be really clear about the channels, the tools they have available, and then to set clear expectations about what they can do when.
Yeah, I very much volunteer to answer Doug Rediker's question on the sanctions.
Oh, me too, actually.
And everybody on this panel wants it. So I'll go first. And I try to be diplomatic, but clear. I don't want to really talk about the potential of anybody seizing Chinese foreign reserves. But let me make one thing very clear, Doug. Sanctions actually are very important as weapons, but these weapons need to be used appropriately. And I would actually very much believe, we do need a multilateral sanction system, which we don't have. And this is, I would extend your question to that. And that would include your question about foreign reserves and FX reserves of, let's say, whoever. So we don't have a sanction regime, and as long as we don't have a sanction regime, sanctions are weapons, but you have to be very careful, and you may not use them inappropriately. That was my diplomatic answer.
If I may, I think it would be wrong if I may be less diplomatic, I think it would be wrong to confiscate the assets right now. I think it was very strange that the assets were frozen, not because it was unwarranted, but because it weaponizes it. And it's interesting to see what this will mean for the future, how central bank reserves are going to be used in the future. So I think it would be, if you were to confiscate the assets now and use them to finance the destruction of the Ukraine or whatever, you would be bypassing the multilateral system. And I think it's so important that this, the only thing we have is the multilateral system. And that brings me to the original question about how to involve China on what the EU and the US can do to bring China to the table. Well, I mean, that is, use a multilateral system in which we agree on what the rules are and not present China with a fait accompli of what the rules are, by the way, for a system that is very different to ours, better or worse. I mean, we have problems with it, but China is huge. You can't imagine how you're going to solve climate without China on the board. And if you start with that, then you have to work backwards and sort this out. And that comes, of course, back to that question, that if you were to confiscate assets right now, what message are you giving to the world about who writes the rules, who imposes the rules, and who monitors the rules? I think this is the important thing. So therefore, that's why I think the question of decoupling is very worrying to me, because decoupling means that we will never be able to solve problems like climate, which, by the way, are the one global public good that requires everybody around the table.
So Maria is saying the same thing. The dollar can only be weaponized when appropriate. And that is a very high.
Absolutely.
Very high.
On that note, I'm afraid, and I have to apologize to our hosts, that we've been running a little bit over. But the topic, as you saw, is very broad, very complex, and very interesting. And I think we had a fantastic 4 panelists today, and I ask you to join me in a round of applause for a very good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to thank our five colleagues here, 2 of whom are quite literally in the spotlight. I hope you can still see everyone in front of you. I welcome you all to join us for a full lunch. As a preview this afternoon, we're going to come back to many of the themes that were just mentioned here, starting with digital currencies, led by some of those who are at the forefront of the architecture, from the ECB and the US Treasury. And we'll show some of the groundbreaking data that the Atlantic Council has put together. After that, we'll move on to sanctions and economic statecraft, my favorite, so you'll see me, talking about furthermore about the weaponization of the dollar and other currencies and how we use finance in national security. And then we'll finish out the day with a keynote presentation by European Commissioner Paolo Gentiloni. So thank you all so much for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Josh Lipsky, Senior Director for GeoEconomics at the Atlantic Council, back to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone, for the really fascinating discussion and conversation this morning. And thank you. Good intro music. And thank you as well for coming back. I hope everyone enjoyed lunch. So we now get to what we've promised and been talking about in several sessions. In the morning, I think we really discussed the traditional tools in many ways, trade and monetary policy, these core traditional tools of economics, fiscal policymaking, monetary policymaking. But now we're getting into some non-traditional tools in the afternoon, things we've seen the rise of in the past several years. Now, the first, as we'll talk about in a few minutes, is digital assets, and the second session will be economic statecraft, a term my colleague Julia Friedlander, I think, was one of the people who coined in Washington and beyond, and sanctions is only part of it, as that session will explore when she comes for our final session. Now, in a moment, our digital assets panel will discuss the rise of crypto, stable coins, what it means for monetary sovereignty, for financial inclusion, for cross-border financial flows. But before they come up, I wanted to take a moment to share with you our newest research from the Atlantic Council. This is our central bank digital currency tracker, with President Lagarde mentioned this morning. This is completely updated as of 2 days ago, but as our colleagues from the ECB and Treasury know, they're rapid development, so we try to stay pace as quickly as we can. And what it shows is that 100 countries around the world are in some phase of CBDC exploration. When we started this project 2 years ago, 35 countries were considering a CBDC. Now, inside this database, you can explore everything from China's digital currency, ECNY, which gets a lot of attention, as we all know, to South Korea's, to Nigeria's, the eNaira, which is the largest fully launched project in the world. There are a lot of takeaways from this research. One question we often get from Treasury colleagues and others is, yes, 100 countries are doing CBDCs, but how many are serious about CBDCs? It's one thing to say you're interested, it's another thing to put significant resources on it. What the database shows is that over 50 countries are in an advanced stage of development, meaning development, pilot, or launch. And there are now 9 cross-border wholesale bank-to-bank projects. And interest in wholesale CBDC has picked up significantly since Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the G7 response, which I think is something both of our sessions may get into. And in fact, just this week, the BIS had a significant breakthrough on CBDC, and our colleague from the BIS, Hong Sung Shin, who is here, may be able to speak about that. But one of the most important takeaways, and where we want to begin this discussion, is the difference between the Eurozone and the United States. Now, here we are in Frankfurt, where the digital euro is in development. There may be a pilot project soon, we can discuss. And then, if we look out to the US, still in the research phase, and if we think about what was said in the earlier session, what kind of economies are exploring CBDC, it's important to look at these advanced economies and note that 16 of the G20 economies are in an advanced phase. So it is not only an emerging market conversation about CBDC, it is a total global conversation about CBDC. And only the US and Mexico and the United Kingdom are still in the research phase, while their peers in the G20 are further ahead. But perhaps that might be changing. We have our colleagues with Treasury with us today. New reports from the Biden administration released last week commit to the need for setting international standards in digital assets. And so our question is, what can Europe learn from the United States? What can we learn from each other? That's really the spirit of this entire conference, on privacy, on cybersecurity, on financial stability. And how can those answers set standards for the rest of the world? So these are the issues we are going to address today, and I thank you all for being part of it. And it's now my pleasure to turn the floor over to Annette Weisbach from CNBC and our distinguished panel. Please, come on up.
Words? Thank you very much for these kind words. Thank you very much for having me. I hope we'll have a very interesting discussion. But before I start, I would like to start with some like the panel structure. We first will have time to discuss among us, and then 15 minutes will be dedicated to Q&A. So I hope you'll have plenty of questions to fill those 15 minutes. So thank you very much for being here. First of all, I would like to introduce you to my far left. It's Candice Kelly, Chief Legal Officer from the Stellar Development Foundation. Then we have, of course, Brent Nyman, Counselor to the Secretary from the US Treasury. And next to me sits Evelyn Whitlock, Program Director for the Digital Euro Project. And remotely, here on the screen, we do have Yong Song Shin, Economic Advisor and Head of Research from the Bank of International Settlement. So thank you very much for being here. Perhaps first of all, it's work in progress, I guess, the topic we want to talk about, digital currencies. Perhaps I'd like to start off with you, Brent, because there was a recent study just released from the US Treasury some 2 weeks ago, I guess. Where do we stand in terms of the CBDC?
Yes, so stepping back from CBDC a little more broadly, back in March, President Biden put out an executive order that requested a number of reports to lay out a comprehensive and coordinated policy governing digital assets. The goal being to foster responsible innovation while also protecting consumers, while protecting businesses, while paying attention to concerns about illicit finance, potential risks to financial stability, economic growth, et cetera. So this collection of reports, which involved work by many agencies, including Treasury, aimed to deliver against that request. And 3 of our reports were issued 2-3 weeks ago at this point. And the first one is probably the most close to your question relating to CBDCs, for example. It's called the Future of Money and Payments Report. And this report really talks about ways in which we can build on kind of our global position and leadership to improve the competition, the efficiency, and the inclusivity in global payments systems. And there's really 3 key recommendations that came out of that report. There's 4 for those that read it closely, but I'm going to merge 2. So the first is that we should have a working group that will be Treasury-led, that will discuss and further the study of the technical pieces that would be required and the policy pieces required to go ahead and move forward with the CBDC were the US in the future to deem it in the national interest. So this is really an option value sort of thinking that it takes time, of course, to put together the infrastructure to have a successful CBDC, and so we want to make sure to move ahead and be in a position so that we could quickly do so if we do deem it in the national interest.
Perhaps we move on to the Eurozone, because we've just seen that on the map. We're one step ahead of the US. It's a rare thing, right? But where do we stand, and why is the ECB considering, or has been considering, to launch a digital euro?
Yeah, well, just let me be clear, we have not decided to launch a digital euro. So the ECB decided in 2021, in July, to start an investigation phase, which started on Q3 2021, and which will last for 2 years. So we will finalize this investigation phase at the end of, say, Q3 2023. And then we need to go back with an advice whether or not to go to the implementation phase. And if the advice would be to go to the implementation phase, of course, we need to present how this would look like, so how the digital euro could look like, and what would be the implementation plan. And then we see as a separate step the decision to really issue the digital euro. So that would be then only the step after that. So, but in order to come to the advice, but also to work on the design, we are indeed quite concretely discussing how this digital euro could look like.
Wang Song, I would like to cross over to you. I guess you're in Basel, right?
Yes, that's correct, Aneta.
Okay.
Yes.
I've just read that there was a landmark international CBDC test, which was deemed a success by your organization. Perhaps you can talk a little bit about it, and also the key parameters, and why has that been a success?
Yes, thank you, Aneta. Let me say that I wish I could have been there with you. Let me also thank Josh and the GeoEconomics Center at the Atlantic Council for their great work. I think the CBDC tracker really is a very useful tool, for everyone. So, Aneta, if I can just take a step back, just as Brent did, just give you the broader context of the BIS's work in this area. We are conducting work in a number of different areas. First of all, we're looking at the broader design principle, the economics, if you like. Then we have the work which is very much channeled through the Committee on Payments and Market Infrastructures, the CPMI, which is the standard-setting body for payments across the world. There we're conducting the ongoing work, but also very importantly, the G20 initiative, the G20 roadmap on cross-border payments. And there are 19 building blocks. The BIS is leading 11 of those 19. And of course, CBDCs play a very important role, and it's part of that initiative. And not least, we have the work, and I'll talk about the project that you just mentioned, that's going through our innovation hub, the BIS Innovation Hub. And there, what we've done is to collaborate with our partner central banks. That's the broader membership, first of all. We have 63 central bank members. But in particular, we have the number of centers. We now have 7 centers plus 1 strategic partnership with the Federal Reserve, where we're conducting really hands-on experimentation, hands-on construction of a number of different designs. So the one that you mentioned is a project called mBridge. It's short for Multi-CBDC Bridge. It's run from our Innovation Hub Center in Hong Kong. And it's a wholesale CBDC design. So wholesale meaning that this is primarily for commercial banks and other financial intermediaries who have access to CBDCs. It is a decentralized system in the sense that the architecture relies on distributed ledger technology. And this is for governance reasons as well as for technical reasons. For the technical capability, the DLT platforms tend to give you a lot more flexibility to implement, contingent, contracts, smart contracts, if you like, but also for governance, because there's more than one currency involved, and therefore more than one central bank, and so a decentralized system works better for governance reasons as well. This is a project that has been running for a couple of years now, but we came out with some preliminary results of some test transactions, and I think it's as you saw in the report, what we saw was that the transactions using the DLT platform went through without a hitch. It very much echoes the earlier projects that we tested here in Switzerland with Project Helvetia, which was the project that we had with the Swiss National Bank, and also a cross-border platform between the Swiss National Bank, the Banque de France, and the BIS called Project Jura. And again, that was a decentralized system using central bank money, but also using permissioned DLT.
Well, that's interesting, but perhaps we move on to the private sector as well, because we clearly have been hearing the side from the central banks and the US Treasury. Candice, you're coming from the private sector, from the Stellar Development Foundation. Perhaps you, A, can explain what you're doing, and B, how the stable coins and cryptocurrencies are actually differentiating from the digital central bank currency.
Sure, thank you. And I do also want to make sure that I thank Josh and the Atlantic Council for inviting me. And I mean, I don't know if anyone's been keeping a tally of how many times the CBDC tracker has been mentioned, but that was certainly the way I learned of the Atlantic Council when I entered this space. So thank you for all your work on that. So the Stellar Development Foundation, I'm assuming that many of you are not familiar with our work. We are located in San Francisco, US-based company. We support the growth and development of the Stellar Network, which is distributed ledger technology. And the mission of the foundation is to create equitable access to the global financial system. And so it's always very encouraging. And when we see things like the Biden EO and others and folks talking about the need for a CBDC or any kind of use of the blockchain and distributed ledger technology, that financial inclusion is such an important facet of the analysis, no matter what. So at the risk of going on and on, I'll give a sort of short. So in supporting this technology, the technology, unlike a lot of the distributed ledger technologies that you are more familiar with probably, is not proof of work and it's not proof of stake. It is the Stellar Consensus Protocol, and I will not get into the details of it, but just to say that it's a very different type of protocol. One advantage of it is that it does not use very much energy, the equivalent of about 33 US homes over the course of a year is about the amount of energy that it has used historically since 2014 when it was launched. And the other there are no smart contracts, which I think introduce some amount of risk from a security perspective. I was a national security prosecutor for many years prior to this life, and it was very much designed with cross-border payments and asset issuance in mind. And so, in order to issue an asset, whether it's a stable coin, and when I say stable coin, I'm talking about not algorithmic, like stable coins that are backed by fiat currency that's in a bank that hopefully will be regulated in the United States and elsewhere soon, or a CBDC that they are assets that get issued. It's a few lines of code. It doesn't involve a smart contract that may introduce some extra vulnerabilities. And importantly, for either stablecoin or CBDC, the issuer, there's a whole laundry list of controls that the issuer can choose to have or not have for their asset. So many stablecoin issuers don't use these flags and these technological tools, but there are tools, for example, that called authorization required, which means that no one can hold that asset until they have cleared whatever compliance you want them to have to clear. So this has also been used in issuing securities, like given how complicated the compliance obligations are there. Clawback capability is another option. And so it does give, while it's an open and public distributed ledger, there is this asset control by the issuer that kind of, to us, is the best of both worlds, of being able to have this open public ledger which fosters creativity, innovation, and cross-border if there are multiple different types of assets that are going to be issued and exchanged on it, but also giving the issuer a significant amount of control and choice in what it is exactly that they want to control.
Yeah, let me step back perhaps also to shed some more light on why we're actually having that discussion. So what are digital currencies, or what is the benefit from having one, and why are we discussing that? Should it facilitate more trade? We had that early on in the discussion, I think, with President Lagarde. She was also touching upon it. Is there hope to have more liquidity in the financial system across the world, Brent?
Yeah, so, I mean, in their current state, digital assets are primarily used as part of the digital asset trading ecosystem. But we think there's, certainly the prospect that real benefits are brought to consumers and businesses. Let me start by emphasizing one possibility, which is the improvement of cross-border payments. It's actually one of the recommendations in that Future of Money report that I didn't get to mention yet. And to give an example of where this could produce some real gains for the world would be, for instance, to take remittances as an example. There's more than $600 billion of remittance flows per year. In a lot of low and emerging market countries, this can account for several percentage points of their GDP, and yet it's very slow under current technologies. Charges can be 6-7% on average. Yes. And so there's prospects to dramatically improve, for instance, cross-border payments. That's at the retail, but also at the wholesale level. There's any number of other benefits. Some of the smart contracts that Hyun, for instance, or those elements mentioned earlier could be quite beneficial, and you can imagine innovation on top of a safe money CBDC-like platform. But what the report really emphasizes, or all the reports, is that these benefits must be treated appropriately, weighed against the risks. We need to build up a regulatory perimeter and framework and structure such that we do, protect consumers' privacy, such that we do protect and guard against furtherance of problems with respect to AML, CFT, and I don't want to put too little time on those very serious and important concerns, which is why it's a very deliberate effort laid out in this executive orders reports, getting the benefits and the costs.
Yeah, we'll touch upon the risk a little later and also the privacy issue. But let me ask you as well, Evelyn, because clearly I think President Lagarde early on in her speech or in the Q&A session, she was saying that, of course, there's loads of room for an increased role for the euro internationally. Is there also hopes attached to the digital euro project that the euro actually could be much more influential in the world in a digital version?
Well, I think the key objectives that we have with the retail CBDC, so the digital euro in our sense, is much more first of all related to the Eurozone itself. So one reason why we consider the digital euro is that we see that people are moving into the digital age, so we pay more and more digitally, even in environments where you can only pay digitally, or in a physical environment, but where we prefer to pay digitally. And we find it important that also in a digital age, people have access to central bank money, so that there is a monetary anchor like there is now with cash, but also if we move to a digital age, that there is also in that environment the access of the end users to central bank money. So that is one, because we believe that this availability gives trust to the full system, that you have the trust that you can convert your, say, commercial bank money into central bank money is essential. And the second objective that we have is related to strategic autonomy, so that we can make sure that within Europe we have a pan-European retail scheme, and currently, as you know, this is dominated by non-European players. So this strategic autonomy, together with economic efficiency, is a second key objective. And then, of course, cross-border usage is investigated. We also participate actively in the BIS, but the key objectives are primarily first focused on the Eurozone.
Perhaps, Young-Song, you're in the best position to perhaps shortly explain to us what the key differences are between a central bank digital currency and what we know as cryptocurrencies. Because clearly I think there's still a lot of mixing up when we talk about it.
Yes, Annette. Let me perhaps also give you a sense of the variety of different ways of approaching CBDCs as well. I would say there are broadly, there are in particular two design choices that are really very important, two forks in the road, if you like. The first choice is whether you're going to go for a centralized ledger or a decentralized system of some kind. And the second fork in the road would be whether you're going to be using real names and using some identification of the individual to be a member of the payment system, or you're going to allow the use of private keys, essentially to allow the users to mask their identities, behind the address. Cryptocurrencies, crypto is a design where you're taking a decentralized route, and so what you're doing is you're taking finality and settlement of payments as a matter of consensus within decentralized nodes in the system. And secondly, you're actually allowing everything to be posted publicly, but you're preserving privacy by allowing people to hide behind their public key, so you can obscure who you really are. The way that we think of CBDCs, on the other hand, is very much that whether you take a centralized design, which is, I think, the way that most retail CBDC projects are envisaged, or whether you take a more decentralized design, and those are much more those are much more useful for these wholesale applications. Whichever route you take in the CBDC world, you would actually use real names. So you would actually have participants entering the system and using your real names, but then privacy is guaranteed through cryptographic techniques that will allow the particular transaction to only be visible to the minimum number of people that absolutely need to know it. In particular, the sender, the receiver, and the banks that are involved. So I think that's the big picture, I would say, Annette.
Candice, what's your view? Because you're clearly an expert on stable coins. Do you think there will be competition in the end between stablecoins and central bank digital currencies, or can they complement each other?
I think they can absolutely complement each other. I think that stablecoins are already well, widely used, maybe a little bit extreme, but in my world, they're widely used. And, you know, like when Brent just said, there are cross-border benefits that could come from CBDCs. They're already happening with stablecoins. So we've done pilots to compare cross-border remittances, and, you know, the World Bank statistics I've read are, you know, in an average of 6% cost for that, and the pilots that we've run, it's about 1.6%. And so fast, and they're there in 3 to 5 seconds. So I think that there will be optionality if there are CBDCs and there are stable coins. And we can see already, even if you just look in the realm of the different types of stable coins. So I mentioned that, you know, we focus on stable coins that are fully backed and that are very transparent in terms of what their backing is. There are a lot of other options out there, and there are people who are choosing to use them. And it is not certainly for the Stellar Development Foundation to make those choices. Certainly we think that consumer protection and transparency is very important, but there may be particular use cases where it's better to have a central bank where you have your name attached, and you want to make sure that there's that level of transparency. There may be other use cases where it's okay to have to take 2 steps to get to who it is. Eventually, somebody is behind that address. And so I think that there's plenty of room for both CBDCs and for stablecoins, and that having both will just create more competition, more innovation, and more choice for consumers.
And Brent, you're nodding. You would like to add on?
No, I should clarify. I might have misspoken when I talked about the potential benefits for improving cross-border payments.
Yes.
I meant from digital assets broadly, including stablecoins and beyond. Maybe I misspoke, but wasn't focused specifically on CBDC there.
But let me bring you back to the point of risks, because clearly for many people out there, cryptocurrency have shown that they're very risky asset this year. I mean, almost everything was a risky asset this year, but still cryptocurrencies especially have been sold quite substantially. Perhaps we go back to the general risk attached for digital currencies. Perhaps you could tell us more about this.
Well, sure. You mentioned the collapse in market value of some stable coins in spring, for example. So that clearly brings up potential investor protection issues. There's very obviously AML, CFT issues that we need to be concerned about. One can think of financial stability issues arising, for example, from the way in which, let's say, a stable coin manages or holds or doesn't hold reserve assets backing its value. You can imagine, again, the concerns around privacy. A CBDC, for example, would give a central bank a very large amount of novel types of data, potentially, about its users, and we want to be very careful in how we think about that. There are a lot of risks and issues of this kind that we want to be thoughtful about and very careful about, so that we minimize the concerns on those risks while maximizing the benefits that we all get from digital assets.
Yeah, and what's the latest in this debate? Because clearly there must be a design, or at least you must be working on a design to prevent or to reduce those risks.
When you say debate, I mean, this is, for example, one of the elements of our international engagements. We work, for instance, at the FSB, where there's working groups like the RIS, which stands for Regulation in Stablecoin, for example, developing principles that will hopefully guide developments of regulation in stablecoin. We also domestically have, in the coming weeks, there will be a report from the Financial Stability Oversight Council, our FSOC, which will evaluate whether and how digital assets might present financial stability risks and give an overview of our current regulatory framework, highlighting gaps, it's work like this and collaborations like this with an eye toward those risks that hopefully will help us develop a more robust kind of regulatory approach and policy framework so that we can minimize the likelihood of any of these problems.
I mean, privacy concerns have been always key when we talk about central-backed digital currencies, especially when it comes to more or less autocratic nations. So it's probably privacy concerns are much more high on the agenda, but also for the digital euro, you're thinking about this issue, right, Evelyn?
Yes, because privacy has been given back in the consultation that we did, and the European Commission did very recently also consultation. And the concern about privacy is high. I think there are two types of concerns on that one. So one would be, in general, the concern about privacy for digital payments, because if you have a banknote and you pay somebody, then nobody needs to know. But if it's digital, it's always registered. So that is true for all retail payments solutions. That's also currently in the commercial banking space. So we interact a lot with market parties, for example, with consumer organizations. So we have GDPR, of course, in Europe, which is important, but this is a general concern, but which is then also a concern, of course, for the digital euro. The other concern, and that's specific for CBDC, is that the central bank plays a role in the processing of the CBDC. So we have been exploring this extensively because with privacy there is the balance, and that's also asked by the market, both the consumers and the retailers, is that, of course, everybody wants to fight fraud and illegal activities. So there is this balance that we need to find between privacy and AML CFT concerns. So for that reason, we have studies, and we have talked about this before. So we believe that in the digital euro, we foresee that the distribution will go via supervised intermediaries. So we will not have direct contacts with the end user, so it will go via supervised intermediaries. And we believe that they will know their clients, like they know for current payment methods. They will do KYC, AML, CFT. And then we are designing the system in a way, and it was alluded to already earlier, that with privacy-enhancing techniques and pseudonyms, we could make the digital euro work without the euro system knowing private data. We need to finalize this whole design, but we think we can go quite far with that, and hope with that we can address the privacy concerns. Last thing to say about this is that in the end it will be the regulator, of course, to take certain steps on privacy. And if you allow me one more comment, because there is also sort of the right of privacy. So that's why we consider two types of digital euros, one being an online one, third-party validated, and then also an offline one, which would be much closer to cash. So then, of course, people will know, or intermediaries will know, that you have topped up whatever wallet or card or whatever we will design. But if you do transactions in between, then, like with a banknote, this is not registered. So with that, we hope to be able to cater for the different needs of privacy, because also from focus group we got back that for users, there's a trade-off between privacy and the ease of use. Yes. So, so privacy is a very complex matter, but we think that we could cater for this in a way.
Yeah, Kenneth, do you think privacy is a key reason why there is room for stable coins and cryptos to stay in the markets, even though we are going to get digital central-bank currencies at one point in time?
I do. I think that there are trade-offs, and anything issued by the central bank is probably going to have weigh more heavily on privacy and making sure, particularly in the EU, where the GDPR and different sensibilities. I know President Lagarde talked about this is only going to happen if people want it, and it's about what people are willing to, the trade-offs that they're willing to make. I think the other aspect that's not necessarily exactly privacy, but the fact that it's a central bank, I think the reason that there are a lot of people who are unbanked and underbanked is some of it is de-risking. And there are solutions with a stable coin. For example, we have a partnership with MoneyGram, which is a money remittance business that's in 290 countries, where an individual can go in and get KYC'd and give them cash and receive stable coins, digital dollars in their wallet, and then they can transact, and they're in the digital world. They can send a remittance if they choose to. This is a way to really further financial inclusion and particularly reaching those. There may be a solution with a central bank digital currency that lowers that that barrier to folks who don't. The banks aren't willing to take them on as a customer because it's just not financially a good idea for them. But it will certainly also reach folks who still just don't trust the banks, which I think a lot of us in this room probably don't experience that as much in the countries that we live in. But when you look across the globe, that is a very significant issue. And so I don't know as a CBDC will necessarily address that problem.
Yeah. Wang Song, let me ask you one question about, because the panel is called Coordination and Compromise. So how important is it in your view that we have a coordinated approach to the design of central bank-backed currencies, digital currencies?
I think in the case of retail use, which has primarily a domestic focus, I think there is some scope, certainly for the specific elements of the design to take account of local features. When it comes to cross-border use, and in particular wholesale use, where you have banks and other financial intermediaries that are going to be very much intermediating across borders, then clearly there will need to be, I think, the broad outlines of an agreement on what that kind of system would look like. I think we're at a very early stage, I would say. The examples that I mentioned earlier, still very much in the exploratory stage. But I think on the whole, if there are some preliminary conclusions for retail use, so for daily use by households and non-financial companies, some combination of an open architecture where you have so-called application programming interfaces, APIs that allow competition and financial inclusion. That will actually lower costs and actually expand financial services to a large number of people. And here there is a great deal of similarity, I would say, between various retail CBDC designs that have been mooted and traditional retail fast payment systems. And in some ways, it's the developing economies that have really led the way. So UPI in India, PIX in Brazil, these have been very much listed as examples of success cases. And the US is going to launch FedNow. And we learned recently that it's going to be next year. And so the US is also on that path as well. And the Euro area and the UK and many other countries in the EU already have these retail fast payment systems. So that's one thing. But I think on the wholesale design, I would say that the consensus now is that for wholesale use, some type of permission DLT where you're using real names rather than crypto, and where you have the token being a central bank liability, so that it is backed by the central bank. If you like, it's the unit of account that underlies all the other promises in the economy. And I think what we have seen with the crypto turmoil this year is just to underline the importance. of that. And in a way, stable coins are if you like, a gesture from the crypto community towards towards central bank money. It is, after all, an attempt to piggyback on the credibility of central bank money. And I think what this all suggests is that as we go forward, the cross-border initiatives, we will learn more lessons. And I think in a few years' time, I think we will have accumulated enough experience with this to have a good idea of the proposed way forward.
Yeah. One other aspect is about international standards. I think the key question is who's going to set the standards. Is it the Europeans? Is it the US? Is it a coordinated approach? What's happening right now, Brent?
I think the way I think of it is, we care a lot about maintaining very high standards in a lot of these interests in terms of the governance and regulatory structures. And we care a lot about level playing fields, which we think will also allow for the greatest cross-border innovation, where improvements and innovations made in one country can build on others and come back and forth. And so I think it's important to collaborate and to coordinate at that level. And that's why a lot of our engagements, as I mentioned, are in the context of the G7, the G20. For example, the G20 has a roadmap on cross-border payments. This isn't about CBDCs per se, but and continuing to be fully engaged through those sorts of groups, as well as gatherings like this. Bilateral communication will make sure that we can hopefully maximize interoperability when we want it, when we need it, while avoiding any risks that otherwise we have to be concerned with.
What's your view on international standard setting? Is there a lot of cooperation going on, or?
Well, I think yes, but we also need to be aware that everybody is in what you saw. Also, the majority is still also designing how they think it should look like. So what we see is that we do this in parallel, and a lot of the work for ECB does via the BIS on the cross-country international reach. But it's a sort of a moving target, because everybody also is still defining, and some are in very early stages and some are a little bit further on. But we find it important to work on, and for us it would be mainly on the practical side. Okay, how could it look like? How could it work? What are the things that we need to think about so that we can take this along in our design as good as possible?
Perhaps we're approaching at least the end of our discussion, and then we're going to open up for Q&A. Perhaps a question as well. I think it's perhaps a bit easy, but will that be the end of cash in your view? We have been touching upon that question as well earlier on, because when we talk about the digitalization of many processes and the digital euro, it could also mean that perhaps there won't be any cash anymore in the future.
Well, it's not up to the ECB, of course, if nobody wants to use it anymore, but that is not our view. So we think the digital euro will be an additional way to pay, so it will be next to cash. It will not replace cash. Also, I want to have said, it's also not meant to replace current private solutions that are in the market. So it's an additional way to pay that we will position, but the ECB is very committed to cash.
The US dollar, will it vanish?
Will the US dollar vanish?
Like as a banknote.
Got it. I don't have, I'm sure the Federal Reserve, for example, and our approach, I think, thinks very similarly to how the ECB's approach was just described with respect to that.
Yeah, I would also be curious about the timeline, because of course we're still talking about the project, but when do you think a digital dollar will actually be implemented or be in place?
Yeah, so I don't have a number, and like I said, we haven't made a decision. The Federal Reserve has not made a decision. the decision or the recommendation from the executive order is to push ahead such that we're in a position to make that kind of a decision. But because there's obviously quite some time between, it's not going to be immediate, there are some things that can be done in the shorter run that the executive order also suggests. For instance, focus on instantaneous payment methods, real-time settlement methods. Hyun mentioned FedNow, which will be in use in 2023, for example, can improve on some of the frictions that are discussed as a possible benefit of the introduction of some of these digital assets. So there are things in the shorter run also that we can be working toward while we also develop technical standards and push ahead in a policy framework that might accommodate a CBDC.
Young-Sung, perhaps because you're looking at the whole world, what do you think, which region or perhaps which country is actually moving the fastest when it comes to the introduction of a real digital central bank currency?
Yes, Annette, I would just underline what Brent said on the need for, if you like, keeping pace with public consultation. I think the technologist's role and the role of institutions like the BIS is to, if you like, lay out the possibilities and lay out some of the principles. But the debate, I think, has to happen within each jurisdiction. This is a very, very important debate because it goes to the heart of our economic life. It's the unit of account in the economy. And everything really depends on that unit of account. And whether it be in the form of paper cash or whether it be in the form of digital payments through your bank, this is something that has many, many different facets in terms of public policy, and so our approach has been very much to if you like, lay out some of the reasoned arguments, but it is up to each jurisdiction to actually have that public consultation, have that public debate. And when they're comfortable, they will actually lay it out, and we'll take one road or another. And so, I would say that even in the most advanced jurisdictions, in terms of advanced in the sense that they're further away, further along the route towards adoption of a CBDC or some version of a digital currency that actually is underpinned by the central bank. And here I would also include digital commercial bank deposits as well, because I think that's also a very important part of the mix. So even in those most advanced jurisdictions, I think we're still years away. But I think what we're doing actually is taking note of the lessons as we go along. There are some economies like you mentioned Nigeria, who has already issued a CBDC, the e-Naira. Among the larger economies, ECNY in China is probably the most advanced in terms of there being actual trials in medium-sized cities. But even there, there's a debate. There's a question of whether whether ECNY will be able to, as it were, reclaim the ground from the two big tech, payment firms, which are extremely, omnipresent, if you like. They are, they are really the kind of dominant platforms, and so the question of whether it will be, used too much or whether it will be used too little, I think the jury is still out of that.
Candice, perhaps because you're like an expert on more or less digital assets as such, how do you think they will actually change our lives? Because you seem to have adopted the use of stable coins for yourself, but I think the majority of our audience probably has not yet. Perhaps you give us your view of how this is going to affect our lives.
Yeah, well, I think that really all of this is, and including stablecoins and CBDCs, it's really part of the evolution towards Web3, and it's part of the evolution of having more ownership and control over your value and over your personal information. And so I think if designed properly, whether it's stablecoins and the services that offer stablecoins, or a CBDC that's properly designed with respect to privacy and consumer protection, I really think that it changes the dependence that every individual has on whether it's a central bank or big tech in terms of our own ownership of our personal information and our value.
Well, thank you so much. So, questions from the audience. Okay, there are plenty. Okay. Perhaps we just start here with the gentleman on the...
My name is Michael Frankel, and I'm still wondering a little bit about the demand side. So let's take a German bank customer who has a checkable account, deposit insurance 100,000. I understand the cross-border transaction that could be facilitated if you want to become cheaper than, let's say, the WISE things and that are already offered by the private sector. So, and two, let's say, demand components of digital currencies, the cryptocurrencies, are out. One is illegal transactions, and the other is speculation. So that's out. So the question is, how much difference is there between a checkable account that I can also already use on my smartphone, and that's digital, and a digital euro? So where is the demand coming from there? So maybe you can explain this in simple terms, what the advantage is over my bank account. If you, as a central bank, don't want to play banks, so to speak, a private bank that may be offering accounts at a lower price than the commercial banks.
Thank you very much. Evelyn?
So I think it's important to understand that the main drivers for the ECB to consider it are, I would say, policy objectives. So, for example, the discussion that we had on the monetary anchor and to have always access to central bank money, this is not something that an average person thinks of all the day, that it's there. But history has shown, and it's also that when you have only privately issued monies, that can lead to instability. So this is a risk, I would say, of more of society. Do we want to have an environment, and then we take the extreme form that everything has moved digitally? We're not there, we're not there. But suppose that this is going to happen, or at least the majority of our transactions, and we want to do, are there. Would we be okay, this is fully privately owned, governed, and so on? Because we also know payments is like electricity. If it doesn't work, economy is really injured, we did say. So if there cannot be done payments, that is really a problem. So that's also why the strategic autonomy is really important. So some of these more policy objectives, one of the challenges we will have if we will move into an implementation phase is how can we translate this so that everybody, that also not like us are so deep in the matter, understand this importance. And secondly, we need to design the digital euro in a way that it's really felt as an easy-to-use product with a high level of privacy, and that in certain use cases, because as we said, we don't need to dominate the market, we just want to be there as well, provide added value to the customer. So. Yeah, so it's twofold. So one is more the policy objective, and how can we make this understandable for the average general public, I would say. And secondly, how can we design it in a way that it really adds value?
Here, I think at the front. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel. Carola Westermeier from Frankfurt University, and I would like to push this panel a little bit more into let's call it the politics of CBDC, and maybe more concretely the security politics of CBDC. So I'm very aware this is all at the very early stages, right? But very concretely, I would like to understand where setups like multi-CBDC and international cooperation, where this would lead to the sanctions regimes that we have right now. So because as far as I understand, a lot of what we have in terms of US sanctions is implemented through correspondent banking, through the central role of US banks in the dominant financial system. So I would like to understand how this would work if we have a world that interacts via multi-CBDCs hubs, and where is the place of US players in that world. And so that goes more to the US side in a way, I guess. And then I would like to also find out more about the European Central Bank stance on that. I mean, you mentioned strategic autonomy, and that is, in my understanding, rather a security consideration that the European Union has. And maybe there's some sort of irony here that being here at the Atlantic Council and the Atlantic-Brücke, that the digital euro is also directed, not against, but competes foremost with US companies in European payments. So, I mean, where does it also bring us to with transatlantic relations, and I mean, what kind of security implications are being considered here? Is this also a sanctions mechanism, and that, in the case that we have a new US administration that could target maybe European payments as well. So these kinds of, I mean, maybe I'm pushing a bit too much and bringing towards scenarios here, but I would like to know where the security politics are of CBDCs.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to answer?
Sure, I'll zoom out a little bit and instead think about kind of the broader role and use of the dollar. We saw in the previous session a slide on the dollar's use as a reserve currency, but I think of the global role of the dollar as a much broader concept entailing, the share of dollar use to settle international trade in goods, in assets, how are bonds denominated, bank accounts, bank lending, not just reserves. And I think that, if you think about some elements, maybe are affected by the advent of digital assets writ large. Others, it's less clear why they would. So far in this conference, you've heard sort of depth and stability of US financial markets, liquidity, convertibility, rule of law, all cited as reasons why the US dollar has been the global currency for so long. And the reason I think that's been repeated so frequently is, I think that is, in fact, the most likely determinant, the most likely explanation of why the US is disproportionately used. And then there are, of course, reinforcing feedback effects. When you use the dollar to invoice trade, there's an incentive to use the dollar to invoice finance, et cetera. So I concur with what I think was sort of the consensus so far, that at least in the short and maybe medium run, the dollar's role is likely to stay strong. That said, whether you're thinking, about sanctions or sanctions evasions, I should say, or illicit activity more generally, this is something important that we need to coordinate and be vigilant on. And some of my earlier remarks talking about how we're doing that in multilateral bodies are precisely to try to minimize the risks for AML, CFT, et cetera, that some of these digital asset technologies could plausibly bring.
Thank you. More questions? There's one at the back there, and then we're coming to you, and then we're running out of time, and then you. Okay, 3. But short, please, okay?
Yes, I'll make this very short. I'm David Metzner from Washington, D.C. We heard the Counselor Secretary use the word AML, and it seems that when we're talking digital assets, we're kind of stuck all too often in the AML discussion. We have to regulate the roulette or the game, the speculation. And I'd like to turn it around. I think what's missing is, use cases and what digital assets will do for our GDP. I mean, we talked about cross-border payments, but that's just a sliver of it. I mean, are we really on the horizon of a major catalyst for future GDP growth, or is this a sideshow? Thank you.
Who would like to take that question?
I'll give way quickly to others, but just to note that the report, we didn't cover some of the benefits that are covered. So, decentralized finance and smart contracting technologies have been proposed as potentially used, in repo and insurance and major parts of the financial system. There's, in the same way that Federal Reserve banknotes, gave rise to a lot of innovation that accounted for genuine productivity growth, real increases in GDP and financial sector value added, there's at least the prospect that some innovation built on top of a stable, well-regulated, safe money platform, could come about. And policymakers are rarely the ones that can best identify, what exactly that innovation might look like. The reason responsible innovation shows up so much in the executive orders, I think it is our job to lay the conditions such that our economy is protected, but the conditions are such that innovation, in fact, can take place. So I agree with your point, that there are some real plausible gains, even above and beyond cross-border payments, which I also do think is quite important.
Thank you, Brand. Would anybody else?
No, I think I can only agree to what you said. So for us also, we see the CBDC also opening up opportunities for innovation for the market, just to add that. But I think we're very much on the same line there.
The lady here in the front, third row, I think fourth row, yeah.
Hi, my name is Anna Freitag. I'm here from Frankfurt. I have a question for you regarding the ECB, the digital euro. How many people are actually working on it right now? And because, it's a very big initiative. We had here statistics, how advanced we are. I'd actually like to know how many people are involved right now in this project, whether any sort of prototype has been built, and then assuming in Q3 2023 you will decide to proceed with it, people of Europe will want this project, what is kind of timeline for the rollout of it? And who will actually build it?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a lot of questions. So we have a core team with people from the ECB. We have also teams added, or people in the team added from the national central banks from all around Europe. But those are the people that work on it on a day-to-day basis. And then we work closely together with a lot of stakeholders. So, as I said before, so we work together with the ERPB, where we share our analysis and we get their feedback. We also have a cooperation with the European Commission to make sure that we share our analysis, so that they can do their work and we can do our work. It's quite, I think at this point quite a number of people are very active on the digital euro. The decision, if we would decide on going to a realization phase, part of that decision is to indicate how long it will take, but our president has put the ambition and has said a couple of times that she would like to have it done in 3 years after that decision.
Okay.
So let's see.
I think there's one more question right there on the left-hand side.
Jesse McWaters, MasterCard. I have a question about international coordination in stablecoin regulation. Over the past 18 months or so, we've seen a significant acceleration of national efforts to bring stablecoins into the regulated perimeter. I think significant and important effort, given that helps foster consumer protection and I think more effectively lend the credibility of fiat money to these assets. But I've been a little bit surprised to see that there's been relatively little consideration of the cross-border dimension in that work. Foreign holdings of stablecoins often aren't entirely clearly treated under draft and emerging regulations. There's been little discussion of how global stablecoin systems would be effectively ring-fenced or how the failure of significant assets would be resolved. And so I suppose curious, given that cross-border is potentially one of the key use cases for stablecoins. What's the right venue for collaboration on this? Where do we see the most significant risks? And when can we expect to get more detailed guidance around the appropriate treatment of these things in cross-border use cases?
Candace, is that something you'd like to answer?
Well, I share your concern about the lack of coordination across, I mean, we engage in the United States, we've engaged in other countries, but I haven't seen a lot of coordination on it. I think that from my perspective, the US dollar stablecoins are by far the strongest and the most prevalent. And so if the United States takes the lead on regulating, I think that others will follow. And there has been a lot of activity in the United States. I'm not particularly optimistic for this anything happening this year because of elections coming up, but the amount of bipartisan focus and attention and actual compromise in Washington, D.C., which is fairly rare and is encouraging. So all I can say is that I'm hopeful that we will, in the medium term, get to some very clear, robust regulation in the United States for the US dollar denominated stablecoins, and that will hopefully carry over and for other nations.
Well, thank you very much. Our time is up, unfortunately. Thank you very much for your insights on all these various issues.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
just go. Thank you, everyone. And I'd like to invite Sana Frisbee back up to give a second presentation of the day. And this will be a little bit more about public opinion on some of the issues we're dealing with, such as digital assets and sanctions. So, please.
I'll wait until they can get my presentation up there, because I'm nothing without my data. Okay, yeah, that looks right. Well, I know that all of you are excited to look at more charts and graphs after lunch, so I appreciate you being interested in knowing more about what our data says. For those of you who weren't here this morning, I already spoke a bit. I'm from a company called Morning Consult. It's a data intelligence company. We essentially do a lot of surveys in a lot of places, so about 30,000 surveys every day in 44 countries around the world, and these are those countries. And my job is to use that data to then look at geopolitical risk. And I'm the managing director for Europe, Middle East, and Africa, so I do a lot on the transatlantic relationship. And this afternoon, I'm actually going to look at, as Julia mentioned, digital assets, economic statecraft, and then I'm going to zoom in on energy because it's such a prominent topic right now. It's a bit of a risk going right after the panel on digital assets, because now I'm going to talk about where we see retail level adoption worldwide. So these are those 44 countries that you just saw. We run a tracking question asking if you have bought or sold cryptocurrency in the last month. This is a 6-month roll-up to get large sample sizes so that our margin of error gets quite small. Just a few things that I think I should call out. First of all, when I first saw this data, I started saying, okay, well, what's the pattern here? What do these countries have in common? You can see our transatlantic region is actually quite light colored. So we're in the bottom half of retail crypto adoption. A lot of other good data, obviously, on crypto use that's looking at transaction level data, but this is the percentage of people who are actually using it every month. So one thing I'd like to bring to your attention, of the top 10 countries that use cryptocurrency the most, 7 out of 10 of them have some form of capital controls or forex restrictions. Not saying there's a causal relationship, just something that jumped out at me. What I often hear is, okay, it's inflation, right? Countries with high inflation, they're using crypto as a hedge against inflation. I don't have it here, but I actually looked at that. If you remove countries that have hyperinflation, the relationship is quite weak. If you leave, for example, Argentina, Turkey, some of the other countries with very high inflation in the sample, you do see that relationship. But again, it doesn't seem to be across the board, which in my mind potentially leads us to start thinking about some sort of threshold effects. So CBDCs are obviously one of the big issues of the day. And so I surveyed in these markets, and I always have people, why not here or why not somewhere else? These were the markets that I had the opportunity at the time to survey in on CBDC favorability. And what you see is a really mixed picture. And I did the same thing. I sort of said, okay, well, what is the through running thread here? What do these countries have in common? And the most clearly explanatory variable was simply GDP per capita. Emerging markets are much more interested in central bank digital currencies. And emerging markets are much more skeptical. So you can see that reflected in both the countries on the left and then on the right, where I've just plotted them against GDP per capita. These graphs, by the way, are in our recent cryptocurrency report, which I co-drafted with a couple of my colleagues. That's online. You can download it. You can have these figures. And then for this particular conference, and this is where I might give you something additional to think about based on what our speakers talked about, I wanted to look at people who said they were favorable towards a CBDC. What did they think about crypto? So I looked at individual level data. And it's sort of the opposite of this paradigm that a lot of policymakers have, that crypto and CBDCs are diametrically opposed. In fact, consumers are not differentiating between them as far as I can see. And I say that because people who say that private cryptocurrency decreases financial stability are skeptical of CBDCs, and vice versa. And as you can see, the trend is quite strong. And this is across those countries that you just saw on the previous slide. So I think that's really food for thought, not only for policymakers, but for cryptocurrency companies. There's a lack of differentiation of these products in consumers' minds across countries. Okay, I want to move on to economic statecraft, which we're going to hear about later. So I talked this morning a little bit about a potential mismatch in the transatlantic relationship on what priorities are on both sides of the Atlantic when it comes to cooperation. This is a different question. I asked people, what are you very concerned about? And so I think what really jumped out at me is people are across the Atlantic, and I think, frankly, across the world, very concerned about food prices, gas prices, makes sense. But you start to have a little bit of divergence when you get to international policy. So Europeans, as you can see, are much more concerned about Russia and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I think this makes sense to us. As you sit in Europe, it's much closer. It's a very immediate problem. Americans are also concerned about that, but they're more concerned relative to Europeans about China. And there's a 10 percentage point difference, which is quite large when you're looking at public opinion research, in how concerned they are about China's growing influence as a global superpower. So I bring this up because I think as we're looking at the next 6 months, a year of transatlantic cooperation on economic statecraft, I foresee this as a potential source of friction. I showed this slide this morning, so apologies if you already saw it. It sort of drives that same point home. I mentioned that you can see a lot of overlap. But when you start to look at where there's divergence in what you think priorities should be for transatlantic cooperation, Americans are relatively more keen on cooperation on things like export controls and also on coordinating China policy, whereas that does not show up, China policy specifically, in the European Union's top priorities. And I'm reminding you, I'm talking about public opinion, so I'm going to get a European Union official who says that is a top priority. Completely understand, but when you're asking people what should we be cooperating on, again, there's a bit of this mismatch going forward. So it's tough to ask public opinion questions about things like export controls and investment screening, I do admit. Some of the wording that we use is we define critical technologies and then say, you know, do you think there should be partial bans, total bans, no bans at all on national security restrictions on foreign investments in critical technologies, or national security restrictions on exports of these types of technologies? And what we see is, obviously these bars look like they're far apart. They're quite close together, actually. This is all over 60% support, and really pretty similar between export controls and investment screening. So those are all within the 3% margin of error in the EU and 2% in the US. So in my mind, this tells you that people are generally in favor of national security restrictions on critical technology, but they're not really differentiating between export controls and investment screening. Now, I have a small caveat. I am running some tests in the US, also looking at outbound investment screening. And there are slightly larger differences if you sort of stack them up and ask people to compare them to one another. But generally, it's maybe a nuance that is getting lost. Okay, so this I thought was very interesting. I'm going to sort of shift more to looking at Europe because I'm looking at solidarity and sanctions. And specifically in this slide, I'm looking at the different types of sanctions that have been enacted or perhaps are still in consideration. So obviously secondary sanctions, not something that have been enacted, but I wanted to get a sense of how people view those in comparison to other sanctions. So first of all, I'd like to note really big differences country to country. Italians generally more skeptical, Spanish also a little bit more skeptical. I would say the Germans have quite a lot of spread in their opinions. And if it's not obvious from this, I took the average and arranged them least popular to most popular. And so banning European companies from exporting oil, Russian oil, is the least popular, and then capping Russian oil prices is the most popular. I think it'll be very interesting with oil price caps that are supposed to be enacted by restrictions on companies that are helping export Russian oil. One is the least popular, one is the most popular, so I leave it to someone else to figure out the devil in those particular details. Okay, and now I want to zoom in quickly on energy. A lot of people have looked at, have done polling on support for sanctions. First of all, my methodologists would like me to tell you that the wording varied slightly between the first and second wave. We're very finicky about these types of things, about data quality. So the prompt varied because of the change in sanctions. So we primed people to think about energy sanctions by saying your country has or has not already imposed sanctions on oil or gas, et cetera. And that changed over this period. And so that wording changed, but the wording of the options did not. Do you think that we should have sanctions even if prices rise, sanctions only if prices do not rise? And then finally, we should simply not impose sanctions on Russia as the sort of yellow option. I would say what jumped out to me here, the Spanish and Italians were initially more skeptical and have sort of not moved as much. Whereas some of the other countries where we survey, so France, Germany, the UK, were initially much more favorable towards sanctions and have had quite big moves. And I think especially in the places where you see that teal line and that blue line crossing, you're seeing a change in people who are saying, okay, we should only do energy sanctions if prices aren't going to rise. So this is from a piece where I wanted to get a sense of what would Europeans be in favor of to diversify their own energy sources. And then I asked them, what would you do for a neighbor? A friendly European neighbor was the language that I used. And so I think you won't be surprised to see people are really unwilling to pay more. Those are all, if this is a little bit confusing, to the left you have sort of negative net support, and to the right of that line you have positive net support. And so all of the ones on the bottom are the ones people feel the most negative about. And then you see a lot of spread in the countries as you start looking at some of the ones that are more positive. So extending the life of nuclear plants, the life of coal, building new capacity. I'm sure I'll have some energy experts who tell me you're missing an important option. I welcome those conversations after this. So then I took the top 5 from this slide and I said, okay, what would you be willing to do for a friendly European neighbor? And I took the difference. And so when you look at the differences, first of all, it looks a little bad because they're all negative. I think that shouldn't be a huge surprise. However, many of these are not hugely significant differences if you factor in the margin of error, but the one that really is significant here is rationing energy at home. So I think this is important when you're saying, okay, we're going to ask people for solidarity. People seem to be willing to exhibit solidarity more in some areas than in others. And I think particularly rationing home energy seems to be an area where people are not as willing to do that to benefit a neighboring country's energy security. And then I'm American, so I like to end on a happy, optimistic note. So heading into winter, I surveyed sort of right after the cutoff on Nord Stream 1. And frankly, I was surprised by how drastic these results are. And I said, okay, who should pay for Germany's energy security now that they're having all of these problems? And I gave them two options. Well, I always give people the option to say, I don't know or have no response, by the way. So these are not forced choices. I said, Germany or all European countries. And as you can see, people really exhibited a high level of saying, no, all European countries have to come together to pay for this energy diversification, even in the current circumstance. So I find that very encouraging. And then finally, and I apologize that this is only in Germany and the UK, it was sort of a quick turnaround when I had an opportunity to survey, after Putin said, okay, I will resume gas flows in exchange for sanctions relief. I think perhaps this goes to human psychology about bullying. You really see an overwhelming response that says, no, we reject this idea of a quid pro quo to grant sanctions relief in exchange for resuming gas flows through Nord Stream 1. So that was a lot of information. Quick recap, digital assets, emerging markets, much, much higher on the usage and similarly favorable towards CBDCs, but with the interesting caveat that crypto and CBDCs seem to be conflated. Economic statecraft, Europe says Russia, the US says and China. To be seen how that works out in coming months. And then zooming in on energy, I would say solidarity is not dead, but neither is it unconditional. All right.
Sonnet, thank you so much, both for this morning and this afternoon. So after this morning, and I think this will happen again, many people came up to me outside and said, can we get that presentation? And the answer is, thanks to Morning Consult and Sonnet, yes. So we will share this with everyone after the conference. There's a lot to digest there, and I think people will want to go through it. Some of it is Morning Consult had. Some of it Morning Consult did specifically for this conference. So Sonnet, we just wanted to say thank you, and thanks to everyone on the team for putting it together. We think it's so important to ground everything we do in data, and you helped us do that today. So I want to welcome our US virtual audience that just woke up and is now tuning in. And we're happy that they can join us for our final session of the day before the closing keynote from Commissioner Gentiloni. And here we're going to talk about something we've been hinting at and coming into other sessions all day, economic statecraft, a term that means different things to different people, and our panel will unpack that, and we just have a fantastic panel to go through it. So let me welcome up Frank Weber from Handelsblatt, and distinguished panel, please come on up, economic statecraft.
So thank you very much for the friendly introduction, and thank you for having me here on this great panel. So I will tell you who is here. On the very left, you see Julia Friedlander. She is a CEO of Atlantic-Brücke and a senior fellow of the Atlantic Council, and they're the head of Economic Statecraft Initiative. And then in the middle, you see Carla Norloff. She's a senior fellow of Atlantic Council and a professor of political science at the University of Toronto. And her research is focused on international cooperation and on big powers and on the relationship of power and money, to make it short. And here on my left is Dalip Singh, a former deputy national security advisor, member of National Security Council under the Biden administration. And as far as I know, he was really involved in these new sanctions on Russia, in the development and the design of that. So yes, in August, The Economist asked on the front page, do sanctions really work? And I think that's something we all are asking, still asking, and I think we come to that a little bit later. But for the beginning, I would think that Carla would present her new research paper, which is exactly about the relationship of power and money, or as I understand, of military power and currency. So, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here. There's no place I'd rather be except for in my bed because I'm nursing a cold for a bit. So I hope that I do not get a cough attack as we proceed. I'll keep my comments about my paper relatively brief. And I think it's helpful, first of all, to go through what it means to be an international currency. And an international currency is really a currency that's used outside the borders of the state issuing the currency. And a currency is national money issued by governments or a coalition of governments such as the euro. And then we kind of come to what is money? And for economists, it's very simple. It's a medium of exchange. It's a unit of account. It's a store of value. And of course, it takes on those roles then internationally, both for governments and also for private actors. But there are other dimensions of money. And if we unpack even what the economic definition means, there's money as freedom of double coincidence of wants, freedom from barter. There's money as memory. Money can be power, prestige. And of course, today we see money very much as a tool of coercion. And it's very interesting to me that this kind of brings in a geopolitical dimension that we've talked a lot about in political economy, all the way kind of back to the 1970s, where there was always this understanding that a country that was going to be issuing an international currency was going to have certain features. And so the primary determinants are economic. The size of one's commerce, the size of one's economy, the size of one's financial markets, and then things like price stability. You also don't want the external value of the currency to be decreasing too much. And then there was this understanding also that geopolitical factors mattered. And the way that it mattered was that the United States extended security guarantees to allies, particularly in Europe, and they kind of subsidized the dollar. Economically, they supported the dollar as a result. I mean, that was an understanding that a lot of people had. And that the confidence that we had in the dollar was partly a function of these economic attributes, but was also a function of the military might of the United States. So the dollar was not only backed by those market characteristics, but also the full force of the United States military apparatus in the sense that it was very well equipped to defend its borders. When we think about the security guarantees, of course, this could be interpreted as a way for the United States to guarantee that those states were free from coercion by other states. And now we kind of see that logic turned upside down, where money is becoming this instrument for coercion to get other countries to pursue policy preferences that are more aligned with the United States, a particular understanding of international order. And so the risk, of course, then is that countries who do not wish to do so will not trust in the dollars, will not be so confident in their ability to use dollars, and they will shy away from using the dollar. They will try to find alternative arrangements. And this has been in conversation, I think, for a very long time, but we're actually now seeing real steps, meaningful steps towards diversification away from the dollar and, to some extent, towards away from the euro. This is very difficult to quantify because we only have very partial data over who holds what. And so based on a limited sample of countries, of both allies and non-aligned countries, we performed this analysis for the Atlantic Council, and it turns out that there's not much diversification. Again, I want to be careful in kind of selling these results. Based on this sample, there is quite limited diversification. There's almost no diversification, essentially, away from the dollar. There was more diversification prior to the war, actually, right? And for the euro as well, there's not very much. There's actually, I think, an increase, somewhat of an increase in euro holdings. And there is diversification into the Chinese RMB, but there was more diversification into the RMB prior to the war. And so I do, however, think that it is important to track these fundamental changes in the way that countries are seeking to find alternative bilateral, often these are bilateral agreements, which of course don't then imply that there's going to be the rise of the RMB as an international currency, because in that bilateral trade, they're using the RMB. And in order for the RMB to take on a more prominent role, they'd have to use a third currency. There are also technological changes that feed into this phenomena. For instance, the launch of the digital RMB could make this process accelerate, right? Because we would see a more, a faster move towards a convertible RMB, right? And that would then increase the attractiveness of also pricing and settling in RMB. And then I think there is also, something that I actually have not paid a lot of attention to previously, but also private stable coins, right? But like privately issued stable coins. And I think that a lot of academics kind of, at least for political scientists, they kind of dismiss this as quite irrelevant. Kind of almost like cryptocurrencies, right? Okay, so, but there is a prospect of disintermediating the dollar if you in foreign exchange markets, if we see more use of stable coins, because you can actually then exchange currencies directly. And of course, one of the roles of the dollar, at least in currency markets, is as a vehicle currency, right? So a lot of currencies are traded via the dollar. And that role would then be undone, or partially undone, or significantly reduced, if it were much cheaper to trade bilateral currencies, the currency pairs against each other. So I look very much forward to getting comments and questions. I don't know about the questions, but comments on my paper, and to talk more about the topics that Frank also presaged in terms of like where economic statecraft is going, and if it's effective. Right?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Those were lots of thoughts. So, of course, I have a question, but maybe Julia and you, Dalip, you have some comments before. Maybe, Julia, may you start, and do you have comments or special questions for Carla?
No, I think, thank you so much. And Carla and I have been talking about a lot of these issues for a really long time, and I think we can go into, I think Frank would discuss what is economic statecraft. We've been sort of throwing around that term for you guys over the course of the day without giving you a definition, or at least how we have come to define it. I think to start out, referring back to Carla's paper, is this concept of the use of finance as a determinant of and regulation in economics as a determinant of the balance of power between nations, right? I think we tend to still think about these terms in military ways, right? Looking at the course of the 20th and early, even the 21st century, we're thinking about the terms of borders and how nation states define themselves. But I think what is so interesting about Carla's research is that you bring in this aspect of what you term great power competition. I actually would argue with you about whether this is whether we're seeing a reemergence of great power competition in that, and the relationship between that and the deployment of elements of our global system that we've sort of tried to pretend are above nation states. We've tried to pretend that currencies are fungible, that markets are fungible, that markets are open. And what we're learning more is that that the restrictions of access to international finance, to export markets, to credit markets are more and more the determinants of how we think about how nations and peoples and economies position themselves against each other. So that would be sort of my reflection on your paper. But I turn to Dilip.
Sure. And thanks, Carla, for the thought-provoking paper, and thanks, Julia, for your comments in Frankfurt, moderating this discussion. I have a number of reactions to the paper. Let me start with where I agree. I agree with the point that's made in the paper that we are seeing greater frequency of the use of economic statecraft and higher potency than we've ever seen before. And I think that is symptomatic of an era of intensified great power competition among nuclear powers. So set against the alternative of direct military conflict or doing nothing when there's aggression that's taking place, economic statecraft will be increasingly appealing. I also agree that some of the tools of economic statecraft, not all, subordinate economic interests for geopolitical goals. I say some because there are many underappreciated tools of economic statecraft in which there's a mutual reinforcement of economic objectives and geopolitical goals. For example, infrastructure finance, debt relief, loan guarantees, bilateral aid, support through the IMF and the World Bank. There, the economic and geopolitical goals can be reinforcing. The third area in which I agree is the conclusion, at least what I interpreted to be your conclusion, which is that we're not headed for a post-dollar world anytime soon. And I very much agree with that, but I think every US policymaker should never take that for granted, and we don't. I'm no longer a US policymaker, by the way. In this environment of intensified great power competition, the incentives to hedge against the dollar-based financial system have risen. And so we have to continually invest in the conditions that gave the dollar primacy in the first place. Strong and independent institutions, rule of law, an open system for trade and capital and people, a story that attracts ideas and talent and goodwill, and trust that we're going to use these tools, these very powerful tools, as careful financial stewards. Let me just say one area where I disagreed with the paper, and maybe it was just semantics, but in the paper it said the US is using some of these tools of economic statecraft. I think the line was as a form of financial retribution because of policy divergence. And the way I think of policy divergence is when policies are moving in a different direction, but you share the same objectives or framework. Like, for example, when central banks, sometimes one central bank is raising interest rates, another central bank is decreasing them. The policies are moving in different directions, but they both may share the same mandate for price stability. I think in this case, it's something quite different. We're talking about, in the case of Russia, a rapacious and barbaric invasion that's terrorizing 45 million innocent people. It's violating core principles that underpin global peace and security and that lie at the heart of the UN Charter. And so, to me, this is not about policy divergence. This is about a very different worldview that threatens the most dear principles that have given us decades of relative peace. And it's not about retribution either. It's not about vengeance. The purpose of these sanctions with Russia was really to change Putin's calculus by imposing the most severe economic costs at our disposal and by providing a demonstration effect for any other dictator or autocrat that wants to draw his own sphere of influence by the barrel of a gun or by coercive measures. So, thanks again for the paper.
So that leads to my first question, a very simple question with a very complicated answer, I think. Maybe you just continue on that. Are the sanctions working? The sanctions against Russia, do you see what you wanted to see when you set it up?
So the first point I would make is that sanctions were never intended as a standalone solution. They're meant to be embedded in a broader strategy that has a number of different elements. One is to provide as much support as Ukraine needs to defend itself and to fight for its own freedom. The US has provided over $15 billion in that regard. It's also about providing humanitarian support for the over 10 million refugees and displaced people that are pouring into Europe. It's about helping the world deal with the spillovers of Putin's invasion in food, in the quantity of food and the price of food, and the price of energy, the quantity of energy. It's about helping Europe and other consumers of Russian energy diversify as fast as they can. That is taking place. It's also about fortifying NATO's eastern flank and enlarging NATO. Mm-hmm. And we've seen a sea change in the support for what the West, broadly speaking, is trying to accomplish. Now, as it relates to sanctions in particular, yes, I think the impacts that we're seeing are broadly in line with what we warned Putin would happen if he prosecuted this invasion. The GDP contraction in Russia this year and next, if you look at the IMF's forecasts, they're not as large as what I thought at the outset of the invasion, but they'll probably amount to at least double digits. That's about double what we saw in terms of Russia's contraction after its default in 1998. Unlike then, when Russia was getting integrated into the global economy, now it's getting isolated as a pariah state. Inflation touched 17% in Russia. The Central Bank of Russia had to raise its policy rate to 20%. That combination of very high inflation, very high interest rates will really damage Russia's long-term growth prospects. So will the exit of more than 1,000 private sector companies, more than 500,000 of Russia's best and brightest, many of them in the most productive sectors of the economy. Russia's imports since February are down more than 50%. That's impacting Putin's ability to sustain the military effort, but also to modernize and diversify his economy. You've likely heard stories about Russia running out of precision-guided missiles because it can't access Western microchips. Its tank factories are shutting down because they lack Western components. Most of the air fleet in Russia, the commercial air fleet, is grounded. I could go on, but we have severed some of the most critical inputs to Russia's military-industrial complex. At a very personal level, the reality in Russia is very tragic, and that needs to be said. It's getting harder for Russians to travel abroad. Some can't use their debit cards. Many will have to eventually resort to buying knockoff clothes or cars. And all of that is a very sad consequence of this needless and reckless war.
Okay. Julia, maybe you have some comments on that. So we see, of course, that sanctions work in some way, but do they work in the way that they really change what Putin is doing? So I think that's the next question. And what do you see there, or what do you expect, what could happen?
Mm-hmm. I think what this crisis has shown us is that you cannot, it becomes increasingly hard to align the time frame for financial, economic, and regulatory mechanisms with that of a hot war on the ground. So if we started out, and again, I'm not going to, Dilip was personally doing this, but from the outside, what I saw was an overestimation of the capacity of Russia and an underestimation of the capacity of Ukraine, leading us to believe that Ukraine could fall within days, to saying we actually have to find an equivalent of an on-scale invasion in financial means as a counter, right? So you go all the way to the top of that escalation ladder, which was the blocking of access to foreign exchange reserves. But it turned out that we were actually a little bit too good at our game for that calculus. And then we moved into a different phase, which was, well, actually, we're in an extended version of the 2014 scenario where this could go on for 10 years, fighting back across the front, and looking at the duration of sanctions and how they could over time degrade Russia's ability to pay for things and to get them writ large, right? So financial sanctions and export controls. And now we're in a different strategic phase where we're saying, well, actually, this could actually end up reflecting more of what we would like in the first place, an outcome which might lead to negotiations, which could even lead to something that Ukraine could consider to be a victory. So sanctions have a time lag, and I'll talk a little bit more about how we consider that, but that you have to consider that we have been trying to use these mechanisms in the timeline of a direct military conflict. And there's sort of a disconnect there in how we can make that work. Again, we have assigned sanctions an incredible role that I think that over time, okay, so in the post sort of 9/11 era, in the Patriot Act era, sanctions were there to block access to funds that were going to help people blow things up, right? It was counterterrorism financing. So can we actually physically prevent a terrorist act because the financing isn't there to pay for explosive devices? Okay? And so that was a very sort of transactional way of thinking about it. And over the past couple of decades, we've expanded this to try to tackle any political conflict that we see across the world. And so in many ways, right? So whether it's looking at trying to hold human rights violators to account and try to take their money away, to, again, trying to pressure Maduro out of office. One of the most, of course, storied examples is, of course, bringing Iran back to the negotiating table over the nuclear negotiations, that we've moved increasingly away from something tactile, right? Here, your money is now gone, to a political objective, where then you have you have diplomats and foreign policy experts saying, we're going to do something about this, we're going to have sanctions, and we're going to hold them to account. Now, I know this phrase, hold to account. To me, it says it's a stand-in for having an actual strategy of what to do about it, right? We're going to hold them to account, we're going to show them that we're mad, versus saying, you're no longer going to be able to carry out XYZ activity that we deem to be...
You are not allowed to win. That's a phrase like that. You are not allowed to win. What does that mean?
Right. No, but then again, when I was, we were, you create these axes of resistance, and it's not. And again, not on the scale of necessarily what Carl has been alluding to, right? But that the success of your policy ultimately hangs on. Is so easily broken by the smallest violation. So, if we're putting pressure on Iran at the same time as we're putting pressure on Venezuela, at the same time as we're putting pressure on Russia, right? They're all going to try to find axes of efficiency to carry out the daily business that they have to in order to support their economies. It's not even, as out of some sort of, desire to counter the United States. It's like, this is how we're going to have to function because we've been blocked from transacting in the dollar system. So my favorite example of this is when, was Venezuela, when we noticed that the Russians were delivering little green men, that the Chinese were considering issuing line of credit, the Cubans were providing medical expertise and thugs essentially to help protect Maduro, and then you had the Iranians shipping crude over in international waters, right? And we had nothing to, and we had exhausted all of our means to stop that, right? And so that was sort of the exhaustion of our political will against the financial mechanisms that we actually had to tackle it.
Carla, if we look back into history, I've done it only a little bit, so I think we see very mixed experiences from the 20s, maybe before the Second World War. There was the idea that sanctions could be the right thing to do so that you wouldn't have to have any more war, things like that, and it didn't work out that way. So if we look a little bit in other cases and a little bit back in history, what do you think, in general, what kind of condition do we need to be successful with sanctions? Maybe you can elaborate that a little bit.
Yes, I think there's a lot of questioning, of the efficacy of sanctions, whether sanctions really work, and most people, or a large body of scholars, come to the conclusion that they really do not work. And I think that, it really depends on how one characterizes success, what counts as a success. There are several kind of depositories over sanctions episodes since, the 1950s, and the way that success is kind of evaluated is, it can be a partial success. Does it have to be a total success? What about compromise solutions? And I think it really depends on kind of the policy goal, right? I mean, I think it's very difficult to try to get a country to change its policy once it's already embarked upon a path. It's very, because of audience costs, and because of national pride, I think it's very, very difficult to get that policy changed. And so if we're talking about things like preventing war, ending war, where there's already kind of been a public commitment, I think that's very difficult. But we're looking at other things like democracy promotion, right? I mean, I think that the success record there has been a lot higher. And then I also think it really depends on who you're trying to deter. Deterring a great power is always going to be extremely difficult. Deterring a great power that's hell-bent on, that's on a war path is going to be exceedingly difficult.
Is Russia a great power? That's a question now.
Yes, I think I would characterize it as a great power. I mean, before the war, at least. Right? So,
yeah.
Can I jump in on this?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, so 3 thoughts.
You're free to jump in.
One is when I see studies of whether sanctions work, I mean, the problem with many of these studies is they don't consider the counterfactual. So when you're dealing with a situation in which there's a violation of core international principles, you typically have 3 choices. A, you can do nothing. And if you do nothing in the face of unchecked aggression, that has direct costs. It also has indirect costs because you're sending a signal to any other dictator or autocrat that this type of aggression will not be met with equal or greater force. That has uncertainties and a chilling effect associated with that path. Second option is direct military conflict. Third option is the entire spectrum of economic statecraft that we're talking about. So many of the analyses don't actually consider sanctions in the context of the alternatives. Second is I think we have learned a lot of things from history about the kinds of principles that make sanctions more effective. One is they should be used sparingly when principles that underpin global peace and security are at risk. Certainly that's the case with the invasion of Ukraine, no question about it. They should be responsible to limit unwanted spillovers in the target country and also the global economy. They should be calibrated so that the chance of coordinating with allies and partners is maximized, both because that multiplies the direct impact, but also because it gives a signal this is not a unilateral exercise of power, it's a shared defense of core principles. The sanctions should be flexible, so you can ratchet them higher or lower depending upon how the target responds. And they need to be sustainable because they take time to work. I think we could talk about Iran in this context, and we could talk about Russia 2014, but in Iran, this was a very patient sanctions program that started, more than 7 years before the JCPOA was signed. First, it involved the US targeting more than 100 entities in Iran that were supporting the nuclear program. And this was by the way, these sanctions had a very targeted objective to stop Iran from developing a nuclear bomb. Then we had 4 UN resolutions that codified the objective in Iran. And then there was staying power until Iran came to the negotiating table. And as a consequence of the JCPOA, Iran lost 98% of its enriched uranium. It shut down a heavy water nuclear reactor. And you had IAEA inspectors that had the right to inspect any facility where they suspected cheating. Okay, so they went from 2 to 3 months away from developing a nuclear bomb to having no pathway to developing a nuclear bomb. Now that they're out of the deal, they're back to within weeks of a nuclear breakout. So that, I think Iran is an example that should be studied more carefully, particularly in the current context. And I think this episode too, with time, we'll be able to judge what would have happened had we not responded as forcefully as we did.
Julia, it seems you have some additional
remarks,
I think.
No, I agree with Dilip, right? I mean, I express a lot of skepticism sometimes about the tempo, and I think ultimately about the rhetoric that we assign to the ability of these measures to act within the timeframes that we would like them to. But if you look, at what we have collectively, the G7 plus essentially has done to Russia over the past couple of months, right? You have taken the 11th largest economy in the world, and you have made it so that they are uncreditable internationally. That their domestic production, again, as Dilip has said, has ground to a halt. And you will see, I mean, I do believe over time that even if sanctions went away tomorrow, what international investors would go back and say that we want to reopen our plants, we want to provide a lot of credit, we want to move back in, right? And so you have ultimately through financial means and through export control means denied an actor the ability to perpetrate a war. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that the material that is currently there is exhausted yet. But I have a firm belief that we will look back in time and say that these international efforts will have shortened Russia's ability, and certainly that the forcefulness with which they were able to act. So I do wholeheartedly agree on that point. You want to join in?
Yeah, I agree with both of you. There's a lot of agreement here. I also think that it's important to kind of pay attention to the mechanism that is going to produce change. So is it going to be through the population, in which case, of course, kind of altering kind of wages, inflation, the declining growth, the problems that they're having on the consumer spending side, to acquire certain goods. If you look year on year, consumer spending on non-grocery goods is down significantly because, they can't access especially electronics, telecom, and so forth, whereas it's up for grocery goods. And so, if you think that there are going to be protests and that's going to have some kind of influence, then that's very important to track those measures. And as both Dilip and Julia have also emphasized, if you're looking more at kind of degrading the military capability, then, the export controls are going to be more relevant. And maybe there's more to do also in trying to, kind of get at Putin and the oligarchs and the generals, right, so that they also really feel the pain. Of course, that's difficult because of evasion and so forth. And I think also to, Dilip's point on how we think about sanctions efficacy in terms of, like what are these influence attempts compared to, right, the counterfactual. I think that's so important. And in fact, even in terms of the kind of conclusions about dollar dominance, I think that it's a very unipolar dollar world. And if you look in a span of 2 decades, it's been declining, right? And so the question is, like the ones that are diversifying, right? Because there are some countries that are going to, obviously the sanctioning coalition is not going to be diversifying away. It's the countries that, think that maybe they want to be able to do some of the things that are currently being sanctioned. Those are the countries that are going to be shying away from the dollar. And do they prefer financial sanctions, or would they rather have, back to the interventionist period, where we're looking at military means in order to achieve some of these foreign policy objectives, right? That's really the kind of counterfactual on that side as well. So not just in terms of the efficacy, but also in terms of the backlash, right?
Just to close on this topic, in terms of how to judge these sanctions against Russia. We've talked for a while now about ensuring this will be a strategic failure for Putin. And the way I would define that is, what is going to be Russia's ability to project influence and power in the world? And I would say unequivocally that if you look at that question using a military lens, an economic lens, or a technological lens, Russia will emerge from this invasion considerably weaker and less relevant.
I think
period.
Almost everybody would agree to that. Maybe there is one point which is maybe specifically interesting in Europe and in Germany. So in a way, sanctions do backfire, or they can do that. So if we impose sanctions on Russia, that also means, for example, for Europe or for Germany, that we don't get any more the cheap energy. So this is a discussion here, of course. And I think a lot of Germans would agree that it's necessary to do something, and that it costs a lot, but it's worth doing that. But of course, there are political parties I would say, on the very left, on the very right, who want to take a profit out of that. That can be here in Germany. That could be also in other countries. That they say, why are we fighting for Ukraine and sitting in a cold apartment? Well, why are you doing that? And in Germany, even some very well-known intellectuals are arguing in the way, well, it's not really so the way that it's only Putin and so on and so on. So to come to the point, my question is, if you have sanctions, how can you prevent that this is backfiring on your own friends, on your own country, and so eroding the cohesion, the political cohesion that you need as a fundament for the sanctions? Maybe Julia, you want to?
Sure. I mean, I think, as Dileep alluded earlier, the ideal case is that you try to exert as much pressure on the target of sanctions while minimizing the effect on your domestic economy.
Sure.
The reality is that it's, in many cases that's not possible, right? That this is sanctions and tools of economic statecraft are not without costs, right? And I think that we tend to think that this is something we can do upon the other, and especially those, the United States with the quote-unquote overwhelming privilege of the U.S. dollar. We think that we can sort of outsource pain onto the quote-unquote adversary without internalizing in any of that ourselves. But I think this comes back to just to take a little bit of a broader look about what is economic statecraft to begin with, right? It's the use of tools where national governments, right, decide that they are going to intervene into the welfare of their own country, into the welfare of private enterprise for a national security purpose, okay? And we have a panoply of ways we can do this. We talk about financial sanctions the most, I think, because they're is the most sophisticated use. I think so that, we use the term like slapping sanctions on, or all kinds of things that is sort of this way of violent punishment that, like, aha, we got them now, right? And then there's export controls, investment screening, tariffs, all kinds of different interventions and modular use of our regulatory systems to effect a national security change. And what we do in doing so, right, is not only do we create a sort of a implementation quagmire within governments, because again, it's a confluence of intelligence agencies and foreign services, so our State Department, of course of finance ministries, of regulators, right? Everybody has a piece of this, and so how do you actually reach an actual policy conclusion within governments that sort of accounts for everybody's equities is one side. The other side is that we are ultimately outsourcing the implementation of our national security policy into the private sector. So if we were conducting a military operation, we would tell our forces where they had to shoot. Instead, and I say this personally, having sat inside, been in different parts of the U.S. government myself, you think you're designing a really well-designed intellectual framework to put pressure on a government without understanding what it means on the other side. And I think my colleague Anahita Thoms mentioned this earlier in the trade panel. Is that ultimately the sort of soldiers, and I'm saying this intentionally provocatively, the soldiers in your financial war are not the people who are necessarily being told what to do. They're the private sector, right? And they're banks, and they are industry, who don't necessarily understand what they're supposed to do, why they're supposed to do, and of course are going to chafe at the idea that it's going to affect their bottom line. And so that's also something that I think we have to really think about when we take this body of economic statecraft and we say, okay, our governments are capable of intervening in free market enterprise for their self-defined purposes, but what actually are the downstream effects of that? And of course, in the European sense, right now, we're seeing that trade-off that governments have now made is that that large sectors of German industry will experience very high operating costs, and consumers might be affected as well. And so that, I think that we have failed in a communication, perhaps, that these tools are going to be more painful than we had anticipated.
And I'll just add, I'll parrot President Biden and say, we're going to tell the truth. Defending freedom is never costless.
Yeah.
When you sanction a $1.5 trillion economy that has systemic relevance in energy and to some extent food, there are going to be global spillovers. So job one is try to reduce those spillovers as much as possible. In the US, we've released almost 200 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's about 1/3 of the total. We've doubled LNG exports to Europe. And still, we're facing very high energy prices around the world. More will need to be done. The same goes for food, which is particularly harmful and impacting to the developing world. We know 30% of the world's wheat comes out of Odessa. Sunflower oil and fertilizers are also being disrupted in terms of their supply chain impact. And so we need to come together, and we are, as an international community, to surge food production where we can, make sure we're not putting export restrictions where they've been put in place, where we should release stockpiles if they exist. And the IMF and the World Bank and other MDBs can provide targeted support for countries that are in need. But more broadly, the second point to make is that policy always has trade-offs. And what would be the cost of doing nothing? I'll repeat that question.
Sure.
What would be the uncertainties it would cause, the chilling effect it would create, the signal it would send to dictators and autocrats that you too can now carve out your own sphere of influence? What would be the cost of going down that path? And to my mind, those costs are unacceptable and much higher than the path we're on.
Carla, do you have a comment on this? The backfiring and how you can keep it low on a low level? So,
I think that there is a question that has been raised in various fora about, what to do with the non-sanctioning G countries, and I think that this is perhaps where we might disagree a little bit on this panel, because I think that those kind of BRICS plus, and Argentina just gave its formal application to join BRICS, and I think there is a real danger in coming down too hard on these countries, because in effect, it's not only that they did not sanction Russia, they just don't sanction a lot. So to ask them to participate in this mega sanctioning enterprise is a lot. And they're calibrating their opportunities, right? What they can get from China in particular, but now China looks like it's also hedging, but it's kind of more aligned with Russia at the moment. And then what it can get from the United States in terms of security guarantees. And I think that, the Philippines, recent kind of turnaround is a very good testament to this, where, they're openly saying basically, well, we want, more trade with China, but we also want U.S. security guarantees. And so I think that it would be a bit unfair and harsh to exclude these countries from the G constellation and just have kind of a minimal G7, right? I mean, whether formally or informally. And it would also be a strategic blunder, I think. I think it would be a strategic mistake because that then puts real distance. And it doesn't recognize the fact that they're just kind of doing what they always do, which is they don't really use financial sanctions.
Maybe I
don't disagree with that.
Maybe before you go on, Julia, I may add a specific thing. So if we had when we had the Iran sanctions, we had the problem here in Europe that European banks had to obey to the American sanctions and not to European law. So that all brings us to the third party problem. So how can we get a third party to agree to our sanctions? And as you said, how far can we go? How is that to see from maybe even from a legal standpoint and from a standpoint if you are in both in the NATO, for example. So I just wanted to add these aspects, but I think the general question is what can we do about the third parties? Maybe Julia, you
but just to respond quickly to this idea about the rest of the world that might disagree politically with what Russia has done and not signed on to sanctions. Again, there are many calculi about how what the effects in a domestic economy are, whether you're going to ask a developing economy to take a hit versus a developed economy to do so is obviously going to be a very different calculus if you're sitting in Washington or in Berlin, or if you're sitting somewhere where honestly you just can't afford to put further pressure on your economies. But then I think it also goes back to this disconnect about whether is a sanction a diplomatic tool or is it a financial freezing mechanism, because if it's a diplomatic tool, then you're going to want to say, every country in the world has put sanctions on Russia, even though on a practical basis they have no ability to freeze assets. Even if they knew they were in their jurisdiction, they wouldn't be able to freeze them in the first place. And so then this idea of creating a map to show color in all the countries that say no, right, via sanctions is well, then sanctions are really just a glorified form of a démarche versus are they something where you're actually going to physically be able to freeze an asset? And then it comes back to actually the G7 is really where it has to happen, because that's where a lot of where the bulk majority of these assets are ultimately had because of the depth of capital markets, because of many different factors. When it comes to secondary sanctions, which I think is what you're coming at, the supporters of it would say we are ultimately protecting our national currency, right? If you want to use the U.S. dollar and settle in the U.S. dollar, then you have to comply by the laws of the U.S. dollar, okay? But and that of course has a lot of impact on who can transact where. If the U.S. government does put secondary sanctions restrictions, the U.S. Congress puts secondary sanctions restrictions. But for me, when I think about it sort of more theoretically speaking, it really boils down to failed multilateralism, right? Having to compel a country to remove all of its transactions and financial connections to a third jurisdiction against its will is, I think, just it reflects that the policy wasn't convincing enough ultimately to the secondary country that you're trying to convince. And so I'd like to hear my colleagues disagree on that. But when I think about the Iran sanctions and when the Trump administration did leave the JCPOA, right, there was a really sort of ultimately substantive intellectual disagreement on the strategy between the U.S. government at the time and its European partners about how to actually pressure Iran and how you were going to solve the nuclear problem. And it was not to pull out of the deal.
Yeah, it was, of course, different interests. So we have a lot of companies here who make a good business with Iran, smaller companies as well, and mid-sized companies. And all of a sudden they didn't know how to do business because they didn't know how to get paid for that. So maybe you...
I agree with elements of what both Carla and Julia said. First, I think the G7 has a very strong interest in broadening the coalition that's implementing sanctions towards the majority of the G20 and beyond. It multiplies the direct impact. It also strengthens the signal, the indirect signal of what the purpose of these sanctions really are. They should not be construed as a narrow G7 objective. They really are meant to be a global defense of shared principles. I agree with Julia too that look, the first line of effort in trying to broaden a coalition is quiet, private diplomacy. And the truth is, we have a lot of deal space with countries that have been hedging their bets and that have been on the fence. Many countries have long-standing defense relationships with Russia, or may have energy relationships that have been quite valuable. Well, we should work with those countries to provide a reliable alternative, and we are doing that.
India, for example? Or?
That's an example. Okay. And I think secondary sanctions, that's a tool that should be used as a last resort if there's blatant, overt efforts to undermine the efficacy of sanctions. And so that's really, I think as Julia put it, that's what happens when multilateralism has failed. But there are many options short of that. And I think that's where you're going to see the sanctions regime proceed.
Okay. I have one question. I'm sure, maybe I just you continue. I'm sure you would ask again, what is the alternative? But I think we should touch it briefly, at least, and that's the ethical question. So the sanctions very often are targeted at the population because it's not possible the other way. Of course, if it's targeted at technology, at military technology, that's not the case. But I remember that we had a lot of discussions, I think, about the sanctions against Iraq between the two wars, because they, as I read, had done a lot of damage to the population there in Iraq. So I think we shouldn't leave out that question. How far is it in order? Is it okay to have sanctions that target in a very harmful way the population and not the military?
Well, I would start by asking, what are the ethics of doing nothing? And we've spoken about that already. With respect to the ethics of sanctions, however, they typically are not targeting the civilian population. They're absolutely not targeting the civilian population in Russia. They're targeting the commanding heights of the Russian economy, which of course has consequences on the civilian population. There's no way around that. We're talking about major economic distortions. And when you have major economic distortions, that's going to affect the activity in the economy, the level of inflation, and the standard of living.
Maybe I was wrong to say targeted. So what I meant is that they have consequences.
They have consequences. That's a fact.
Yeah, so that was wrong to say targeted.
Yeah. No problem. Yeah. No problem. But again, we always have the ability to de-escalate sanctions. Putin can never bring back the lives that have been lost, you see.
Sure.
So that's the difference.
Sure.
What are the ethics of allowing a brutal, rapacious invasion to continue unchecked versus taking forceful measures that increase the costs for continuing the invasion and for allowing other dictators and autocrats to also see that they might get a free pass if they did the same? That's the question.
Carla?
Yeah, so I recognize, I do think that there is an ethical dilemma, and that, sometimes the civilian population is kind of collateral damage and it's an unintended consequence. But, I also agree that it really depends on what the government is doing. So, sometimes when we talk about these normative concerns, it's like, the government is God's best child, and that's not the case, right? So, if there are human rights abuses, then that is also causing civilian suffering.
Sure.
If there's a problem with widespread corruption and stolen elections, then that's also inflicting usually economic harms and, civil rights harms on the population, not to speak of, torture and ancillary harms. So I think that, again, we need to kind of contrast and compare then the normative concerns that are being alleviated as opposed to letting the situation continue. And then I think that there is this question of, what kind of, we care a lot about sovereignty in international relations. And so there is this sense that any harm inflicted from abroad by a foreign power is greater than what the ruler, the domestic ruler, has a right to. But I don't necessarily think that that's a very fruitful way of then, scaling the ethical dimension.
Julia, some remarks on that?
No, I mean, I completely agree, and I think that although, we have carve-outs for humanitarian exemptions, right, the ultimate collateral damage does ultimately lie with the populations, right, and we do, again, try to calibrate these things to minimize those damages. But again, just as it's going to have, that these measures are going to have impacts on our own domestic economies, they're going to have unintended consequences on the targets as well. And so these are absolutely imperfect tools. And I know that there are various policy options to try to counter that, whether this is a complex licensing structure, whether it's actually deliveries of humanitarian goods, whether it's exceptions, whether it's barter deals. There are all kinds of cute ways that we have tried to counteract the humanitarian impact. It is there, right? But again, to be provocative, so is military conflict, right? You want to change a behavior of an international actor, you're going to have to do something about it, right? And you're going to have to absorb the costs.
Sure. Yeah. Maybe we come back to the beginning of our conversation. So about currency and power, and so what does it mean for the United States with a great currency? And we have discussed about that. And I think there is not a real big threat right now for the dollar to stay on the first place. But if the dollar is used as a kind of weapon or so, and if that is done maybe too often or whatever, or not targeted enough, is there a danger that this will erode the role of the dollar and that to that degree also the role of the United States? What do you think about that? Maybe we start with you, Carla.
Well, so I think, and it's clearly demonstrated in the paper also that it's a very unipolar dollar world, and it is not going away anytime soon. For the long foreseeable future, because the gap between the United States and the nearest competitor, which happens to be an ally, the most important allies of the United States, it's just too large even there. And so, to China, China is on the floor and the United States is way up. And so there's no immediate threat, but I still do think that these changes do take time. And I think that we're seeing, a fundamental kind of transformation in the underlying patterns that we have not seen before, in addition to technological changes. And so I think that it is something that needs to be monitored. And to your second question, because there were two questions baked into this, and I do think that, yes, having the dollar for the United States is of great benefit. There are costs as well, but I do believe that the benefits far outweigh those costs.
Yeah, in a way, we're talking about are we getting into a different world order, or are we on a slippery path, maybe to come to a different world order, different from what we have now? I think that would be connected to what you told us. So how big is this risk in your opinion?
So first the facts. On paper, there's nothing to see here.
Yeah.
It's true that as a share of total global reserves, the dollar has fallen about 10 percentage points this century. mostly as a rotation to higher yielding currencies, but as a form of payment or as a source of money to borrow money, the dollar is either stable or it's increased its share. And ironically, we're having this conversation in a year in which the dollar has appreciated more than any other year in the past half a century, except 1997 and 2018, both of which ended in tears. But that aside, there's nothing to see here on paper. That doesn't mean we shouldn't worry about this constantly, and we do. You can't just rely on network effects or dollar primacy by default, because there's not a viable alternative. I think we've got to spend a lot of time considering a doctrine of economic statecraft. We've spent hundreds of years doing that for military doctrine. It's time for us to do that with economic statecraft. When do we use these very potent tools? Not just sanctions, but export controls, investment screening, entity listings, the entire gamut of so-called negative coercive devices. We should have an analytical infrastructure that allows us to put those principles, those guiding principles of a doctrine into practice. So what are the tools? What's the efficacy of using these tools in isolation or in tandem, unilaterally, multilaterally? What are the limitations of those tools? What are the spillovers? When have they been used well in history? When have they been used poorly? The Fed and central banks do this very well with their toolkit. So should government authorities. We need personnel that are sophisticated, not just on economics and finance, but also geopolitics, international law, and domestic law, in order to put those into practice. And the last thing is we need to balance the use of sanctions with positive inducements. I mentioned some of them before. The world knows a lot about financial sanctions. It doesn't know as much about the amount of bilateral aid that we provide, or debt relief, or infrastructure finance. We have to win the hearts and minds of countries that have been opposed to sanctions and other forms of US economic statecraft by showing them there are actually a lot of ways in which we're using the dollar status and our standing in the world economy for mutual economic good. That's how we'll create a different narrative, and that's how we'll maintain leadership in the global economy.
Thank you. Julia, maybe
I think
before we get to the floor, you have some...
I think that there's a distinction that we have to make between financial sanctions and interventions in trade, right? Because if you think that, I agree with what both Dilip and Carl have said about, the lack of any sort of near-term threat to U.S. dollar dominance. That doesn't mean that there isn't a near-term threat to Western economic welfare through trade security. So the more that you use tariffs, export controls, again, any sorts of bans on physical things or interventions into supply chains, right? You are undermining the sort of perfect trade model that you learned in graduate school about supply and demand and economic efficiencies and economies of scale. Okay, so even if we say, we know that we're going to settle trade in dollars, and countries are going to continue to hold reserves in dollars, and they're going to want to clear in U.S. dollars through New York. That doesn't mean that we can compensate for losses that we might incur upon ourselves because we have created mass distortions in global markets, right? Because I think what we've seen in the course of this crisis, right, with Russia, and we haven't really talked about China today, which is the overbearing elephant in the room, is that you create, and this is why I sort of take a little bit of issue with great power competition concept, is because you are empowering other parts of the world through the comparative advantage that they have now come into. Right? Whether it's the Gulf with energy resources, whether it's India saying, well, now everyone has to come to us. We're the largest democracy in the world, but I guess we have a lot of brokering power to whether China is or is not going to issue some sort of financial assistance to Russia. This is, what is Bolsonaro going to do with grain markets? Again, it creates different incentives for global actors, and that's in trade. Right, and I think that is some of what what we've been playing around with the most. Certainly the Trump administration played around with it a lot. The Biden administration hasn't pulled back from a lot of those concepts as well. So I think that that is where I think the rubber is going to hit the road right now, in terms of how we design our regulatory framework and how we actually are going to economically interact with China, and what lines in the sand we're going to draw, and what distortions that then creates, right? So Russia is sort of a test case for that. And so
that's interesting, yeah.
the distinction between financial and trade.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we should ask. I see here a question.
My name is Thomas von Lübke. I just wanted to ask you, Carla, whether you see any chance that a court is organized with the support of the European Union, the US, as well as India and China, to talk about and to rule about the central bank money that has been frozen. Because in order for the right incentives, I think it would be best to have a tally sitting in one account in Russia's name and another one in the Ukrainian name, and for each rocket having money being transmitted with the order of the court, so that we have a multilateral answer, which would be economic statecraft, but multilaterally.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I'm sorry, can you... there were some aspects of your question that I did not actually understand, because I think that there were some German terms, and I don't speak any German. Can you clarify your question?
I try to speak English, okay. But as long as you don't ask me to translate it into French, we should be able to do it. The idea was whether there is a multilateral angle or an opportunity to get economic statecraft, economic sanctions organized through a court hearing, including the major
court hearing.
A court.
Okay.
From our German point of view, it could be the International Court in Den Haag, but so far I don't know how much recognition it has by the US, China, and India. But if it is based on a United Nations institution, we would not have the problems discussed this morning, that this is immediately causing retaliation by the Chinese, or reactions by the Chinese, which we want to avoid.
Okay, so I think that a multilateral kind of approach to sanctions is usually more successful, and I think that China has actually signed up to some of those sanctions, but it is reluctant to otherwise impose financial sanctions at all.
Does that answer your question, or?
To a quarter.
Okay, to a quarter.
No, sorry to rephrase it. My question was, of course, it's important to bring China to the table. I think we agree on that one. My point was whether you or one of your other colleagues on the panel sees a chance that we convince at least the two main abstaining nations in the United Nations Assembly to join us in the discussion how to deal with the frozen money. Because I think it is very clear that this frozen money should not be just released and given back. But on the other side, I see the argument made by Maria this morning that it is dangerous just to seize it unilaterally. And that's why the idea was whether there is a chance to organize a court hearing in order to get this decided, because if we don't do it on a multilateral basis, I think it is highly unlikely that Russia will concede to pay after the war. That's why I think it's important to get at least the international pressure, the multilateral pressure, enacted.
So you're looking for a legal way to unfreeze things? Maybe you'll...
Sure. Two thoughts. One is Ukraine's going to need hundreds of billions of dollars to reconstruct its country after this invasion, after this war concludes. Some of that money, much of it has already come from bilateral official donations. Another portion will come from multilateral institutions. Another chunk will come from the private sector, both in terms of restructuring debt, but also new contributions. But Russia should pay its share, and it should be a very large share. So we have two pots of money to consider, the central bank assets and the oligarch assets. I think they have very different implications in terms of seizing and transferring the proceeds. When it comes to the oligarchs, each country has a different legal process. I am far from a lawyer, but to the extent that some of these oligarchs have committed crimes, my understanding is there is a legal basis in at least some countries to take title to the assets, to liquidate them, and to ultimately transfer those proceeds. When it comes to central bank assets, I think we're talking about something that's qualitatively different. And here we would absolutely need to make a decision together, all the major central banks of the world, because the implications are generational, multi-generational. Once countries no longer feel as though their assets are safe in the custody of the New York Fed or any other central bank, there could be ripple effects for which the unintended consequences are severe. And so I think of those two pots of money as being very different, but in either case, we need to find a way for Russia to fill a substantial portion of the hole it's created.
Thank you. I think the next question was over there.
Thanks. Dan Tannenbaum, we've talked a lot about imposing sanctions. We haven't talked about enforcing sanctions. And sanctions have historically been apolitical for a long time. But the enforcement has dropped substantially over the past few years. You can impose new sanctions as a form of compelling people to fall in line with the multilateral agenda. But this is to Julian Delip. What role do you think enforcement should play for actually punishing firms that are subject to those sanctions, not just in the US, but across the EU and other allies, for these violations as another mechanism of driving the agenda to further isolate countries like Russia?
Julia?
Sure. I mean, so Dan, there are two sides to enforcement. One is sort of benevolent enforcement when, the long term, when firms do what governments ask them to do. And the second is when, of course, where there's judicial action for not having upheld that. I think that, back to sort of what I was saying before about like slapping sanctions as if that's the action and then it's done, right? The meat on the bones comes through the course of years about enforcing them, right? To make sure that there aren't leaks in the system. To understanding where, again, especially if you're trailing assets or oligarch assets, is actually going down, following the breadcrumbs and actually figuring out where these assets are, and then going through a tedious process of trying to freeze them wherever they may be. And that's actually the important part about this, and it is incredibly difficult to do, right? The international financial system in all of its glory is very well designed for sanctions evasion. And if you want to launder money, there's someone who will tell you how to do it really well, and it may very well be out of the reach of an official authority or a bank that's trying to look for it. And so that is the long-term burn on making sure that these things are effective on the sort of compliance side. I do think that there is value to occasionally posing a large deterring fine on a financial institution or a firm that has sort of wittingly evaded sanctions and gone to great lengths to obfuscate the source of funds in order to complete a transaction or a deal that is counter to the government it domiciles, right? But I do think it also, on the other side, does harbor resentment, especially when the U.S. government does it. Countries think we're doing this not because we sign on to the ideology of it or to comply with it, but just because those, you know, those angry Americans or angry whomever are going to come after us if we do it otherwise. And I think that sometimes overmines the sort of benevolent will to comply with sanctions, even if it's on a country like Russia.
I think we have to come to an end now. It looks to me like that. Or we can go. Oh, okay, if it's allowed. So, I think over there.
Thank you. I'm Maya Nicoladze, and I want to ask a question about China, or the elephant in the room, as Julia mentioned earlier. So, in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we saw sudden escalation of sanctions against Russia, and I'm wondering if such sudden escalation of sanctions could happen against China, and what would be the consequences of doing so?
Maybe Carla, you want?
Yeah, that's a difficult question. You know, the situation with China is quite different from you know, the Russia situation. China is a great power on a different scale. There's more dependence with China. The United States has, you know, interest in Asia just as it has in Europe. There's a military dimension also in play with China that could be very, very dangerous. But I think economically, just the countries and, you know, China is so plugged into the global economy that sanctioning China, certainly on a scale that we have seen with Russia, would have quite catastrophic implications. And I think that I mean, we'll hear from you know, a former U.S. government representative, but I think that, you know, from my reading of, you know, what government officials have been saying, you know, they really think twice about, you know, like in that more symmetrical situation to try to sanction, you know, to sanction China in the same way as Russia, I think is a no-go.
Are there different opinions here on the panel on that?
I mean, there are a million hypotheticals, and I don't want to. I'm not a U.S. government official, but I don't want to make any threats. But there's no country that's too big to sanction, in my view. Every country has pressure points. Every country has asymmetries. We have our own. The U.S. has its own vulnerabilities, and you can be sure that in the wake of the invasion of Ukraine and the sanctions against Russia, that China is looking very hard at its vulnerabilities and where it has asymmetric advantage or disadvantage. The U.S. is doing the same, and I'm sure active planning is taking place on both sides.
I would just say that, you know, I was referring to the kind of central bank, you know, freeze, right? I mean, so that would just have very different repercussions if it were China with its, you know, multi-trillion reserves. It's not the same situation as with $500 billion worth of reserves. There might be other sanctions, but financial sanctions on that scale. And again, I don't think that this is something that, you know, the U.S. government is going to say, because of course there needs to be some ambiguity about, you know, what would happen if China crossed certain red lines.
Speaking of vulnerabilities, that's something we are now finding out. We have a lot of them in Germany as well. We didn't know before, maybe. Other questions? I think over there, behind, yeah.
Hi, Charles Litchfield again. I have a question about the price caps on Russian oil. It was just announced now. It seems I asked questions about breaking news that the European Union is on board and is trying to
announced
just now. But my question, I mean, it is mainly for you, Dilip, but it can be for the whole panel as well. You mentioned the fact that there were technocrats who are ready to process the sanctions, but perhaps they didn't have the appropriate geopolitical awareness. The criticism of the price cap from not necessarily the Atlantic Council, but others, is that the geopolitical call for it, the abstract reasons are entirely justified. The technical way you would apply it isn't necessarily that thought through. So for those who don't know, the price cap is supposed to use insurance markets, and insurance providers would have to request some sort of attestation from buyers of Russian oil in India, China, wherever, that they have complied with the price cap. Some say this isn't workable. What do you say?
Julia?
I think that there is going to be a rocky road in trying to figure out how to implement it and how to prove it. I ultimately think that it's the best shot that Western governments have to minimize the effect on global markets, minimize effect on themselves, while maintaining a modicum of pressure on Russia where it hurts and where it matters. And so, again, going back to imperfect concepts, right? This is something that has never been really tried on this scale before, like many of the other things that have been undertaken over the course of this crisis. But again, as there are many critics towards the implementation of the price caps and where the gaps might be, but ultimately, I think it's worth the shot.
One more question I see. I think there was somebody over there. Oh, not?
I think.
Oh, sorry.
I'm happy to answer the question too, if that's okay. Sure. I mean, okay.
I'll
try to be. There's so much. No. That's okay. That's okay. I'll try to be quick because I know there's another question. I mean, the price cap. I'm a fan of price caps. It lives in the land of lousy options, right? Because what we're trying to do are three things at once. We're trying to minimize the revenues that Putin gets from energy exports. We're trying to maintain the global supply of energy, and we're trying to accelerate our transition to renewable and reliable sources. That's really hard to do. But relative to an option of an outright embargo on Russian energy imports, all of which will not be displaced to India, Turkey, Korea, elsewhere, I think the price cap is a better risk reward for the G7 plus to pursue. Let's remember, oil markets are not competitive. They're run by a seller's cartel. The logic here is why not create bargaining power among buyers and reduce the price to, let's say, the pre-invasion level of Brent. I mean, I'm making that up. The level of the price cap is one of the many administrative complexities here. But I think this is an example of an idea in which the economics and the geopolitics converge. And I have no criticism of technocrats who've been pursuing the price cap. I was one of them.
Thank you. Now the last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Christian Frank. I wanted to ask a question about an aspect that you alluded to earlier, the sort of analytical infrastructure for this type of thing. It seems to me that economic statecraft should have sort of a carrot and a stick component, and we've been mostly talking about the stick component right now. And it also seems to me that sort of, in the 20th century and, the last decades, the biggest carrot around was sort of the US trade deficit, ultimately exports into the huge economy, and at the same time, the sort of the appetite for that seems to be going more towards reducing that deficit. So I wonder, how do you think about the carrot side of the equation? Like, what is there, in sort of terms of options to bring people in the G7 and the G20 more on board with the sort of stick?
Who wants to pick up?
Thank you.
Sure. Well, I think this is the last thing we're going to wrap up, so we can have Commissioner Gentiloni in a second. But I think that all of us have been talking about that, or at least my colleagues have. I've been a little bit more bullish probably, but that there are. I mean, again, we talk about economic statecraft often in the punitive sense, right? And even something that I said earlier, it's like the restriction of commercial activity, right? The imposition of limitations. But again, the flip side of that is development aid, right? Is market access, is the actual opening of. Cleta's giving me a thumbs up for market access. I agree, right? And so the idea that you can then offer increased economic access and opportunity as the positive incentive. Now, I'm not sure whether you can whether there's a complete yin and yang on that. But I do think that it has been underserved in the functioning of our governments, and it's been underserved in the rhetoric in which we talk about how we handle international crises.
Can I just sure. Jump in on this? It's actually my passion when I was in government was trying to help construct a positive alternative to the Belt Road Initiative. As an example, it really goes to your question because for a long time we've criticized the Belt Road Initiative, we, the US and others, as being extractive and opaque and coercive, but we haven't really offered much of an alternative. Another source of financing that's transparent, that doesn't have confiscatory collateral terms, that doesn't have NDAs, and that offers a sustainable source of financing in areas like climate and digital and gender and health. That's where we should be focusing more of our statecraft efforts. We spend a lot of time on sanctions and export controls, and we should, because they have very powerful effects. But we're missing a big part of how the West can do good for the world and win hearts and minds if we ignore what developing countries actually need.
Okay, that was very interesting. I think maybe beginning with you, starting with you, one last word, just wrapping up a little bit from your perspective.
Sure. I mean, so I think I agree that we do need a sort of doctrine of economic statecraft. I agree with you in that, and I think it's something that we've been working at. I mean, I worked at when I was on the Atlantic Council as well, but it's very hard to define, right? Defining the terms of engagement and what counts is very, very difficult. And I think what it comes down to is that it is a challenge for governments and the private sector to actually wrap their heads around how these mechanisms work together, right? And so I think if we are determining the balance of power and the relationship between countries in much more amorphous terms than we have in the past, then we actually need to rethinking about how our governments are structured in order to do that, how our national security apparatus is structured, and how these decisions are made. That's just my personal observation. I particularly think that that is a particularly prescient point for Germany, where of course there's a broader discussion on a National Security Council, how do you communicate within and cooperate within coalition governments. And this idea of how you balance things that you do for economic welfare and for competition and what you do in the pure national security interest. Again, it is a challenge of organizational design.
Okay, thank you. Carla?
Yes, and so I think that just very briefly walking backwards from the very last question, I think it's a great point. This, we're kind of pitting coercion versus inducement, and, I think that very much the strategy on the part of China is to use economic inducement as a way of attracting
Silk Road.
Right, sorry?
The Silk Road.
Yeah, the Silk Road, but also more immediate kind of bilateral initiatives. And so there is this danger that there's one side, and in particular the United States, that is viewed as very coercive, and that China is offering these tangible benefits. And if caught between these two options, there will also be more diversification away from the Western-oriented system. And so I think that's a big kind of danger. I think that also in terms of the backlash, I think that I would like to kind of like modify, the way that, perhaps some of the initial points that I made came across, because, I also want to emphasize that while some countries are diversifying away from, the United States in particular, the Eurozone, there's large support as well, right, for what the United States and the coalition as a whole has done. And so there's, we also see countries who agree with this vision of international order actually kind of doubling down into this system, right? So there's a stabilizing mechanism as well that is very prevalent, and I think we kind of lose sight of that when we're continuously talking about this backlash against the United States in particular, but also the broader coalition and what the costs are going to be because of this Russian initiative. That's all I know on that.
I'll quote Spider-Man and say, with great economic powers comes the need for sound principles, rigorous analysis, and a balance between economic harm and economic good.
Well, thank you very much. I learned a lot. I think we all got a lot of answers, and we got one very important question. What is the alternative? What else should we do? So I think it's important to ask over and over again that question. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ole Möhr. I'm a fellow with the Atlantic Council's GeoEconomics Center. First of all, I'd like to again thank this terrific panel, Dalip, Carla, Julia, as well as our moderator, Frank Wiebe, for really illustrating the implications of this sort of new era in economic statecraft. Before I introduce the next and final speaker of this conference, I'd also would like to remind all of you that we have a post-event reception happening right after the session in the space where we all had lunch. So hope to see many of you there. And now I'm truly honored to introduce the final keynote speaker of the inaugural Frankfurt Forum, the European Commissioner for the Economy, Paolo Gentiloni. Commissioner Gentiloni has been in his current role since 2019, leading the Commission's work on a lot of the key issues that we touched upon today, including deepening the economic and monetary union, economic governance reform, as well as sustainable development and the green transition. I think as many of you know, Commissioner Gentiloni also was Italy's Prime Minister from 2016 to 2018, and before that he was Italy's Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. He's joining us today virtually from Brussels, and I invite you to direct your attention to the screen above me. He will offer brief keynote remarks to kick us off, and then CNBC's Annette Weisbach will moderate a Q&A with him. So thank you so much for joining us again, and Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ole. Pleasure to join you, and unfortunately only virtually. This is Wednesday, day of college here in Brussels. Of course, we all know that the EU and US relations are deep relation with strong ties, and after the Second World War, we always, in difficult times, we were able to stand side by side. So again, since February, we have come together to impose unprecedented sanctions against Russia, to provide crucial military and financial assistance to Ukraine, and to weaken Russia's grip on our energy markets. Is our common response working? In my view, definitely yes. The sanctions are eating away at Russia's economy, which is set to shrink markedly both this year and next year. Russia's own Federal Labor Service has stated that 3,000 brands have put business on hold since the invasion, with 500 foreign companies having been liquidated by the end of July, 500. Russia's imports from the EU fell by around 50% in the period March-June. Russia's imports of IT equipment have tumbled, despite its legalization of parallel imports. Blocked access to updates of Western software, essential spare parts and semiconductors are having a grinding effect on industry. Many of the few cars produced in Russia, data over the summer indicated that sales were down by more than 70% compared to the previous year. Most of these few cars are without airbags and catalytic catalytic converters. Russia's share on EU gas imports has fallen by 2/3, from 45% before the war to 14% now, and its share of our pipeline gas imports has fallen by 3/4, from 40% to 9%. The deals that we have struck with the US and other partners to boost energy imports have made up for the cuts in Russian fossil fuels. I am mentioning these figures because I think we need always to repeat how successful was our common effort to respond to the Russian invasion with economic sanctions. And now the cap on the price of Russian oil exports that was agreed in principle at G7 level and was mentioned in the previous panel will put downward pressure on global energy prices and reduce the Kremlin's ability to fund the war. And today we are setting out the legal basis to implement these key measures in the EU. So overall, our common response is working. And I have to say that Russia's recent moves, from halting gas deliveries to the mobilization of the reservists and sham referendum, are clear signs of weakness and growing desperation. Of course, they are also signs of escalation, to which we are responding with other packages, the 8th sanction package that was just announced by President von der Leyen here in Brussels. On the economy, it's clear that the consequences of the war are weighing on economic prospects on both sides of the Atlantic. The combination of high energy price, high inflation, monetary tightening, and uncertainty are putting a damper on growth. Both EU and US will see positive growth for the year 22 as a whole, but all the signs are there of a slowdown, and a recession can no longer be ruled out. We are entering the phases of stagnation and possible recession. So to ensure to navigate in this troubled water, we need to maintain our responsive fiscal policies and at the same time our efforts of investments. For Europe, Next Generation EU remains the strongest common tool at disposal, and this is why I have made clear that while we are open to discussing limited and specific points, there should be no wholesale reopening of plans of recovery or postponing of key commitments. In this context, let me conclude these remarks with 3 lessons or priorities for the future of our transatlantic relations. First, of course, our strength lies in our unity. Within the EU, and you know how challenging it is to keep our unity with our like-minded partners across the Atlantic and beyond. In the months ahead, this unity will be tested again and again, and we must stay the course. Second, in an increasingly multipolar world, the EU and US must continue to work together every day, and not just in times of crisis, to show that liberal democracies can deliver sustainable and inclusive growth. And this is happening. I think that the arrival of the Biden administration marked a qualitative improvement in these multilateral relations. Our agendas are very much aligned. In Europe, we are pursuing an ambitious path of investments and reform to deliver on the triple transition, the green, the digital, and the social. I think that the Inflation Reduction Act in the US goes in a similar direction. As you know, we are also looking more broadly on how our fiscal rules can better support investments in crucial areas while making sure debt level remains sustainable. And we will present our proposal in this next month. Going forward, there is also scope to strengthen our trade cooperation, knowing that the disruption to global supply chain must galvanize us to build safer, more resilient supply chains, especially in strategic sectors. But this doesn't mean in any sense going to protection. Third and last lesson, transatlantic cooperation is necessary but not sufficient condition to tackle the challenges ahead of us. For that, we need to muster much wider coalitions. Russia has openly challenged the rule-based international order. This is not a Western order. It's an order that is in everyone's interest to uphold. Yet 35 countries, as you know, including 3 members of the G20, decided to abstain in the UN resolution condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So we have to increase our reach out and influence in other parts of the world. This is the key objective for the EU of the Global Gateway Strategy to mobilize €300 in investments across the world, in line with the G7 Partnership for Global Infrastructure. We also need to work for a more effective multilateralism. The great example that we have now to implement is last year's global agreement to reform global corporate taxation. An agreement that was made possible because everyone worked in a spirit of compromise to find a common solution. I am confident that this spirit will lead to this spirit is alive and can guide us in meeting the common challenges we face. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'm happy to answer to your questions.
Commissioner Gentiloni, thank you very much for your deliberations. Let me first of all ask you about what happened today in Brussels, because clearly President von der Leyen has presented a new round of sanctions, a package, and also news on potential oil price caps, because perhaps you can give us the latest, what's discussed in Brussels.
Yes, indeed, we are working on the 8th package of sanctions. The main aspects of this package of sanctions are probably 3. First, we will increase our listing of Russian persons or entities. We are now at 1,025 persons and 70 Russian entities. And this is the first part. The second part will be increasing of trade limits towards Russia. And the third one that I heard mentioned in the previous panel is the agreement at G7 level on the price cap on oil. Of course, this means that we will work especially on the sector of shipment insurance to make sure that there is an agreement to avoid contracts if oil is transported at a higher price in relation to the cap that we will establish at G7 level. As always, the decision-making in the European Union is a process. We don't have executive orders, but I am quite confident that, again, this new package of sanctions will be supported by member states and will enter into force.
What do you think, when will those price caps, also for the energy of electricity and gas, market will get implemented, and so consumer will finally benefit from it because we're heading into the winter period?
Well, of course, we worked a lot in the previous months, and indeed I was mentioning some figures in my remarks also to remind myself and everyone how much we were able to achieve in these few months. If you look to the fact that we go from 40 to 9%, and maybe we are now even less than 9% of our gas coming from Russia, this is quite substantial. You know that we have very high level of storage. We are working on mandatory savings among member states, of course, with different ways of reaching these mandatory targets. And next Friday, the Council of Ministers of Energy will address also not only these issues, the issue of a solidarity contribution, the so-called price limits for inframarginal sources, and also the issue of a price cap on gas. I'm sure that this discussion will be, as always, with different opinions, but I'm confident that Friday will put the basis for a final agreement in October in the European Council to introduce a limitation of price for gas. My final remark is we should, I think, avoid raise an expectation of the fact that this price limits will automatically bring energy prices to the pre-war situation. It will be a gradual process, but it's very important to start this process of limiting these prices.
Let me also ask you about the cooperation between Europe and the EU and the United States, because clearly we are here at the Atlantic Council. So how is cooperation going, and how confident are you that perhaps there might be more LNG deliveries from the US into Europe?
Well, we had a very important agreement. President Biden and President von der Leyen a few months ago agreed on supply of LNG. Of course, when we refer to capping prices of gas, we are referring mainly to gas reaching the European Union through pipelines. And of course, we are not putting at the same level Russia and Norway or Algeria or Azerbaijan, because of course with Russia we have a double intention to keep the prices, to limit the prices, but also to undermine the war machine of Russia. Different is the situation for LNG, where we will cooperate with our partners and with the US, both on supply and possibly on making the differences of prices for European and Asian markets less dangerous than the one that we are seeing now. By the way, this difference between the Asian and the European market on LNG is changing months after months. So I think we have to address this issue with our partners. This is a different story from the capping of gas coming from the pipelines.
Aside from that energy crisis we're currently facing, there has been also political developments in the EU, which at least is interesting also for an international audience. The election outcome in Italy. I know you are also from Italy, so it might be a bit tricky for you to answer that question, but I at least try and ask it. So what do you think will be the ramifications from the outcome of the elections in Italy?
Well, of course, I have a conflict of interest, so I have to answer to your question as European Commissioner,
yes,
not as a former Italian politician. As European Commissioner, I would simply say that we are, of course, ready to cooperate with all governments, including the coming Italian government. And of course, I could add that as the Latin motto goes, pacta sunt servanda. So we have a very important cooperation on the recovery, and we have our common rules. You know that these common rules, by the way, are under review and discussion, and what we ask to all European member states is give their contribution, to have their view, but to stay to the facts that are ruling our union. And I'm confident that this will be the case also for Italy, and we are ready to cooperate, provided that we are all clear that the treaties facts are.
Yeah. Before I let you go, I would like to invite Fred Kempe, who is, of course, the president and CEO of the Atlantic Council, here to join me on stage for the concluding remarks. So, Fred, the floor is yours.
My only concluding remark is to thank the Commissioner for your time and thank you for your insights. It's just been a brilliant day. Going back to quoting Goethe in the morning, it was an auspicious group of a birth of the Frankfurt Forum. But I think to truly close this conference, I would really like to have the dynamic duo of Josh and Julia come to the stage, and please join me in a round of applause for them. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you so much. We will let you go. We appreciate your time today, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Have a nice afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this is it. We're all that stands between you and the drinks. We just want to say thank you. Really, thank you to everyone here, everyone who's participated online. There's been thousands of viewers throughout the day, commenting, tweeting, and so many participated in this. But I think what Julia and I want to do first and foremost is thank our teams, because there are a lot of people behind the scenes that make something like this happen, that plan for months and months and months, and a lot of them are sitting back there if they can raise their hands. So stand up, please. And I'm just gonna name my folks and Julia will name her. So Maya Nicolazzi, Lori Macedo, Miriam Smallman, Andrew Marshall, Vedder Kuma, Charles Litchfield, Bridget Brennan, Sophia Bush, Niels Graham is running around somewhere working. I think I got everyone on our team that's here, and there's a lot back in Washington working very hard. Julia.
Yeah, equally goes to my team. Again, I started planning this with Josh before I knew that I was going to be moving across the Atlantic, and so my old team remains my team, but certainly to Katharina Dreiheim, to Franka Ellmann, to Robin Fehrenbach, and to Jonas Ada, please thank you guys for having the patience with me when I came and said, we're going to be doing this thing in Frankfurt in September, get ready. So But I think what I think this was a bit of an experiment, right? Because when talking about the geoeconomics, we talked a lot about what that actually means. I certainly struggled with the concept of economic statecraft, certainly was. What are the formats that we actually use to get European and US politicians in a room to say a little bit more than talking points and actually to get down to brass tacks? Josh and I are practitioners and former USG, former IMF in Josh's case. And so we get a little bit impatient with talking points and want more to look at the details. And so we thank you for participating in this experiment with us. I hope you got something out of it, and please give us feedback going forward.
Thank you. I just want to say, you know, it's so hard to try something new. And this was something new, as Julia said, and it only works if people participate and say, yes, we want to be part of something new. And I think, and I hope people hear or feel from the result of the day, we are going to do this again because these issues are so important. And they have to be talked about, and they have to be understood. So thank you all for being with us. And let's enjoy the reception.